Matt POV. As I walked into class, I could feel all eyes on me instantly. Girls started whispering, speaking my name in hushed tones. Did they think I couldn't hear what they were saying? They made such lewd comments on me that included words like betting, presenting, biting, marking, velas. Some girls stared, some blushed, and then talked about my recent shift about Torben. They swooned over me, calling me the perfect alpha heir. So many compliments poured in about my strength, my appearance, and my bear. It was all flattering, but why was it that I missed compliments from one person that mattered the least to me? "Come, sweetie." Tulip guided us to our seats as he flicked her hair over her shoulder. She gave a withering stare to every girl who dared to look at me, but that didn't stop them from commenting. "She's acting like she is his mate," one of the girls scoffed. Others laughed. "Lol, she is so boring. What does Matt see in her?" "How embarrassing," said one of them. She had told everyone that once Matt shifts, he will recognize her as his mate. "But he didn't," said the other, and they all started laughing again. Tulip gritted her teeth, ignored them all, and sat with me majestically. Tulip stuck to me like glue all day, her hand always on my arm, her eyes constantly scanning the room. She was possessive and almost clingy. When she wasn't around, other girls immediately started flocking to me, eager to talk about my bear and compliment me on my shift. Their eyes would linger. It made me feel like I was some prize to be won. Tulip's jealousy was obvious, and she didn't even try to hide it. My frustration grew with every passing minute. I didn't want the attention, yet I was expected to handle it, to play the part. It was exhausting. "Velas, show me a way." I was desperate to get out of it all, desperate to go back home. My instincts were screaming, like something really bad was going to happen, like things were going to change forever, for good or for worse. I didn't know. I was barely able to focus on the classes. As soon as it was lunch, I rushed to the dining room of the school, where I scanned the entire place to look for the little menace. But she wasn't there. My stomach twisted with more anger. Did she not have her food? Was she planning on staying hungry? What was more important than eating food? And why the fuck it bothered me so much? It didn't bother me so much before I shifted. Even Torben was restless inside me. Her absence gnawed at me. I clenched my jaw and pushed the feeling away to focus on the conversation between my friends. But the irritation built with every passing minute. "Matt!" Tulip's voice snapped me from my thoughts. She was holding a piece of steak in front of my mouth. When my eyes focused on her, I found her frowning. "What's wrong?" "Nothing," I muttered and ate the steak she offered. Shit, this was what I should look forward to. Tulip. She was my future. As the school day came to an end, I found myself waiting at the parking lot as I leaned against the car and chatted with my friends. My eyes kept darting to the entrance. At last, she appeared, and I huffed a sigh of relief. I waited for her to come to the car impatiently, but instead she walked with her friend, her head down, straight for her friend, Aiden's car. A sharp surge of anger flooded through me. I strode to her without thinking. "Where do you think you're going?" I growled. Tam looked up at me with her stormy gray eyes. "I'm going with Aiden," she replied. "We have to do our homework together." "You are coming with me," I snapped. I grabbed her by her upper arm. "You just can't go with anyone without informing me." She looked at me with hatred in her eyes. "Matt," she shouted, "the teacher wants me to help Aiden. I will go with him." Her gaze darted to Tulip, who was looking at us with wide eyes full of shock. "You can go with her." The sting of her words burned hotter than I wanted to admit. I glared at Aiden, who recoiled and stepped back. Then I pulled her with me to the car, even as she squealed her protests and hit me with her small fists. "Leave me, Matt," she shouted. But I opened the car door for her, shoved her in, and before she could get out, I sat in the driver's seat and zipped off home. How dare she defy me? Anger inside me was like hot molten lava, ready to pour out even at the slightest provocation. I didn't bother how Tulip and Seth looked at me, completely stunned. All that mattered was Tam inside my car. She had avoided me the whole day. The girl who ran after me now avoided me. The gall, the drive home was silent, suffocating, but I felt better. The silence between us was oppressive, and neither of us seemed willing to break. Tam didn't speak as she fixed her gaze out the window. Even though I wanted to talk to her, I was still seething, unable to shake off the anger that had built inside me since morning. I wondered if I should apologize to her. But why? She was the one at fault. She should be apologizing. Moreover, my pride kept me silent. Honestly, I couldn't figure out what to say to her anymore. She could distance herself for all she wanted to. By the time we pulled into the driveway, though my anger hadn't faded, unease settled in my gut. I could sense it before I even stepped out of the car. Strong smell invaded my nostrils, of wolves. I stepped out, gripping Tam's hand in mine, and walked toward the house. Outside, a group of wolves stood. As soon as they looked at Tam, their eyes glinted with excitement, and murmurs started. My stomach tightened and shoved Tam behind my back. My bear tried to push forward, and I let out a growl of warning. They all stopped, but their excitement didn't die down. I reached inside the house, keeping Tam close to me, and there I saw a couple. Wolves. Their eyes instantly landed on me, and then on Tam. My gut twisted, because the she-wolf looked exactly like an older version of Tam. "Matt," my father said with excitement in his demeanor. "These are Alpha Lucien and Luna Auren from the Shadowfang pack, Tam's parents." My stomach dipped. Matt POV. My heart thumped erratically as I stood there frozen. There was so much tension in the air that one could slice it with a knife. With my jaw clenched, my eyes locked on Alpha Lucien and Luna Auren. And they were only looking at Tam, who was standing beside me. I hadn't seen them before, but my stomach churned at the resemblance of Tam with Luna Auren. Tam was a wolf. The same golden hair and gray eyes, same nose and slightly stronger jawline like that of her father. I had heard that Auren was the most beautiful she-wolf in the world, but because Tam also had Lucien's features, Tam was even more beautiful than her mother. "Matt," my mom's voice was soft beside me. "There are Tam's real parents," she said with a smile and tears in her eyes. "Auren and Lucien, and Tam's real name is Tamara." When Auren laid eyes on Tam, it felt like a dam breaking. Her emotions crashed down all at once. Her eyes brimmed with tears, and for a moment, she couldn't move. It looked like Tam's presence was overwhelming. Tears finally spilled down her cheeks as she whispered, "My baby." Tam watched her with wide eyes, clutching the sleeve of my shirt. I didn't know what to do except shove her behind me. Tam peeked at them from behind me. Auren stepped forward. "Tamara, come to me, baby," she cried. "We've been searching for you for years." Tam's curiosity increased, but she still came out from behind me. Auren looked at her with so much tenderness that Tam seemed to melt. And that look of tenderness passing between them made my stomach twist again. My hands clenched into fists at my sides. "Her real name is Tam Oluk," I protested. Even as I protested, I knew it was sounding weak. Tam smelled like her parents. That's what Uncle Magnus told me when he was dying. This time, Alpha Lucien stepped forward. He swallowed thickly as he glanced at Tam. "Her name is Tamara, not Tam Oluk. I think Magnus was trying to say our names as well. A for Auren, and Luke for Lucien." The moment he spoke, everything hit me like a ton of bricks. I wanted to argue, but I didn't know what to say. Images of Uncle Magnus dying in front of me flooded my mind. My chest tightened. Torben wanted to tear out, protest, but I knew his emotions were misplaced. He wanted to protect every one of his pack members. As if understanding my emotions, Auren said, "We understand this is hard for you and your family, Matt." On the side, my mom was already crying softly. Dad had wrapped his arm around her shoulder to support her. Lucien said, "She is our daughter, and we have come to take her home." Velis. My breath lodged in my throat. I pushed Torben down. This was the best for my mental health as well. Tam had to leave. After she left, I wouldn't see her face, and I would focus on myself. I won't remember my uncle's untimely death. How he was shot dead just to save her. It was a weight I carried for 8 years. It was finally time to get rid of it. So I stepped away from Tam. Tam glanced up at me, her stormy gray eyes wide and unsure. I knew that she didn't fully understand what was going on. Auren dropped to her knees as anticipation was thick in the air. "Come here, baby," she said. Tam stepped forward, her small hand outstretched as if she hoped that I would take it, but I had my fists clenched on my sides. She looked at my parents, who encouraged her to go to her parents, to bridge the gap between them, to increase the gap that was widening between us. It had to. There was no other way out. "Matt?" she asked hesitantly. "Mommy, Daddy," she trailed off, unsure what to do. She looked scared. Torben pushed me to go to her and comfort her, but that was the stupidest thing he had said to me. But this was his constant emotion ever since he had come out. It was then I knew that Torben was an emotional mess. Nothing else. I had to tame my beast to become more feral. "Matt," Tam said again. "Tam," I whispered under my breath. "Go!" The hurt in her eyes cut through me, but I maintained a cold look. "Go," I insisted. "They are your parents." At this, Tam turned to her real parents. Auren's arms were outstretched for her long-lost pup. She was crying so hard that the emotion in the air turned somber. "Come, baby," Lucien said, his impatience showing clearly. "Go," my mom urged her. Tam took a few steps toward her parents. Suddenly, Auren grabbed her hand and pulled her against her chest. Tam squealed, but Auren gripped her tightly, peppering kisses on her face. Lucien, too, sat on his knees in front of his wife and daughter and wrapped them in his bear hug. Though Tam was flustered, I could feel that slowly her tension dissipated. It had to, because the bond between the family flared to life. She felt bonded to her parents. She stared at them with confusion, with 1,000 questions in her eyes, but it seemed like she had already begun to accept them. But why did it feel like she was betraying us? It was a moment of emotions. After a long time, when Auren stopped kissing her daughter, Lucien picked her up in his arms. He looked at my parents and said, "I can't thank you enough for what you've done, and I have no words to thank Matt. He saved her when she was a little pup. Please let me know how I can compensate you. I'll do anything for you." His words were full of genuineness. My parents smiled. They asked him to come to the library where they would hand over her papers and other things. But me, I glared at Tam, my anger bursting. As if on instinct, she looked at. When our eyes locked, I said, "Good riddance," and before waiting for her to react, I turned and ran out. When I was in the forest, Torben tore through me with vengeance, and we ran, away from the maddening crowd. Auren POV. For 8 years, we had been crazily trying to find Tamara. For 8 years, I had dreamed of this moment, of seeing Tamara again, of finally holding my daughter in my arms. After Magnus's death, every lead went cold. But we didn't give up hope. Even though Lucien focused on his pack and Bradley, he never stopped searching for our daughter. We traveled to every place, including human towns, but for all our efforts, she remained out of reach. It wasn't until one day Alpha Teddy came to Lucien for help that the breakthrough came. After Magnus's death, he was struggling to keep 2 packs going well and alive. His pack business wasn't doing so well because he had invested it into 2 packs. Knowing that Lucien had previously helped Magnus, he had come to him seeking monetary support to prevent his pack's collapse. When Lucien met Teddy, his sharp senses immediately caught the familiar scent of Tamara. It was unmistakable. Before Teddy could speak a word, Lucien growled at him. "Teddy, who else have you been around?" Teddy was startled. He hesitated, but after a moment of silence, he said, "I'm sorry, but what do you mean, Alpha Lucien? I'm not a traitor." Lucien couldn't help himself. He walked over to him and sniffed him. "That smell," he said, his eyes glinting. "Do you know of a pup named Tamara?" Teddy's eyes widened in surprise. "I know Tam," and Teddy stopped mid-sentence and leaned in to smell Lucien. Fuck. My insides screamed because I wasn't believing where this may all lead to. Was the goddess being kind to us again? Teddy jerked his head up to see Lucien in his eyes. "Tam, we found Tam 8 years ago. I mean, my son brought her to us. By Velis. Tam, she's my adopted daughter. She's been living with us, but she's yours, isn't she?" The moment of truth was out, and everything fell into place. And now, standing in Teddy's house, I felt a whirlwind of emotions crashing inside me. Relief, fear, joy, and guilt. I couldn't help notice how Tamara had grown into such a beautiful girl. Suddenly, I realized how much I missed out on. I envied Shayla and Teddy for the time lost. But would Tamara remember me? Would she accept me as her mother? Those words were making me edgy. Tamara left us and walked to Shayla. She climbed her lap and hugged her tightly. "Mom," she cried. Shayla hugged her and kissed her on her cheek. "These are you parents, Tam. They love you." Her voice wavered from all the love and care. "And even if you're their daughter, you are still our girl too." "Mommy," Tamara cried. "Oh, my baby," Shayla sobbed. It was a heavy moment, and I waited patiently. I just couldn't pluck Tamara away. She needed to be with her adoptive parents, and I was thankful to the goddess that they took such good care of my baby. Finally, after a long time, Teddy handed all papers to Lucien, and when all of Tamara's things were packed, we headed to our car. I darted my eyes to find Matt, but the boy had gone missing. He seemed to behave oddly, like he was protecting my baby, but I was overreacting. It was obvious that he had grown attached to my baby over the last few years. After all, he was the one who saved her. Tamara was in my arms when we came to the car. She blinked as her small hand rested on my chest. "You're my mommy?" she asked in a soft voice, tinged with uncertainty. She glanced at Shayla and back to me, clearly torn between the life she had known and the strange new reality unfolding in front of her. My heart broke. I brushed a strand of golden hair from her face. "Yes, baby," I said in a soft voice. "I'm your mommy, and I've missed you so much." Her lips trembled as she looked at Shayla and Teddy, tears slipping down her cheeks. "I don't want to leave them." "I know, sweetie," I said. "I promise you that I'll bring you here to visit them." At that, Tamara's eyes lit up. She wiped her tears. Then she looked at Shayla and said loudly, "Tell Matt that I don't like him, but I will come to meet him again." Shayla laughed, shaking her head. "I will." My lips curled up. I looked at where Shayla and Teddy were and said, "Thank you for everything." Teddy gave a solemn smile. "It's what parents do, Luna Auren. We take care of our own." Lucien's throat bobbed as he tried to contain his emotions. He shook Teddy's hand. "Let me know how I can help you, Teddy. I'll do everything in my capacity to bring your packs back to old glory." Lucien had already sent $1 million to Teddy's pack business account, and he was planning to send more. I suggested that he set up a trust fund for them, which he liked very much. "Thank you," Teddy replied. "It means a lot to me." Once we sat in the car, Lucien put Tamara in his lap. His joy was limitless. He couldn't stop looking at his daughter. Every once in a while, he would turn his face away, and I would find him wiping a tear on his cheek. At first, Tamara was reluctant to talk to us, which was natural, but my husband had learnt all the tricks by now. He had been secretly practicing on how he would cajole his daughter when he met her again. He never gave up hope that she was alive. An hour later, Tamara was giggling at his antics. Can you imagine that Lucien even learnt small chest magic tricks to wheedle her? The car filled with Tamara's laughter, and both of us relaxed, letting the moment wash over us. I turned my face out the window, and it was then I noticed a golden brown, majestic bear running through the jungle as if trying to keep up with the car. He was a blur of motion through the trees, as tall as Lucien's wolf, and beautiful. My breath caught in my throat as I stared at it for a long time, but soon he came to a stop when we reached the pack's border and watched us leave. He was on patrol, I guess. Ignoring him, I returned my thoughts to Tamara and Lucien, who were now laughing like they were old buddies. I took a sigh of relief and closed my eyes as I leaned back. I wondered how Bradley would take his sister in. Well, for now, I leaned on Lucien's shoulder and heard my pup giggling, Auren POV. All the while in the car, I couldn't let my gaze drift from my pup. She had grown into such a beautiful baby that my heart felt like it was both breaking and healing at the same time. After 8 long years, I couldn't believe she was finally in my arms. The happiness I felt was something I thought I'd never feel again. But at the same time, there was this pain in my chest for missing so much. Those years without her, without seeing her grow, without holding her, made the joy feel bittersweet. And I knew that Lucien felt the same. Through our bond, I could feel his overwhelming instinct surging through him. It was a fierce protectiveness that he couldn't control. Neither of us could. When Tamara slept in his lap, he murmured, "I want to shield her from everything and everyone who hurt her, Auren, from the world that had kept her away from me for so long." My heart squeezed for my husband who had suffered silently for so long. Even though I told him that it wasn't his fault, he blamed himself for Tamara's disappearance continuously. For the first year, Lucien and I couldn't speak properly with each other. However, now seeing him gently brushing her hair as she cradled in his lap, my heart swelled with relief, feeling that the worst was over. She was safe, she was with us, and we would protect her with our life. She was finally home, and we would never let her go. When Tamara woke up, she was wide-eyed, hesitant, and even though I knew that the bond between us was flaring to life, she was reluctant to open up. It was natural. "I miss Mom and Dad," she said in a low voice, as if scared. "Do you want to talk to them?" I asked. "Yes," she replied, nodding and judging us. Lucien immediately took his phone out and gave it to her. "You can talk to them," he said with a soft smile. Tamara grinned, and Lucien beamed. Even a small reaction of Tamara was enough to make him ecstatic. He dialed Teddy's number and gave it to her. Tamara quickly took the phone, got out of his lap, and climbed over the seats to sit in the front seat. Lucien chuckled, watching her. "Monkey," he muttered playfully. Tamara pressed her head to the window, as if hiding her conversation from us. "Daddy!" she said excitedly. "Tammy?" Teddy's excited voice sounded from the other side. "How are you? Are you okay? Is everything all right?" "Yes," Tamara said. "I miss you." "Oh, baby," Teddy said in a hoarse voice. There was a pause on the other side. Then he added, "Shayla wants to speak with you." "Tammy!" Shayla squealed. "How are you? I am already missing you." She let out a choked sob. "You will come and meet us, right?" "Yes, Mommy," she said. "I'll come soon." She let out a cry. When she addressed them as Mommy and Daddy, my heart wrenched. I won't say that I wasn't jealous, but I couldn't do much because this was natural. How else was she going to address people who looked after her for 8 years with all the love and affection one could think of? Lucien held my hand and squeezed it. "Give her time, Auren," he said in a soft voice, understanding my predicament. We reached the Shadowfang pack soon after. Tamara looked out the window with pure fascination. The pack had turned into a town of about 6,000 wolves over the past few years. Lucien's responsibilities had increased. The pack had all the modern architecture. We had integrated the latest technology that the human world boasted, and we had more connection with the human world now. In fact, our newest member, Annie Jones, was a human, and she was our IT and robotics chief. She had joined only a few months ago and knew about werewolves, and so it was easy for her to gel with us. But she was a hunter initially. I don't know how or why, after she met with Tyrion, she changed quite a lot. I wondered if she and Tyrion were mates, but none of them spoke about their feelings. A few months ago, she had captured Tyrion. Lucien had launched a massive hunt for his beta. He had found both of them in an abandoned building. The battle that took place between hunters and Lucien's wolves was intense. Tyrion was finally brought back to the pack in a heavily injured state. Annie was brought as a captive. The car screeched to a halt. "We've reached home," Lucien said, jumping out of the car. He immediately rushed to open Tamara's door. Tamara's eyes widened when she took the manor in. "Is this a palace?" she asked. Lucien laughed. "No, love, this is your new home." She swallowed and stared at it. I held her hand and guided her inside. All the Omegas were fascinated by her as I walked with her inside. Lucien followed us. Bradley must have heard us coming. He burst inside the main hall with eyes beaming with excitement as he looked at his sister. "Tamara?" he asked her. Tamara blushed. "Yes, hi!" He laughed. "Goddess, Mom, she looks like you," he grinned. I couldn't help laughing, feeling proud. "Tamara, this is your brother Bradley." "Hi, Bradley," Tamara said again. "I got a lot of things to play. I've arranged a lot of stuff. Would you like to come and see?" he asked her. Tamara bit her bottom lip, unsure of what to do. Lucien nudged her. "Go on. Brad has been waiting for you. He has a good collection of games." Tamara smiled. "Do you have an Xbox?" "Of course," Brad said proudly. "I got the latest one." "Oh, lovely." Tamara clasped her hand. "Matt never let me touch his." "Who's this nut?" Brad asked as he turned to leave, and Tamara followed. As the two left, talking to each other, Lucien pulled me close and curled his arm around my shoulders. I think they will soon become best buddies. I sighed, watching them as they talked nonstop. They are twins. I don't expect anything less. It was such a beautiful moment that both of us just remained standing there until the pups disappeared. I couldn't help remembering Vivi. She had lost her life to save my baby. Lucien and I went to our room where we freshened up, but when I came out of the bathroom, I saw that Lucien had gone. I jerked my head in surprise when I heard loud laughter coming from Brad's room. It seemed like my husband and pups were together. Unable to stop myself, I quickly put on a sundress and walked to their room. And there they were. The three of them were playing some game on Xbox, laughing and trying to beat each other. I leaned on the doorframe with my arms crossed across my chest. This felt normal. A tear slipped out of my eye and I didn't wipe it. I knew that Tamara would take some time to adjust to her new reality, but she will be fine. Luna Auren. I whipped my head behind only to find Tyrion standing there, smiling. He was still recovering with bandages around his chest and wrists. Can I see Tamara? Auren POV. Of course, I chuckled as I stepped aside for Tyrion. It was good to see him alive and well. I hated Annie with all I had initially for capturing him and doing those experiments, but what I didn't understand was why Tyrion allowed it. He was a powerful werewolf, and if he gave us one signal, we would have been there for his help. When we brought Annie as a captive and threw him in the dungeons, it was him who wanted her to come out. Why? That was a question he wasn't answering. Goddess. Tyrion entered the room and sat with the kids and their father. Soon the whole manor was filled with their laughter. Emotions choked me. A few minutes later, I found myself sending snacks to all of them. The first time I saw Tamara and Bradley play together, it felt like the world finally started to make sense. In just a few days, she became a big part of our lives. It amazed me how quickly she adjusted to our world. She was with bear shifters earlier, but with werewolves, she gelled with natural ease. Her connection with Bradley was amazing. It seemed like the twins bonded well. I always felt that Brad was waiting for Tamara, like he missed a connection. But now that she was here, he had her by his side. He was protective of her in the way only a brother could be. He always made sure she was okay. It made me smile how gentle and patient he was with her. At first, Tamara was shy, but now I saw her starting to shine. She had joined the elementary school in our pack. She had opened up a lot to Bradley and us. When they laughed together, it was so pure, so real. It was a sound I loved. I had longed since the day she was taken from us. The twins spent time running through the backyard, playing with their friends, climbing trees like monkeys. Sometimes they would race to the edge of the forest, only to turn back and giggle. It seemed that Tamara loved it all. At school, she was nervous first, but with Brad on her side, she settled in pretty well. Her classmates were eager to make friends with her. I could see how much she enjoyed going to school. Slowly, my baby was turning into a smart girl, and it made me proud to watch her grow. Lucien was also so satisfied. His pups were his world. Just last night, he asked if we should have one more pup. One more, I snapped. Don't be mad. Come on, Auren, he said, thrusting inside me with abandon. It is high time. Having one more shouldn't be such an issue. I slapped his arm. Stop it, wolf. And focus on fucking me. And he did focus. Damn it. His focus went on till morning until I was exhausted. I seriously couldn't walk properly that day. Goddess, my alpha. I wouldn't have worried that much, but he nodded inside me after 8 years. And that scared the shit out of me. I was about to go in my heats. I wouldn't get pregnant, right? 5 months later, Teddy and Shella came to visit. Tamara was excited to see them again, and as soon as they stepped through the door, she ran to them, throwing herself into their arms. I missed you, she said, her voice joyous. We missed you too, Tammy, Shayla said, picking her up in her arms. Teddy also looked at her with tenderness. But even as they united, I couldn't ignore the pain on their faces. I understood. Tamara had been with them for so long. It wasn't easy to just let her go. They stayed for dinner. How's Matt? Tamara asked. Why hasn't he come? Is he coming to visit? Matt's been busy, Teddy said gently, but there was hesitation in his voice, like he didn't want to hurt Tamara. You can call him, Shayla said with a smile when she looked at Tamara's disappointed face. Tamara happily called Matt from Shayla's phone. She waited for him to pick it up, but the call went to voicemail. She tried again, but the same thing happened. He didn't pick up. Her face fell. There was a quiet sadness in her eyes. She missed Matt, but it seemed like Matt didn't miss her. Maybe he was happy that the girl he saved at the cost of his uncle's life was finally gone. But who was going to explain that to Tamara? At night, after Teddy and Shayla left, I told Tamara, "Don't worry, sweetheart. We can go to meet him whenever you want." "No," she snapped. "I don't want to meet him. Ever." I was surprised by her reaction, but I respected it. It wasn't for me to decide who my baby wanted to meet or not. Next day, I had to go to Lucien's office for a pack meeting. As I stepped in, I couldn't help admiring the place. It was a vast space with greenery everywhere and cameras. There was sleek, modern furniture and the latest technology lining the walls. Large windows overlooked the grounds. My gaze landed on two figures inside the room, and he was looking at Annie intensely. Seated across from him, she looked strikingly beautiful. Dark hair framed her face in soft waves. Her eyes were light green. Her skin was pale, features delicate, almost like she didn't belong to this place. I couldn't help feeling skeptical about her. Annie had been here only a few months, and yet Tyrion was fascinated by her. It was as if his usual calm was always disrupted in her presence. I opened my mind link with him. Tyrion, are you really so invested in her? Remember, she hunted you. She did experiments, and yet you favor her. If it would have been me, I would have killed her by now. He didn't turn to me but sighed. A faint smile came on his lips. There's more to Annie than you think, he replied, and I'm trying to figure that out. I rolled my eyes. Initially, Lucien didn't want her anywhere near, but the human climbed fast in the ranks with her sharp brain. We came to know that she was a nerd who topped her university exam, but was pulled into hunting werewolves by her father. Her dead father, I hope you don't regret it. You are all moon eyes on her. Tyrion chuckled. Annie lifted her gaze at him and blushed. I rolled my eyes again. Oh, did I tell you that Maris married Josh? Hi all. If you're reading this book, do comment. You can also join me on FB at Mishak Writes or IG at author Mishaker to know more. Matt POV. Everything felt off. I have no idea why. Mom and Dad had returned after meeting Tam. She called me when they were there, but I didn't pick up the phone. Not because I was with Tulip, but because Tam was history. Past. I wanted to focus on the future. My college, Tulip, friends, my breakfast, right now. I knew that I would get over those nightmares soon, especially with her gone. It was a relief. A tremendous relief to not see her around the house, or listen to her stupidly laughing and giggling at everything and anything. Ugh, I hated those days, of hating her, of not wanting her around me. Finally, I was free. So yeah, when she called, it was obvious that I didn't pick her phone. But as I sat at the breakfast table, listening to Mom and Dad about her, I could barely focus on anything. My mind was all over the place. I wanted to forget about her, ignore the feeling bubbling inside me, but no matter how hard I tried, my parents' talk would bring me back to her. My mind felt like it was spinning out of control as anger slammed inside me along with confusion. Enough, I shouted. Can you just stop talking about her? Both Mom and Dad looked at me with surprise. Matt, Mom said, what happened? We were only talking about Tam. I don't want to talk about her or listen about her, I shouted. Can you understand? My parents stared at me like I had grown two heads. They exchanged a glance and fell silent. Good. At least this way I would handle the mess I was stuck in. Okay, my father said. Have you thought about college? There's a very good one at Shadowfang Pack. Alpha Lucien has the latest. No, I snapped. I will not go there. My father was again surprised. Matt, what is wrong? Alpha Lucien is going to take good care of you. I clenched my fists. I don't want to go there, I growled. I have been accepted at 3 Ivy League colleges in the human world. I'll join one of them. Father looked flustered, but he didn't say anything. But Mom said, we were hoping you would join that college, Matt. That way you will be near us. Your father wants you to take charge of the Everflame Pack when you graduate, and being near us would mean that you could help him while you are in college as well. No, I snapped. Throwing the napkin on the table, I got up and ran outside, unable to understand why things just felt wrong. When I reached the tree line at the edge of our territory, I gave way to my bear. Torben had been restless for a long time. He broke free, pushing through me gladly, and then he darted into the deep forest. And before I could stop him, he was heading toward the place I was strongly against. The Shadowfang Pack. I didn't understand. I didn't want to understand his stupid fascination. Go back! I screamed at him. This is wrong. I don't want to be here. But Torben was a powerful beast. His instincts were stronger than mine. He kept pushing forward. Eventually, I had to threaten him to not let him come out for a week if he didn't turn back, and then only he turned back. 3 months later, as I sat at my desk in my room staring mindlessly at the acceptance letters of universities, I felt like my mind was going in circles. Matt? Father's sharp voice cut across my thoughts. I straightened in the chair. Yes? I asked, putting the letter down. He came to sit on the edge of the bed. So which college have you decided, son? I shook my head. I don't think I want to go to college, I replied in a low voice, keeping my head low. What? Matt, you should focus on your future. College is a good start. You have been accepted at Yale. You should go there. I shook my head again, barely looking up. I've decided I won't go to college. I could feel tension rising in the room, in my chest. I'd rather help you with the pack. That's where I need to be right now. I was expecting my father to blow up, but his face softened. He sighed deeply. He was clearly disappointed, but not angry. Are you sure? He asked and paused as his eyes locked onto mine. When I nodded, he said, All right then. If you're not going to college, you will take charge of the Everflame pack. You will become the alpha of that pack, taking the place of your Uncle Magnus. The words hit me like a punch. What? He nodded. You're 18 now, Matt. It's time you stepped up if you are not going to college. I'll help you, but it's time for you to take reins. And if in future you feel like going to college, you can always go. I will support you in your decision. Daddy, my throat choked with emotions. How could Velas give me such wonderful parents? I didn't deserve them. Thanks, he chuckled and got up. I also got up with him. Suddenly, he pulled me close to him in a bear hug. And for the first time, I closed my eyes and felt happy. You'll do well, son, he said, patting my back. I have full confidence in you. I felt the weight of the responsibility settle on my shoulders. I don't know if I'm ready, I admitted. You'll learn as you go, he said with a smile. You're stronger than you think. Taking charge of the Everflame pack independently wasn't ever in my dreams, but it felt right, like I could finally do justice to Uncle Magnus. Mom entered the room, and when she heard my decision, she was not happy at first. However, when my father reasoned with her and assured her that I could join college whenever I liked, she grunted, but she agreed. I think you will do well as an alpha, she finally chuckled. Why don't you take Tulip with you? She can help you with day-to-day work. Matt POV. The ceremony of my ascension as the alpha of the Everflame pack was short but significant. I stood before the pack as the shaman carried the ritual. He was surprised to see me taking over, but he smiled and said, I'm so happy that you are taking over as the alpha of the Everflame pack, Matt. Alpha Magnus loved you a lot. The mention of his name brought back so many childhood memories that a lump formed in my throat. I swallowed it as I gave him my hand. He sliced it with a knife and allowed my blood to drop in a sacred bowl in front of Velas's statue. Once the bowl was half filled, he asked every pack member in the clearing to add their drop of blood to it. When finally every pack member did it, the shaman offered it to Velas. As the blood dropped on his feet and disappeared in the ground below, connection with the pack members slammed into my chest. It felt heavy, like I was weighed down with 1,000 responsibilities deep inside. The shaman raised my hand, which was already healed, and said, Your new alpha, Alpha Matt. The crowd started cheering for me. My parents watched me with pride in their eyes, and I knew that from today onward, I would concentrate on what was ahead of me instead of dwelling in the stupid, ugly past. My parents left soon after. Though Tulip was with me for the ceremony, I asked her to leave because I wanted to focus on my pack's business. Being alpha was what I had to do. Over the next few months, I did my job well. I handled everything efficiently. But handling relationships, that was another story. Girls constantly threw themselves at me, admiring my status, my looks, my power. It was thrilling. They wanted me, and I think I wanted them. There was a new girl every night I was alone. Brief moments of escape from a feeling that I wasn't able to escape. Was it loneliness? Ah, no. I couldn't be lonely. There were so many things to do. Sex had become a great distraction from my pack business. It was tiring to be an alpha. There was so much to do all the time. Yet there were answers I was searching for, always. But what were the questions? 7 years later, 7 years had passed on. A few weeks ago, I turned 25. In some ways, all these years as an alpha had felt like a blur, and in others it had dragged on endlessly. My pack had flourished under my regime. Alpha Lucien had generously donated to us, and he helped us on many fronts. However, after 3 years, I asked him to stop with his help because we were sufficient and efficient. Father's pack was also doing very well. Yet life seemed to be moving around me, but I felt like I was stuck, like I was on autopilot, trapped in a loop that I couldn't break. I had everything I had ever imagined. Tulip finished college and joined me. She was a valuable asset to my pack. Everyone knew that we were going to marry. She was always there ever since she arrived. She was beautiful, charming, and everyone loved her. She was the perfect partner for an alpha, the kind of girl every pack member expected me to settle with. Easy to talk to, always smiling, always eager to please. After she had come to my pack, I had stopped my dalliances. Tulip made me laugh, made me forget the weight of my responsibilities for a while. Sometimes I thought I loved her, but other times I wondered if I was simply doing what I expected of myself. It was a sultry evening of a week I wanted to forget the most. I was watching out the window toward the forest. In the morning I had trained the new pups. With a whiskey glass in my hand, I took a deep sigh as I tilted my head up and closed my eyes. Tulip had taken a bath after we had intense sex. She came behind me and wrapped her arms around my waist. "What are you thinking?" she asked. "Nothing," I replied absent-mindedly. She kissed my shoulder. "I don't believe you. You have been so pensive the past few days. What's wrong?" I took a shaky breath. "It's nothing, Tulip," I said firmly. "You should sleep. It's past midnight. I want to go for a run in the forest. Torben wants it." Veles, my bear, was really pushing me to break free. Even after all the training in the morning, all the pack business and intense sex with Tulip, he wanted to run. There were so many pent-up emotions. A good run was going to settle him. She made me turn toward her. "Can I ask you something?" she said in a soft voice, her dark eyes fixed on me. "Sure," I said, a frown pulling at my lips. She pursed her lips as a pale blush formed on her cheeks. "I know this will sound hopeless, but I wanted to know where our relationship stands." A crease formed in my forehead as I narrowed my eyes on her. Tension bunched up in my shoulders. "Why?" She licked her lips. "We both are 25, and I've known you ever since we were pups. I think it is high time we take decisive action." I clenched my teeth, not liking the direction of her talk. She continued, "I can't wait forever for you to ask me to marry me, so..." She let out a rough exhale. "Will you marry me, Matt?" she asked in a hopeful voice. I parted my lips. Marriage? But then didn't I want Tulip as my mate? She was a strong woman and I knew her well. My beta Seth often suggested that I should marry her. He accused me of suffering from loneliness. Bull fucking shit. Torben growled inside me. "No, refuse her." But how could I refuse her? My core shook violently, leaving me breathless, like I betrayed myself, like I was suffocating. Yet this was the right thing to do. I couldn't let Tulip guess about our marriage. Torben became as restless as I was, but neither of us knew how to fix it. All he said was a big no. I couldn't. It wasn't right. I could have asked her to give me time, but on the inside I knew that I had taken forever. She was really on the edge. Tears came into her eyes. She lowered her head. "I didn't know you were." "Yes," I blurted. "I'll marry you." "Veles, why did it feel like I was clawing my heart?" "Really?" she squealed. "Yeah," I nodded. "Veles," she shouted and hugged me tightly. "Thank you." I stood there numb. This was right. Yes. When she removed herself, she wiped her tears and said, "I'm going to inform everyone." I watched her bouncing on her feet as she took her phone and went out of the room. Something heavy slammed in my chest. I drank my whiskey in one go, and then picked up the entire bottle and drained it. The numbness inside me increased. The next day, there were 1,000 calls from everyone, but one invite caught my attention. It was from Alpha Lucien. They invited me to Tamara's 15th birthday. My heart skipped a beat. That's why I hated this week. I hated her existence. Matt POV. The drive to the Shadowfang pack felt like it was taking forever. I kept my eyes on the road as my hands gripped the steering wheel tighter than necessary. Tulip was sitting next to me, chattering away as usual about the grand wedding plans she had, but I could barely focus on what she was saying. My thoughts kept going back to the one thing I didn't want to think. The fact that I was about to see Tam after 7 long years. 7 years felt like a lifetime ago when I had last seen her, when I thought it was good riddance. I had pushed her out of my mind as best as I could. After she had left, I was buried with confusion and emptiness. But I knew the reason. It was mostly because she had spent 8 years with us as a family. Maybe this time I would bid her a proper goodbye and move on. So yes, in a way I was looking forward to seeing her. I needed closure. However, the invitation from Alpha Lucien had opened a floodgate of memories. Matt, Tulip touched my thigh. What are you thinking about? I glanced over at her, wondering what she was saying. Dressed in a sleek blue dress that hugged her curves, her dark hair styles perfectly, she was the picture of elegance. I knew everyone would be fawning over her. I licked my lips. What were you saying again? Why was it that I felt disconnected? She sighed. I don't know what is going on with you lately. She crossed her arms and pouted. I was wondering if I should wear a white gown or a red one at our wedding. Whatever you like, I replied nonchalantly. She sighed again and pursed her lips. You are of no use, I chuckled. When do you want to fix the marriage date? She asked. The shaman said that the next full moon is auspicious. Taking a deep breath in, I ran my fingers through my hair. That's too early for me, Tulip. Let me think it over. But how will it matter? She whined. You will go back to your day-to-day activities after the wedding. I replied as politely as I could. I need some time. Though she didn't argue, she seemed upset. When we finally arrived, I let out a rough exhale in order to calm my racing heart. Tulip smiled, clearly excited. She took my arm and we both walked inside the venue. The moment I entered, my eyes searched for her, and there, standing in the middle of the room, was Tam. Stunned, my breath hitched. I felt like I was punched in the gut. Torben growled inside me, pushing me to go to her. Down, boy, I hissed at him. Tamara was no longer the girl I remembered. She had changed, grown up, beautiful, graceful, mesmerizing, and radiating. She stood there like she owned the world. Her long, curly golden hair shimmered in the light, and those same stormy gray eyes were full of life. Even at this distance, she was like a flame, attracting moths who wanted to burn. Tulip nudged me to move. Matt, she chided me. My throat had turned dry, but I swallowed down this confusing reaction and moved forward. With every step I took toward Tamara, all my hatred for her seemed to wash away. Our eyes locked. When she saw me, her face lit up with recognition. Tamara was flanked by two twin boys, both standing close to her protectively. One with curly blonde hair like hers and the other with dark hair, both with dark eyes. And they both looked distinctly like Alpha Lucien. Alpha Lucien and Luna Auren stood beside them, laughing and talking to others. The hall looked like stars had descended on Earth. There were tall chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. Flowers adorned every surface along with scented candles. Elaborate meals were stacked on a long table on the right. Servers moved around carrying trays of champagne and other beverages. To ease down the storm inside my chest, I picked up a champagne glass as I walked toward them. Before I reached them, I had downed it. It did nothing to ease me down. Matt, Tam exclaimed, her voice high with excitement. Happy birthday, I said as I gave her a bouquet. She grinned. Thank you. Alpha Matt. Alpha Lucien's warm voice broke through my thoughts, making me realize that I was staring at Tam. Alpha Lucien, I said and bowed to him. He clapped my back. It's been too long, I'm glad you could make it. I shook his hand. It's good to see you, Alpha Lucien. I glanced at Tam. It's been a while. Her lips curled up in a grin. Luna Auren, I said and bowed to her. I glanced at the twins who were no more than 6 years as they stared at me with narrowed eyes. I chuckled. And you both are? Luna Auren laughed softly. They are my sons, Oscar and Hans, she said. I jerked my head back in surprise. When did they have these two? It's good to see you, Matt, she added. You know I keep telling everyone that you are the one who saved Tamara years ago. Yes, Lucien chimed in. You remind me of your uncle, Magnus, loyal, strong, and willing to fight for everything right. My chest tightened at the mention of my uncle, and all the negative emotions slammed back. Before I could recoil and go back in a corner to drown my grief, Tam interrupted. I didn't think you would come, she said with amazement in her eyes, one she had whenever she looked at me when she was just a pup. I've been busy with my duties as an alpha, I said in a hoarse voice. The excuse didn't feel like enough, but I didn't care. I get it, she said quickly, but you should have visited. I wanted to see you. I felt my chest tighten as the words I wanted to say stuck in my throat. Before I could answer, Tulip nudged me. I snapped out of my haze and introduced her. Do you remember Tulip? I asked her. Tam's eyes snapped to Tulip. Yes, she said, her voice breaking when her eyes went to our joined hands. Tulip is my fiancée. Tulip grinned and bowed to Lucien and Auren while I saw Tamara's face change. Her excitement faded and her expression became distant. "Hi, Tulip," she said. Then her eyes dropped to the floor and her lips pressed together in a tight line. "Happy birthday, Tam," Tulip said. "Thank you." I could feel the tension in the air. The twins came forward, glaring, and crossed their arms across their chest as if to ward me away. "Congratulations!" Luna Auren chirped. Alpha Lucien also congratulated me. "Congrats," Tam said in a small voice. I could feel the pain in her voice. It was clear that she didn't know how to react to seeing me after all this time, especially now that I was engaged to someone else. In an attempt to break the awkwardness, I asked, "Where's Bradley? It must be his birthday as well." Alpha Lucien laughed. "That Brad is over there," he pointed at the corner. When I looked over there, I saw Brad with a bunch of his friends. He had turned out to be so handsome, just like his father, but with the gray eyes of his mom. "You can go and meet him," he encouraged me. I nodded and walked away. Suddenly, Tulip froze. "What's it, Tulip?" I asked. She clenched her jaw and stood there, staring ahead. "Tulip," I said loudly. With her eyes wide, she jerked her head at me and blabbered, "Matt, I'll be right back." Saying that, she hurried out of the room. Third POV. Tulip had always wanted this. Power. To be surrounded by powerful people. The birthday party was everything she had expected. Alpha Lucien and Luna Auren had gone all out to celebrate Tam's birthday party. Guests mingled, laughter filled the air, and she knew that she had to make connections. This was a lifetime opportunity. Alphas of various packs were here. Unmated alphas. Though she wasn't going to flirt with them because she had to behave like Matt's perfect fiancé, still. Matt was perfect, but deep inside, she ignored that feeling. Ever since Matt had shifted, she thought that he would be her mate. But the connection never came. 7 years ago, when Matt first shifted, and when his bear didn't claim her, the rage had consumed her. Fury, jealousy, and disbelief had slammed through her. In front of him, she suppressed her emotions, but inside she hated Torben. She had stormed back home and torn apart the house, throwing objects, clawing furniture with her claws, and slashing curtains. Her parents had a hard time calming her. And now that Matt didn't come out as her mate, the depth of her jealousy against Tam reached new levels. She loathed how he was possessive toward her, how fiercely protective he was of the girl. The way he acted toward her made it feel like she was the only girl he cared about. Though he hated her on the outside, Tulip noticed how he looked at Tam with that softness. It infuriated her that wherever he was, he would make sure that Tam was doing well, that she wasn't bullied. In fact, he had gotten into a horrible fight with his friend Jace when Jace commented about Tam. He had never done this for her. He was there for Tam when she was hurt, when she missed her meals, when she was scolded by others. She had hoped that he would go to college with her, but he became Alpha. She went to the college alone, and that's where she met Harrison, an Omega bear, her mate. Sparks flew, and before she knew what was happening, she was living with him. She tried to keep her distance, to resist the temptation of him, but the mate attraction was too strong. When they had sex together, the world seemed to stop. He was gentle and devoted to her. But he was an Omega, not as powerful or rich as Matt. As much as she liked Harrison, she knew that she couldn't let go of Matt. Harrison dropped out of college, stating a family emergency. He asked her to come with her, but she didn't. Harrison couldn't offer her the same power and status that she had always dreamed of. She declined his offer. Harrison left that night feeling horrible. After college, Tulip went back home, and in that time, she once didn't see Harrison again. On Teddy's request, she went to Matt's pack to join him in his pack business. He was the safe choice. She hid everything from him, pretending that nothing happened. She became the sweet fiancée, all smiles and affection, urging him to marry her, dreading that one day Harrison might come back. She regretted not rejecting Harrison. However, at Tam's birthday party, things shifted. As she was going to meet Bradley, Lucien's elder son, a sense of unease crept up her spine. And then she smelled him, the unmistakable scent of Harrison. He was standing there, behind the bar, a server, staring at her. She couldn't believe it. She froze, her jaw clenching as she stared at him. If he revealed that he was her mate, then her perfect dream would shatter in a few seconds. It was like she had seen a ghost. Blood drained from her face. Of all the places, She found Harrison here? What's wrong, Tulip? Matt asked. Matt, I'll be right back, she said and hurried out of the room. She motioned Harrison to come out. A few minutes later, she found herself standing behind the hall in darkness, hyperventilating. Harrison came soon after. His eyes widened when he saw her. Tulip, he said and hugged her tightly. Velis, I missed you so much. It's impossible to stay without you. He kissed her on the temple as his hands reached her hips. Even though she felt great to be in his arms, she collected all the emotions and pulled away from him. What are you doing here? She demanded, her voice filled with anger and disbelief. He smiled softly as he held her wrists, his eyes shining. I'm working part-time here for the party. My manager said he would give me $500 for this job, but I didn't know you would be here. He looked at her from top to bottom. Look at you. You look even more beautiful. I tried to contact you so many times, but you blocked me. Why did you do that, Tulip? Tulip's breath caught. You shouldn't be here, she hissed. You're nothing to me. What? He jerked his head back. You heard me. He narrowed his eyes and then pulled her to him. His lips crashed on hers desperately, urgently. Before she knew it, she was clinging to him. His hands were all around her body. She whimpered at the touch. You're mine, he growled. Her eyes widened and she pulled away. I can't be with you, she spat. Why? He asked, bewildered. We are mates. Hush, she said furiously. You can't say that. I am Alpha Matt's fiancé. Harrison's eyebrows jumped to the hairline. Are you fucking insane? Reject him. You're my mate. She gritted her teeth. No. And then she did what she had planned. I, Tulip Montana, of the Coldmane Pack, reject my mate Harrison from this day onward. Harrison stared at her in disbelief, his body and mind going numb. Tulip, no, he rasped as he dropped on his knees with one hand on his chest. Sweat broke on her body as her heart felt like it was shattering into pieces. She staggered away from him, saying in a shaky voice, Accept the rejection, because if you ever try to contact me again, I'll make sure you die. Do you understand? Harrison didn't say a word. He just sat there, watching her going, hurt hammering his chest. Tulip returned to the party after going to the washroom and calming herself. Now she had to be even more careful. Not only because of Harrison, but also because she saw how Matt reacted to meeting Tamara after all these years. She was 15. In 3 years she would be 18 and shift. What if she sensed him as his mate? Fuck! She gripped the edge of the counter in the restroom, panicking. She had to keep him away from Tamara and marry him as soon as possible. Right now, they didn't understand their feelings. She had to take advantage of Matt's guilt and uncertainty. Auren POV. I slapped him on his chest. Alpha Lucien, we are done with babies. If you want more pups, better adopt, but I won't be having any more. His lips downturned. No, Auren, you... I slapped my hand over his mouth. Shut up and sleep. That night, as I drifted into sleep in Lucien's arms, a vivid dream engulfed me. I stood alone under a bright, glowing moon in a clearing. The scent of roses and jasmine filled my senses. I could feel the thick magic in the air. Like it caressed my skin, slithered around me like a lover, and then left me. I whipped my head to look around, a strange sensation of déjà vu overwhelming me. Why did I feel like a familiar presence was somewhere around? From the shadows of trees in front of me emerged a beautiful silver-eyed woman. Her face was still as beautiful as the day I saw her first. I gasped, remembering who she was. She smiled gently as she came near me. Auren, my child. Cressida whispered softly, her voice like wind through trees. My heart raced, my breath catching in my throat. Mother, I stammered, taking a step toward her. Her eyes fixed on me, she took my hand. I know you've birthed a beautiful daughter, Tamara. The blood of the moon goddess runs through both of you. You are not alone. Her power is awakening. My eyes widened in disbelief. Whose power? What are you saying? Mother, don't leave. She took a step back and laughed softly. I'm always here when you need me. Then she stepped back into the shadows, fading like mist. I jolted awake, my heart pounding as the echo of Cressida's voice lingered. She had visited me after so long, after a gap of 15 years. What was the meaning of it? But a strange warmth spread through my chest. My eyes went to the moon hanging over the poplars. It felt like something ancient was stirring. Next morning, Dr. Elias came to meet. He seemed excited. We have to talk about this in private, he said to Lucien. It's about Luna, Auren, and Tamara. Things had become crazy after he had found out that my blood group was unusual, like he hadn't found them in common wolves. Not only that, when Tamara was born, her tattoo on the back that resembled mine was very faint. I thought that it would go away with time. When she returned to us, it was still faint, almost like a pink circular faint marking. But as she grew, her tattoo only became bolder, and on her 15th birthday, it was as bold as mine. It surprised the hell out of me, and Tamara asked me questions about it, but I didn't have answers. I raised my eyebrow. "What is it, Elias?" I asked. Lucien was preparing to go to the training arena along with Brad and Tamara. "Sure, what is it?" he said, gesturing to the children with his chin to carry on. "I'll join you later." Elias had been trying to find out my legacy for a long time, but he was not sure. Now with two she-wolves with the same tattoo on their backs since their birth, he was all the more intrigued and confused. He took a paper out of the folder and laid it in front of us. He pointed at some arrows and diagrams. "I've tried to trace Luna Auren's blood and even took Tamara's for the same purpose. I've done gene mapping, trying to find if their blood belongs to any werewolf clans on this earth. You know it took so long," but he let out an exasperated sigh. "There is no clan that matches Luna Auren's blood, like not one. Tamara's blood matches yours, of course," he said, looking at Lucien. "But Luna Auren is a mystery." I chuckled. Maybe my father didn't have any relatives. Elias stabbed his fingers in his hair. "I have been hunting for your relative, and I found none. It's like you've dropped from the stars." At that, I laughed out loud. "Who knows? Maybe?" I shrugged my shoulders cockily. After Elias left, Lucien went to the training arena, calling me an alien. I walked into the garden. Since it was early morning and chilly, I wrapped the shawl around me. I couldn't shake the strange sensation that had settled in my chest about last night's dream. My thoughts were broken by Tam's voice. "Mom!" She came toward me, sweating like a pig, grinning. "What are you doing here?" I asked as I hugged her. "Take a bath," she chuckled. "I was going to do that, but when I saw you here, I came." I tucked a strand of her hair behind her ear. Goddess, she was so beautiful. "Let's go inside," I said, holding her hand. Tam's eyes fell on a wilted flower by the path. Without thinking, she knelt down and reached out, her fingers brushing the delicate petals. To my astonishment, the flower's petals turned from dull gray to violet, like it was blooming again. Tamara gasped. "What the hell?" she murmured, dropping the flower, stepping back in shock. I stared at the flower, which again turned gray. "I didn't do this. I just touched it," Tamara explained, shocked. I inspected the flower. Maybe it was some kind of weird trick of light? "Shit," Tamara rasped. I snapped my head to her, only to see that she had a small cut in her finger with which she held the flower. I reached out, gently cupping Tamara's hand. The cut healed immediately, leaving no trace of injury. Just like usual. "Strange things are happening." Tam responded as we both walked inside the house. "I'm sure," I muttered. "Don't talk about it to anyone, okay?" "Okay," Tam nodded, nervous. I talked about it to Lucien that day, and he too made us promise not to reveal our powers to anyone. Mine was that of healing quickly, and also helping others to heal quickly. Tamara's being bringing life to wilted flowers. Life went on smoothly, and I never got that dream again. And before I knew it, it was Tamara and Brad's 18th birthday. "You may smell your mate after you shift," Brad teased her, waggling his eyebrows. Tamara rolled her eyes. "Who knows you will smell yours, eh?" Brad tied his shoelace and let out a forced, evil laughter. "No, I haven't felt that connection. I will know when I will see my mate. She is going to be a powerful she-wolf, just like me. She will beat me in training." "Oh, please, Brad," Tamara retaliated. "Your mate is going to be a human who will beat your ass." Lucien and I laughed at our kids. Both had grown into beautiful wolves. Tonight they will be shifting for the first time. Both were excited as hell, but I knew that on the inside, both were nervous. A week later, they were going to attend college in the human world, since school was over. They decided mutually that they needed to explore the world for now. Lucien had made it clear to both of them that they will attend the PAX college from next year onward. Third POV. Tulip returned to the party, trying to gather her emotions that were all over the place. Her heart was racing, her body still tingling from the encounter. Suddenly, the world looked bleak. Depression set in and she felt like she was going to die, but no matter what she felt on the inside, she schooled her expression. She walked back to Matt and acted like nothing had happened. He was talking to a group of alphas. He was the only alpha bear in the group, the rest being werewolves. And the reason why he was being given such respect was that Alpha Lucien liked him because he saved Tam's life. While that was an important thing, she couldn't let Tam ruin her life. And especially not now since she had rejected her mate. She had to take control of herself, of the situation, and how to deal with Matt's feelings toward Tam. She had to sweetly take him away from her, and she had to do it from today onward. Sweet poisoning. That's what she had to do. Alpha Lucien had a lot of money and he helped Matt and Teddy initially, and even though the Bear Clan was pretty well off, she couldn't cut off the flow of money in case of emergency or friendship someone as strong as Lucien. Weeding Tam would need tact. Tulip took a deep breath in and smiled at Matt nervously. "Everything okay?" he asked, his voice warm, oblivious to the storm inside her. "Of course," she replied, smiling sweetly. "Just a little overwhelmed. It's Tamara's big day after all." He gave her a tight smile and then introduced her to the group of alphas he was talking with. They all fell into a comfortable conversation, but Tulip couldn't help notice that Matt would glance at Tam once in a while, and so would Tam. She gritted her teeth, her mind racing on how to start poisoning Matt against Tam. From the periphery of her vision, she saw Harrison, who was now standing at the bar, looking paler than usual. When they were having dinner alone, she leaned toward him and whispered, "When I had gone to the restroom, Tam was also there." Matt clenched his jaw. "So?" She touched his hand lightly. "She was talking to her friends. She said that she really hates you for the way you keep ignoring her, like you think no end of yourself. She said that even though her father helped you financially, compensated you heavily for saving her life, you act like a douche, like you are entitled to it." Matt's eyes went wide as he stared at Tulip with disbelief. Tulip nodded, faking sadness. "I'm so sorry, baby. I didn't know that Tam would become like this. Maybe you should talk to her politely, and then her impression about you would change." Matt picked up the glass of wine in front of him and drank it. He glared at Tam, who was sitting with her parents and brothers with so much fury that it could melt the world. Tulip let out a sigh of relief. First mission accomplished successfully. She also picked up her wine glass and sipped from it while smiling at all others. They finished dinner, and in less than an hour, they were going back home. Matt took early leave from Lucien, his mood sour. Well, it was just a start. Auren POV. I seriously didn't want pups. 2 were enough, but my husband did everything to have more. He nodded inside me over a dozen times as soon as I went on next heats. After Tamara came back to us, we had another set of twins. This time both boys, and goddess above. They were a carbon copy of their father. Lucien was one proud father of 4 pups. The way he showed them off to everyone and even said he put them inside me was too cocky. There was not a day when he wouldn't play with them. Though I knew that he wanted a baby girl because he had missed Tamara's growing years, he was content with boys. Bradley had become overprotective about his sister and brothers. He was turning into such a handsome boy that I couldn't help feeling proud of him. On their 15th birthday, Brad and Tamara looked beautiful. Brad had grown taller, and I knew that by the time he was 18, he would be as tall or taller than his father. Thankfully, Tamara was already my height. I was happy to see Matt and his fiancée, Tulip. He had come to meet us after 7 long years. I think Lucien and Matt met on earlier instances as well, but he met Tamara after so long. I don't know why Oscar and Hans were so protective of their sister when Matt talked to her. They were both a puzzle to me, and it was Lucien who would handle the 2 brats. Bradley was such a sweet, responsible, intelligent boy. Why were my younger twins such imps? What are you thinking? Lucien wrapped his arms around my shoulders. I leaned into him and sighed. The party had gotten over. Everyone had gone home, and I was in our bedroom, looking over the dark forest. Matt acted weirdly today, I said, voicing my thoughts. Lucien kissed my temple. My man looked like a silver fox now with a little gray hair on his temple, and that only added to his beauty. He had come after 7 years to meet Tamara. The awkwardness was obvious. I replied, closing my eyes. I'm tired. Lucien picked me up in his arms and carried me to the bed. He made me lie down and then came on me, pressing my body into the mattress. He brushed a strand of hair from my forehead and said, "I know how to make you feel good, but sleep for now, love. I'll eat you up in the morning." I smacked his arm. "Pervert," he chuckled and crashed his lips on mine. I moaned, opening myself to my mate, my love. This would never get old. At least he wasn't asking for more pups. When he removed himself, he leaned over my ear and whispered, "When Brad and Tammy go to college 3 years later, Oscar and Hans are going to miss them. They would need more company. It's high time we have more pups." My eyes widened in anger. "What, Lucien?" I shouted. He grinned. "Trust me, baby, you can do it." Tamra POV. 18th birthday was a coming-of-age birthday in our pack. All the pack members were excited for the celebrations. They were not just excited for Bradley, but for me too. Ever since I had returned, the amount of love I received from all them was overwhelming. Also, tonight I would be meeting my wolf for the first time. Inside, I was exhilarated, just like Brad. There were murmurs that Bradley was stronger than my dad, Alpha Lucien, for he was the male heir of true mates. Didn't that apply for all of us siblings? Well, the way my dad and my brothers treated me like a delicate flower, I wondered if they ever felt I could take them down in combat. Especially Oscar and Hans. They were born after I returned and felt like they had a birthright over me as far as control went. They acted like fierce little wolves around me. And my parents, they loved me from moon to back. Father pampered me crazily even as Mom tried to leash him. There was not a day I thanked the goddess for giving me a family as lovely as mine. I had returned from the Coldmain Pack 10 years ago, but Matt's memories were always fresh in my mind. I have no idea why I felt this strange pull toward him, like he was my earth. It was ridiculous and logicless. Sometimes I felt like a douche about my feelings. He was so protective, but at the same time hated me. I couldn't blame him. He saw his uncle getting brutally murdered by Bram while saving me, and to top it all, he had to save me. Which 10-year-old would be able to take that kind of trauma? I felt guilty for making him go through all that in an age when he was supposed to have fun. That incident scarred his mind forever. It would be a lie to say that I didn't want to see him after I returned to the Shadowfang Pack. Shayla and Teddy loved me despite me being the main cause of all their problems. They accepted me unconditionally. So whenever they came to meet me, I was happy. But Matt never accompanied them. My heart wilted because I knew that he had gone on to like other girls. I always thought I'd be able to show that he meant a lot to me, but he never gave a chance. Slowly, I was beginning to dislike him for being so stubborn and close. The last straw was when he attended my 15th birthday and introduced Tulip as his fiancée. That day I felt like my heart cleaved into two. He made it very clear that he hated me from the core of his heart. Or maybe I was wallowing in my own misery. Did I ever explain to him how I felt about him? No. Anyway, that was my cue to move ahead in my life. To hell with Matt or Tulip. They could live their fucked up life together for all I cared. Mom and Dad were already at the tree line in the west where the forest began. Dad was giving instructions to Brad while Mom was instructing the Omegas. Other pack members milled around them. Dad called me. I rushed to him. "I know you both are excited about it," he said in a somber voice. "Just go with it. You may feel excruciating pain during transition, but don't resist it." He looked at Brad and took a deep breath in. "Don't attempt to leash your wolf. He is the powerful alpha of the North. I'm extremely sure that he is even stronger than me. Make sure that you understand your feral side." Brad nodded, shifting on his feet. Dad turned to me. Lowering his voice, he said, "Tamara, you and Mom are special. I feel that only the females of our bloodline carry the golden moon tattoo on their back because I didn't see it on Brad, Oscar, or Hans. So I am really looking forward to your wolf. It will be special." "Yes, Father," I said, anxious as hell. From the periphery of my vision, I saw my twin brothers. They squealed as they ran to us and lunged forward to Dad. He picked them up in his arms, kissed them, and called them monkeys. "We will ride you when they shift," Oscar said to my dad. He smiled. "Of course, you both can ride me. Don't bother your mom." Goddess, how much he loved Mom was beyond me. Well, they were mates. What else would you expect? I hugged them all as Brad stood there with a grin watching us. "Are you conspiring against me?" Mom's voice came from behind. "Yes," Brad said, hugging her. "They are conspiring. I always love you, Mom." Mom laughed. "And that's why you are my favorite." The rest of her pups whined, and the area was filled with booming laughter. It was close to midnight. The moon was full in the sky and hanging right over our heads. I could feel something stirring inside me when the moonbeams fell over me. My stomach nodded and my gaze went to Brad. His chest was rising and falling as he looked at the forest ahead of us. Everyone around us was silent, waiting and watching. All at once, I heard a low growl. I whipped my head and realized that it came from Brad. Before I knew it, his body was transforming. "Goddess," I rasped. Excruciating pain slammed inside my body, and I doubled over. "Ah! With it, Tammy!" Dad shouted. "Don't resist." How could I not resist? The pain was unbearable. It felt like all my bones were fracturing. My skin stretched and every organ in my body was on fire. Minutes later, when I opened my eyes, I looked at the world differently over a snout. Shocked, I looked down and found myself standing on my paws, silvery gray paws. I gasped, but that came out as a purr. I was in my wolf form, and the ecstasy I felt was crazy. It was surreal. I looked to my right, where Brad had transformed into a beautiful, massive black wolf who was as tall or slightly taller than Remus. I was my mom's height. Remus was standing beside us with Oscar and Hans on his wide back. Sienna was next to him. They both looked so beautiful together. "Tamara?" A voice echoed inside me. "I'm Angel, your wolf." "Wow." "Hi, Angel," I replied. "It's so good to meet you." She chuckled. "Ready for a run?" "Yes." And she took off, charging toward the forest. Oh my goddess. She was a beautiful, agile wolf. Brad ran with me and my parents were behind us along with a few pack members. The whole world felt different. Wind brushed through my fur wildly. Every sense was heightened. My vision was 1,000 times better, and I felt I could conquer this earth. Letting your wolf out for the first time was the best experience of my life, even better than looking at Matt all the time like he was my everything. I had veered left away from my family and so had Brad. He had run farther away from. My parents allowed us because they knew that our wolves needed their own time. As I ran inside the forest, jumping over logs and streams, I suddenly became aware of a presence. Like it called me, "Tamara, POV." I stopped in my tracks and snapped my head to where I sensed it. Since I couldn't see it, I slowly approached it, but the more I neared it, the further it went. Before I knew it, I was chasing it, sniffing it, feeling that strange, irresistible pull. It reminded me of Matt. My heart ached for him, but I knew that it wasn't him. He must have got married to Tulip, and they probably had a few pups by now. After he left on my 15th birthday, he never returned. Not once. He didn't even call me. It was like he ghosted us all. Father was pretty amused by his behavior. Teddy and Shayla also never visited us. It felt like they wanted to sever the connection with us. It was odd, but how could I question it? Shayla stopped picking my calls. It was bizarre. I don't know how long I chased it, but I never saw it. Feeling defeated, I gave up in the end and returned home because it was already dawn. With Angel inside me, I felt like my life had taken a beautiful turn. I had a companion who would stay with me always. Her presence made me feel full. A few Omegas were standing at the door. They offered me clothes, since I was butt naked when I shifted back to my human form. I took a robe and wore it. As soon as I entered, I saw Mom. "Tammy," she said excitedly as she jumped from her chair. "How was it? Your hair looks like birds have laid eggs. What's your wolf's name? Where is Brad? I've been waiting for you. Oscar and Hans have already slept with your dad." I laughed and hugged her with all the dirt I was covered in. She didn't mind at all and hugged me tightly. "Her name is Angel." Mom pulled away as she looked at me with adoration. "What a lovely name." She kissed my cheek. "Take a bath. I'm sure you're hungry." Ravenous. At breakfast, I came to know that Brad's wolf's name was Kier. A week later, we were standing in the admission office of our college in the human world along with Dad. He made us read the treaty between wolves and humans until we remembered every word of it. Bradley Vasloff, Tamara Vasloff. The lady at the admission office looked at us. We went to her. She smiled and handed us our welcome kit. "Here's the keys to your dorms." "Oh, that won't be necessary," Dad said. "I have bought a house for them near the campus," he added proudly. What he didn't say was that the house was large enough to have a dozen warriors guarding us. But I wanted to go to a dorm because I wanted my privacy. Soon, the lady grinned. "That's good," she blushed, looking at him, and I rolled my eyes. That was the effect my dad had on all the human women. "I'm yet to see people as beautiful as you are," she blurted. "You all are going to be very popular." While my dad chuckled, both Brad and I snorted, understanding what she meant. She continued, "Bradley is great at football, and the college has already integrated him in the team. And Tamara, you are in the beach ball team." "Beach ball?" I said, shocked. "I wanted basketball." She shrugged. "You can talk to the dean about it." Gritting my teeth, I stomped out of the office. "Hey, stop being such an ass," Brad admonished me. "It's a great start." I wanted to. "It's okay, Tammy," Father said. "You can always leave it. As such, next year you both will be transferred to the Pax College. You are here only for a year." I huffed as we all walked to the car park. Father returned to the PAC after 2 days as we tried to settle in the college. While I had taken herbology, psychology, history, and art as subjects, Bradley had taken math, English, martial arts, and computer science. Yeah, he was a genius without even trying hard. Honestly, the main reason why I wanted to get out of my world was because I wanted to be away from places which reminded me of Matt. And because I wanted to fall in love and do away with the feeling that festered in my heart. I wanted normal. A week went by and making human friends in the class was becoming difficult by the day. I didn't know it would be so difficult to adjust. Another week later, I couldn't stay in the same house as Brad and the Warriors. So I took up a dorm and moved all my belongings there. It was a different thing that Brad asked the Warriors to keep checking on me and guarding me. 3 weeks later, I felt lonely, bored, and pined to go back home. So when a group of girls and boys looked curiously at me in the history class, I wondered if I should talk to them. "Hi!" I waved at them nervously, boldly. "Hey there!" said a brunette, waving at me. Cautiously, I made my way toward them when all at once I tripped over someone's feet, falling flat on my face, but before I could fall down, strong arms gripped me and steadied me against a solid chest. Warm smell of honey and ginger wrapped me, making my mind go dizzy. My knees wobbled and my world started spinning so fast that I was breathless. My heart thundered as tingles spread all over my skin. "Mate," Angel growled inside my head. Amazement wasn't even the word that would explain how I felt. All I wanted was to hug him like a koala, like he was the honey I wanted to lap with my tongue from a tree. "Thank you." I turned to look around and craned my neck to see him. Shock coated my insides as disbelief blasted my chest. My eyes widened, surprise washing over me. "Are you all right?" he asked with a lopsided smile. "You?" I snapped, taking a step back from Alpha Matt of the Everflame pack. "What are you doing here?" Matt was my mate, goddess above. How was this possible? All my life, I had looked up at him like he was my everything. Then he went on to marry Tulip, and now this? Confusion, anger, disbelief, and 1,000 other emotions warred inside me. My heart raced wildly, threatening to leap out of my chest. Before he could answer my questions, the professor came in. I bit my lips, and we all settled in our seats with Matt sitting right next to me like he was attending the class with me. He took out his laptop and smirked. His legs spread in front of him, and his one arm was thrown behind my chair. Like he owned me. What was happening here? Where was Tulip? Why wasn't she with him? How could I smell him as my mate if he was already married to Tulip? Or wasn't he? Boys and girls who were smiling earlier were astonished. And the girls, they stared at Matt like he was Adonis. Well, he did look like a Greek god with that built, dark hair and beautiful, piercing blue eyes. I wanted to claw their faces. But no. This was weird. As soon as the class was over, I grabbed his hand and stormed out to a secluded area to have a tete-a-tete. As soon as we reached behind the building, I stopped and hissed, "Are you posing as a student, or is this some midlife crisis cosplay? Oh wait, you are Professor Wrinkles, right?" Matt POV. Although I had agreed to marry Tulip, after seeing Tam on her 15th birthday, my resolve seemed to falter by the day. But it was not the right thing to even approach her, so I restrained myself as much as I could. Often, I would ask Seth to lock me up in the dungeons of my pack with silver chains to stop my bear Torben from going to the Shadowfang pack just to see her. I was sure that I was going insane, and the only way to stop this insanity was to restrain Torben in silver chains. It hurt so much. I had bruises on my body, but there was no way I would go to meet her. Tulip told me how Tam spouted poison about me to everyone. At first, I was so fucking upset that the only emotion I ever felt was fury. Tulip would keep feeding me info about Tam's accusations once in a while. It aggravated me. I wanted to confront Tam about it, but what was the point? Slowly, I came to terms with it. The fact that I needed to stay away from her was more important, no matter what rumors went by. If Tam felt good accusing me of taking money from her father to stay away from her, it was fine. She could use that hatred for me. It helped my purpose. Tulip would insist that I marry her as soon as possible, but I didn't want her to suffer because of me. I had to get Tam completely out of my mind, and then only I would marry her. She would get upset and go away for days altogether, which was fine, because when she returned, she was refreshed, looked brighter. It was different that she always went into some hiding, where even her parents couldn't trace her. For 3 years, I restrained Torben from going toward the Shadowfang pack. All the restraint in silver chains didn't affect my beast. He was as strong as ever, as ferocious as ever, and then some more. However, it was on Tam's 18th birthday that he broke it all and just ran toward the Shadowfang pack like a bat from hell. I struggled hard to make him go back, but he didn't. And it was then I came to know what was the reason. When he reached there, he stood in the shadows as if waiting for a miracle. And then he saw Tam's beautiful silvery wolf. She was running through the forest in the silvery moonlight, looking like a goddess, looking like life. "Mate!" Torben growled. "Mine!" Fuck me. I forced Torben to give way to me. As soon as I was out, I rubbed myself with foliage and wet mud to hide my scent because I knew that if she saw me and recognized me as her mate, she would instantly hate me, reject me for all I had done to her, for the way I had ignored her all my life. Realization slammed inside me. I had never hated her. I had tried to, but failed at every instance. Tears welled in my eyes. I had treated her so badly. There was not a moment when I hadn't loved her. My feelings for her suddenly made sense. Veles knew it. He forced me to save her that day when I could have abandoned her. My love and protectiveness were wrapped in layers of hatred, which was nothing but something I had invented. But why did my parents love her so much? Did they feel the bond? As if on instinct, Tam's wolf started running toward me. No, I turned in the opposite direction and ran away. This was not how I was going to meet her. Like a stalker, like someone she would reject immediately. Veles, I couldn't even think of that scenario. It made my heart cleave into two. But now, I had a bigger problem. How was I going to tell Tulip about it? She had to know. Despite the rumors that Tam spread about me, I was going after her. They were nothing compared to what I did to her. She was my mate, and there was no force on this earth who would part me from her. However, I had to deal with it carefully. In a way that I was close to her, had the opportunity to woo her while she still had interest in me. I knew that it was a difficult task, but not impossible. There was a chance that she'd reject me, but I had to take that chance. Oh, thank you, Veles. If she accepted me, I was going to construct your temple in my pack and worship you forever. I confronted Tulip and said, I have to break this engagement. I took the ring out of my finger, suddenly feeling so light and ecstatic that I grinned. What do you mean? She asked with a frown. I gave her the ring back. Tamara Vaslov is my mate, I said directly. Her blood drained. What? She barked. I shrugged, feeling smug. I had found a mate, and that too in Tamara. I was going to move mountains to be with her. You heard me. Tamara is my mate, and I am going to get her. After a shocked pause, Tulip's face turned red with anger. How dare you? She hissed. How dare you say that to me? I am your fiancé. You are supposed to marry me. Reject her. Now! I jerked my head back. Why will I reject my mate, Tulip? Veles has been kind and bestowed me with a sacred mate. I would rather die than reject her. She stormed toward me and raised her hand to slap me. A growl escaped my lips. I caught her wrist midair and pushed her away. She fell on the floor, shrieking. Don't you dare to do that again, I growled. My warriors came inside to tackle her, but I raised my hand to stop them. Tulip started crying. You can't do this to me, Matt Erickson. I have waited to be your wife and Luna for so many years. Now you suddenly come and say that you have a mate. And that too, a bitch like Tamara? In a flash of a second, I was on her throat. You say one wrong word about Tam, and I'll rip you into pieces. Her eyes widened in fear as she gripped my wrist, struggling to break free. Feeling pity, I left her, and she scrambled back. Tam is my mate, and I won't hear anyone messing with her. If they mess with her, they mess with me. I'm leaving you now because of our association. But don't test me, she screamed. Tamara has spread so many lies about you. Even your parents don't like her after I told them what she's been doing. And still you want to go to her? Those are your words, Tulip, no one else's, I retaliated. Besides, if you had a mate, would you reject him? Her eyes widened and it seemed like her breath hitched. I would, for you, she said. Then you are fucking insane, I spat. No one in their right mind would reject their mate. Matt POV. I stared at Tulip for a second before adding, I can't reject her. I am sorry, but so I have to ask you to vacate my house as soon as possible. Saying that, I turned to walk away, my heart feeling lighter. There was a bounce in my steps, and I couldn't help chuckling at the risk of looking silly. This isn't over, Matt, Tulip shouted behind me. I will not let you go. Reject her. I just walked away. Only my death would part me from my Tam. Even if I had to grovel in dirt to get her, I would. This would be my redemption. I would do everything she's asked me to do. If she would put a leash around me, I'd happily become her mutt. My heart swelled with euphoria. All I wanted was to go to Tam and coat myself in her scent. However, I was in for a shock when I went to the Shadowfang pack. Alpha Lucien and Luna Auren were shocked to know that I was their daughter's mate. It took a day for them to sink it in. But you can't meet her, Alpha Lucien said the next day. Why? I raised my eyebrow. Because I'm a bear shifter? He shook his head. Who am I to intervene in what goddess has chosen for you and her? You can't meet her because she is attending a human college. After that, he told me where she had gone to attend it. 3 weeks later, after taking Alpha Lucien's help, I took admission in the same college and in the same course as hers. What could be better than being with her all the time? Wooing her was going to be a gargantuan task I was willing to undertake happily. The shock on her face when she saw me in her class was a Kodak moment. So right now, standing in front of her, shouting at me, knowing fully well that she had recognized me as her mate, was like nirvana. I watched her shouting at me like a lovesick fool. You old geezer, she spat. I don't want you near me. Let me live my life for once. I've had enough of you. I want to move on. She placed her hand on her hip and cocked her hip. And how could a 28-year-old man join college in my year? I tilted my head, amused by her reaction, attracted by her insane beauty, crazed by her warm caramel and chocolate smell. I'm not that old, I replied to her. Besides, all the other males in your class pale in front of me. I am the most handsome. Her jaw dropped. I don't want you anywhere near me, so stay away. You get that? I can't, I replied. Alpha Lucien agreed that there has to be someone to protect you all the time, even in your class. The warriors he sent to guard you can't enter the building without looking like they'd kill students. So I was the best choice, and since I hadn't had a chance to study in college, I joined yours. Basically, it serves two purposes at the same time. Intelligent, isn't it? I grinned. Like you don't look intimidating? She said, rolling her eyes. Then she paused and shook her head. But why? She asked, bewildered. I mean, how did you? I stepped toward her and she stopped talking, her breath caught in her throat. I took a strand of her hair in between my thumb and forefinger. Rubbing it, I completed the sentence for her. Know that you were my mate? When she nodded, I leaned over her ear and whispered, I saw your wolf that day in the forest when you first shifted. She gasped, realization dawning. I could feel her trembling in her place, and all I wanted was to wrap her in my arms, but I stopped myself for the fear of her pushing me away. It was you, she said, her chest rising and falling. Yes. With a lot of willpower, I managed to step away from her. She gritted her teeth and looked away. Then she breathed, I don't need any protection. I'm a trained warrior and can take care of myself. Most importantly, I don't want you. After all the bad blood we have between us. And where's Tulip? Aren't you married to her? No, I couldn't marry her. She's out of my life. Forever. She pursed her lips, tears welling in her eyes, but she didn't let them fall. Look, I want to fall in love with someone. She paused when I glared at her. I want to feel normal. I would never allow her to fall in love with anyone but me, and the only reason being that I didn't want to kill people. She hated me for now, but that would change. No, Tam, I replied firmly. There's a lot of danger that lurks around in this college. What kind of danger? She bristled. Boys. There are a lot of boys, I blurted out, anger bubbling inside me. Can't you see how they look at you? I grabbed her upper arms tightly. It's like they are lusting after you. They don't seek your love. I was going to gouge their eyes. Men are like wolves and bears, stalking their next prey, itching to pounce on innocent and beautiful girls like you. What the hell? She looked confused as she stared at me. I think I got carried away in my fury and dropped my hands. I'm here to protect you, Tam, from those lustful boys, I reasoned. I can't believe that my father agreed with your stupid proposal, she hissed. Anyway, newsflash, I don't need your protection. I am good at protecting myself from humans. And now listen to the most important part. I don't need you around me. Capiche? Saying that, she spun on her heels and walked away, swaying her hips like a siren, looking so attractive that it messed my head. If she looked so attractive when angry, how would she? I leaned on the wall behind me, taking deep breaths to calm my racing heart. This was our first quarrel. A smile spread on my lips. I was going to remember it forever. It was a great start. I rubbed my hand over my chest, asking it to calm down. The fucker wouldn't. Since the herbology class was next, I rushed after Tam, but before that I walked in the history class to pick up my bag and laptop. The moment I walked in, the class went silent with everyone's eyes on me. I snapped my gaze up only to find them looking at me suggestively. Rolling my eyes, I strode out of the class to be with Tam. However, when I arrived there, I was in for the shock of my life. Tamara POV. It had only been a few minutes since I had come to know that Matt was my mate, and in those few minutes, Angel was prancing inside me like she had launched a circus. But me, I was furious as hell. If you bottled my fury at the moment, it could charge a bloody thermonuclear plant. Matt had ignored me, disliked me, kept me at distance every moment of our lives together, and when I had gone back to my parents, he didn't bother to meet me. Like hell, I would accept him now. I was deeply hurt. I needed a new start, away from his toxicity. But this damn mate bond, it was pulling me to him like a magnet. My heart was tugging me toward him, and Angel wanted to roll in his scent. Geez, I needed a solid plan to keep away from him. When I entered the herbology class, I sat down near a group of boys and girls. The entire row was full, and so Matt had to find another seat. This was the plan. I would stay away from him as far as possible. With so many students around me, he wouldn't mess. I smiled at the students beside me nervously, and to my astonishment, 2 boys who were beside me also smiled. "Hey, beautiful," said one of them. I collected my mouth before it dropped to the floor. "Hi," I said nervously. "I'm James, and you?" Before I could say anything else, the professor entered. I tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear and looked forward, but the shock that followed was like a lightning bolt. My professor was none other than Tulip Montana. Oh, my goddess. What the hell was happening here? Matt was my student and Tulip my herbology professor? I gaped at her as our eyes met. She stared at me for a moment with eyes full of disgust. "Please, goddess, don't make my life turn from bad to worse. What did I do to you to deserve these 2 in my life?" Just as she was about to start, Matt stormed into the class. He froze in his spot seeing Tulip, his face looking like a wrecking ball crashed through his stomach. Tulip's lips lifted into a smirk, and she gestured to him to join the class with a delicate wave of her hand. Matt took a deep breath, shook his head, and his eyes searched for me. The moment they landed on me, his lips lifted, but the next moment, he let out a low growl when his eyes went to the boys beside me. He strode toward me, and my belly coiled in tension as to what he would do next. Before he could reach me, Tulip said to him, "Hurry up. You can sit in one of the seats in the last row. I have to start with the class." Ignoring her completely, Matt came to me. He glared at James, who was sitting next to me. James got so flustered by him that he collected his books, mumbled something, and walked to sit in the last row, while Matt coolly perched beside me on his seat, a grin spreading on his face. Then he sprawled himself, like he owned the place, as he threw one arm behind my seat and threw a smug look at Tulip. Why did it feel like he wanted to make a statement to Tulip? I really needed to know what was going on here. A blush rose on my cheeks as I heard giggles from the students. "What are you doing?" I hissed at him as Tulip glared at us with her arms crossed across her chest. "Sitting beside you," he replied with a smirk. "Saving you from those vultures," he said, jerking his chin toward James. James hardly looked like a vulture. If at all, he looked like a rabbit eating grass. I sighed. "Look, if the little drama is over, should we start with the class?" Tulip's voice interrupted me. A few snorts and giggles followed, and I snapped my mouth shut. Tulip, or should I say Professor Tulip, started with the class. Entire time she was more focused on Matt and me, and less on the subject. Unaware of what he was doing, Matt brushed my shoulder with his fingers, ensuring that for the whole time, jolts of electricity sparked in my body, and also ensuring that Tulip saw this. It was like he was staking a claim on me. "Keep your hands to yourself," I growled at him in a low voice. "What baby?" he said in a loud voice. "Did you not follow her?" Heat rose to my cheeks and I flushed hard. "I did," I mumbled, but I knew what he was doing. He took strands of my hair and rubbed them between his fingers, often smelling them. My heart raced wildly. I strongly needed to focus on my studies, but all I could feel was Angel dancing inside me, wagging her tail and purring. I let out a rough breath of exhale, exasperated. As soon as the class was over, Tulip picked up her stuff and strode out, throwing her lethal glares at us. James came to his friend and smiled at me again. "Sorry, I was rudely interrupted last time," he said, chuckling and glancing at Matt. "Jesus, she is beautiful," his friend exclaimed. "Did you win some beauty competition, girl?" Matt's expressions darkened. His hands curled into tight fists, and it seemed like steam came out of his ears and nostrils. I ignored him and laughed softly. "No, I didn't." James laughed too. "So," he glanced at Matt, "are you guys together?" Whoa, I didn't know what to say, but I guess this was my chance to make friends. I opened my mouth to say something when Matt interjected with a solemn face. "Yes, we are together, like very close. We actually grew up together. We stayed together all the time. So yes, we are together and we know each other pretty well, more than you can think of." He got up and leaned forward so that his face was close to both of the boys. In an intimidating voice, he added, "By the way, my name is Matt Erickson, and I'm very good at warding off devils from Tammy, even if I have to use fancy methods." James lifted his eyebrow. "Tammy?" he said, taking a step back. "And what fancy methods are you talking about? And are you threatening us?" He was genuinely intimidated. "Stop it, Matt," I plead, placing my hand on his forearm. Matt calmed down immediately. His lips curled up and he straightened. "Well, fancy methods are not needed." He curled his arm around my shoulder. Then in a 180-degree turn, he said, "I'm only joking. Relax." It didn't look like a joke. "Matt," I snapped. He looked at me and winked. "As long as Tammy likes you, I like you." James gave me a tight nod. Then, along with his friend, he walked out of the class, muttering, "Nutcase." As soon as they were out, I jerked away from Matt. "Wacko, what the hell do you think you're doing?" "What I should have done all the time," he replied simply. I huffed, picking up my book and laptop, and stormed out of the class. Obviously, Matt followed me. However, I stopped in my tracks when I saw Tulip standing only a few feet away. "Matt Erickson," she barked. "I'd like to see you in my office." Matt narrowed his eyes at her as ugly jealousy rose in my chest. Matt POV. I was beyond shocked when I saw Tulip as her biology professor. But it took me only a few seconds to realize her intentions. If she thought she was going to stay close to me and be able to arm twist me into going back to her, then she was in for a rude awakening. My beast growled the moment he sensed her presence near Tam. It was like he wanted to challenge her into a fight, kill her, and shred her into pieces. I had to exercise great control over Torben to stop him. And then I did what I wanted to do for a long time. I sat right beside Tammy to show Tulip I belonged to my mate, and she could go to hell. Fucking bitch. She asked me to come to her office. I wasn't anticipating that move, but I had to follow her orders because she was my fucking professor. How the hell did she even get here as a prof? Tulip strode away from there like a woman on mission. I gritted my teeth and looked at Tam, who was watching Tulip. She seemed flustered. No, my mate Bond said otherwise. The look on her face was akin to jealousy. Velas, my bear preened inside me. She wants us, he purred. Our mate wants us. I couldn't help grinning from ear to ear. If you like, I won't go to meet her, I said to Tam. She jerked her head to look at me. What? Hell no. You can go wherever you like. Not that I care. Saying that, she turned and stormed off. I sighed as I watched her swaying her hips with vengeance as she stormed out of there. We had an hour's break, after which we had the art class. I wondered what she was drawing these days. Tulip's office was on the second floor of the admin building. It was a small cubicle for which I was thankful. She whipped her head to see me as soon as I opened the door of the office and continued to watch me until I reached her cube. Narrowing my eyes, I growled, "What do you want?" It looked like she was waiting for me. She crossed her legs, relaxing on her chair. "You were extremely rude to me in the class." "You can fucking report me," I snapped. She chuckled. "No, I am not going to report you, Matt. I have come here to drill sense into stupid that brain of yours." Someone passed by and she smiled at him. Then she lowered her voice. She hissed, "Tamara is too young for you. I am your age and you should accept me. Can't you see the two of you are just incompatible? She hasn't seen the world. She doesn't know anything about your needs. You are an alpha bear, and only I can fulfill your needs, not Tamara." I wanted to strangle her throat, but then I recalled the treaty between humans and us supernaturals. So I closed my eyes to calm myself. I opened them again, only to see her smiling like I agreed with her. "Professor Tulip, you should know harassing a student for sexual favors is forbidden, illegal. It will not only make you a felon, it will strip your title as a professor forever." So I leaned in slightly, my fangs slipping out. "If you ever say Tam's name from that filthy mouth of yours, I'll fucking make sure you become a rogue. You will receive punishment beyond imagination." She glared at me as her chest rose and fell. "Don't you fucking intimidate me, Matt. I'll make your life a living hell. This is not Everflame Pack where you can order me or threaten me around. This is the human world, and we live here by human laws. So watch your back, and if you don't do what I say, you will find yourself in prison, not me." My hands curled into my fists. "Stop dreaming. I will never be yours." Saying that, I stormed out of the office without sparing a glance to her. Fucking hell. I had to keep a watch on this bitch and also on boys who were attracted to Tammy like moths to flame. It didn't take me much time to locate her. She was in the cafeteria surrounded by a group of boys and girls. Boys mostly. "Hey, let's exchange our numbers," James said with a smile, his dimple showing. Tammy was looking anxious, chewing her lower lip. As soon as our eyes met, she visibly relaxed. She immediately averted her gaze and lowered it to her tray where she hadn't touched her food. As I approached her, she grew all the more flustered. I loved how she squirmed in her place under my intense gaze. A blush dusted her cheeks. It was impossible to stay away from her. So I placed my bag beside her and sat down. Brushing her cheek, I addressed James. "I can give my number." James's eyes widened when he saw me. "Not necessary," he sneered. "Oh, you can take my number," Tammy said, much to my irritation. I knew it was only to annoy me. "Baby girl, you could do that." I was all in. She gave her number to James. "Are you two dating?" asked the girl who was only looking at me. "I mean, if you aren't, I'd be glad to have your number." She fluttered her eyelashes at me. "We can hook up sometime, you know?" She gave me a suggestive smile. "Hard pass," I replied nonchalantly. All others around me laughed. "You're too conceited," she huffed. "Hey, this weekend we're all going to the Phi Kappa house party. A new boy, Bradley, has joined the football team. The party is in his honor," a girl interjected. "Join us there." I looked at Tammy, who shifted in her place, feeling uncomfortable. "I can't," she said, shaking her head. "Why not?" "Because Bradley is her brother," I filled in. "Oh, my God," several girls shrieked. "Please then you must join and introduce us to him." Nervous, Tamara looked at me from under her lashes, and I felt like cupping her cheeks and kissing her senseless. But I knew the better of it. Our next 2 classes went by smoothly with loads of theory. We returned in the evening back to our dorms. When I came to college, I thought Tam would stay in the same house as Brad, but she chose to stay in a dorm because she didn't like the invasion of her privacy by the warriors that were there all the time. I respected her choice, and so I also decided to stay in the dorm rather than buying a house for myself. I hadn't met Bradley ever since I came, so I planned on meeting him tonight. However, I couldn't, because Tam was in her dorm and hadn't come out for dinner. I needed to see her, touch her, feel her, and inhale her intoxicating scent, and most importantly, feed her. Moreover, I knew college dorms were not off limits. Sometimes boys sneaked in. That made my blood boil. So instead of meeting Brad, I found myself walking toward her dorm. Her room was on the first floor, which made it easy for me to sneak in through her window. "What are you doing here?" she drawled, smelling my presence. She was wrapped in a blanket. Through the bond, I could sense she was sulking. I sat at the edge of the bed. "Why are you sulking? Is this your new style? Can you cut it down? I'll do anything for you to cheer up. What do you want?" When she didn't reply, I couldn't hold myself any longer. I slid beside her, wrapped my arms over her blanket, and spooned her. "Hey," she protested. "Let go of me." "Never," I whispered. Tamara POV. Though I returned to my dorm, I couldn't help thinking what Matt and Tulip were doing together. I really didn't want to have a single thought about them, but my mind was flooded with their disturbing images. What if they kissed each other? What if Tulip was seducing him? "No," I shrilled, much to my confusion. "Stop resisting Matt," Angel said. "He is our mate." "No," I snapped. "He was the one who wanted to stay away from me. I'm only returning the favor." "Don't be a fool," Angel growled inside me. "I want him. I want to coat myself in Torben's scent." Despite what Angel wished for, I wasn't going to see what he was doing with Tulip, and that's why I was sulking. I tried to think of everything I could, but my thoughts went back to them. I was so pathetic. All my life I craved Matt. There was this inexplicable pull I felt for him. Little did I know that I would be his mate. Well, too bad. It was late now. My thoughts were interrupted when I heard the window sliding open, and without looking at him, I knew it would be Matt. His coming into my dorm didn't surprise me, but the way he slid beside me on the bed surprised the hell out of me. I froze. Angel purred. Tingles danced all over my skin, and on top of it, he spooned me. Against my better judgment, my body developed its own mind. I wanted to turn and curl into him, maybe merge myself with him. But no. What the hell? I wouldn't. "Let go of me." "Never," he whispered. His words fell on my ears like a balm to my restless soul. Using every ounce of self-control, I scooted away from him. "They called me weirdo because of you," I snapped. He chuckled as he looked at me with his head resting on his palm. "So what? They must have forgotten it by now. Stop caring for such trivial things." Gods above, his eyes were so beautiful. Dear goddess, why did you have to make him so beautiful and irresistible? "I care," I retorted. "I want to make new friends. Can't you understand?" In my heart, I knew that I had come this far away from my pack not to explore the world. My own problem was the main part of my decision. I convinced Bradley that we should explore the human world. Though he was happy to stay in the pack, he accompanied me because he was concerned about me. Honestly, I wanted to stay away from the painful memories of Matt rejecting me every time he saw me. But even going to college that far from home, I was still... "Tammy," Matt's voice interrupted me. "Why are you worrying about things which others wouldn't notice or forget fast? You know you've got this habit." He paused as he got up, picked up my pillow, and squeezed it in his arms. "You tend to think about small, insignificant details and peel their layers one by one. It's useless. Free yourself." "Free myself? I am free," I retorted. "And how did he know about my issue? Did he observe me so finely?" "You are the one who has confined me." I was expecting him to be shocked, but what he said shocked me. "I'm happy that you committed that, baby," he said. He shifted toward me and leaned over so close that our breaths mingled. Our lips were merely a few millimeters apart. If I moved, he could kiss me on my lips. And I wanted to move, but my senses were so overwhelmed that my mind was paralyzed, like he had cast some hypnotic spell on me. He added, "And just so we are clear, I'm never going to free you. You'll always be my prisoner, and I'll be yours. I'll prove my determination, but I won't ask you to prove yours." I stared at him, my breaths coming out shallow. Then he leaned over a little more and kissed the lobe of my ear. Lightning jolted inside me. I started trembling. "I want you to always be happy, Tam. I'm on your side, not against you." He kissed me again, and I closed my eyes because I couldn't resist this mate bond. If you're thinking that I was intimate with Tulip, let me be clear. The only person I have ever loved and will love until the day I die is you. There's no one else who can come in my life. Yes, Tulip tried to come near me, but I refused her outrightly. I gulped. He confessed that Tulip wanted him. But he was on my side? He pulled me in his embrace, wrapping his strong, muscular arms around me possessively over my blanket. "You're so cute," he chuckled. "Get off," I shouted, pushing against his chest. The sensations that crashed into me were like a tsunami I couldn't handle. "I'm not a child." He let out a booming laughter and moved back to lie down on my bed. "What are you doing?" I asked as I got out of the bed. "Get out of my dorm. If anyone sees you, they will report you. I'm here to take you out for dinner." Despite all my resistance, I found myself dressed in a tank top and a pair of shorts with sneakers, walking with him to the nearest cafe, which was open at this time. The appetite I had lost only a few hours ago came back with vengeance. I ate greedily until my stomach could take no more. And Matt, he watched me eating like this was his favorite sight. Once we had dinner, he took me back to my dorm. I was about to say goodbye to him when a message came on my phone. It was from my beach ball coach. "Sorry, Tamara, you aren't in the beach ball team anymore. Your position was filled by another student who had better credentials, but there's a place on the volleyball team. You can join there." "What the hell?" I rasped. "How can they do this to me?" "What happened?" Matt asked as he took my phone and read the message. "This is absurd," he growled. "I don't know how to play volleyball." He narrowed his eyes, gritting his teeth. I shook my head. "If I decline this, it would be such a shame." "It's like beach ball," Matt said. "Don't worry," he said and left. I went inside my dorm, sulking again. What was wrong with me? I flopped on the bed with my sneakers and curled into a fetal position. Why was my heart feeling empty? Volleyball. Think about volleyball. However, I couldn't. I closed my eyes and went off to sleep. At night, I felt something warm and huge and furry. I clutched onto it, snuggled in the fur, and drifted off into a dreamless slumber. The best I had in all my life. When I woke up, I heard water flowing in my bathroom. Scared, I jumped out of the bed and was ready to attack when the familiar smell of warm honey and ginger assaulted my nostrils. "Matt, what the hell are you doing here?" I shrieked. The water stopped. "Taking a bath, baby. Join me." He opened the shower and continued taking a bath. "Last night, you were curled into me." "What? Never!" I shouted. "Really? I did feel like, damn!" He was in my bed last night. How dare he? Wearing my sneakers, I stormed out of my dorm. "Volleyball! Volleyball!" I muttered as I headed toward our house to meet Bradley. Auren POV. Brad was sleeping, but the warriors were all sprawled everywhere. Somehow, two even followed me out of nowhere. I knew they were all lurking around my dorm, and none dared to confront Matt because father had already approved of him. "Brad!" I pounded his door, but the wolf was fast asleep. Even an earthquake wouldn't be able to wake him up. "He came back late today," a warrior, Tate, informed me. "He is very tired." I gritted my teeth. "Do you guys have any breakfast ready?" "Of course," Tate smiled. "The Omegas have prepared a delicious meal for all of us." I sighed. Dad had to send the Omegas to make breakfast for all of them? When I entered the kitchen, I found two Omegas working tirelessly for a dozen people. "Lady Tamara," one of them grinned as she bowed to me. "It's so nice to see you." "I'm starving," I replied. Seriously, something has been going wrong with me since yesterday. I felt like eating and eating more. They quickly arranged plates of salad, cereal, roasted chicken, mashed potatoes, milk, honey, and pastries. I think I had all of them and headed toward the room where Brad kept his sports equipment. I fished out his soccer ball and came out where the warriors were training. "I have to practice volleyball," I said. "If any of you can help me learn it, I'll be grateful." Three of them eagerly came over. "Of course, we can help you." "I don't know much about it, though," I confessed. "I just want to know enough so that I can add value to the team." Two warriors stood in front of me, while one of them was with me. We started playing. Everything was going well when all of a sudden, from the periphery of my vision, I saw Matt coming. He glared at my two opponents and stood with his arms crossed across his chest, watching us like a hawk. "Are you ready?" said one of them and shot the ball toward me. With my attention diverted, I didn't take the shot, and the ball hit me on my face. Before I knew it, Matt was onto that warrior. He kicked him hard on his butt. "What the fuck do you think you are doing to Tammy?" he shouted as he grabbed collars of the two warriors. "Are you trying to kill her? You can't hit the ball so hard." He threw them both on the ground and kicked them harder. "The ball has to be thrown softly. If she gets injured, I will fucking throttle you both." "Matt!" I shouted. He picked up the two harried warriors easily and crashed them together. They groaned as they fell back on the ground. "She is a delicate flower, and you are treating her like she is a hardened criminal. Who the fuck even plays like that with flowers? You want her to wilt before she blooms?" "Wilt? Bloom?" The warriors groaned as they trembled in front of him. "I'm going to get my bears here. You wolves don't know how to treat your princess." He started kicking them. "Enough, Matt!" I literally shrieked. Matt froze. He stopped kicking, and after a moment of calming down, he turned to look at me. "They hit you, Tammy," he said in a low voice. How could I tell him that he diverted my attention? "Matt, I need to better myself in this game if I have any chance. If you keep coming in between, I will never be able to master it. So stand at the side. You should play with your teammates. And be ridiculed? No thanks. First, I have to practice." I looked at the two wolves. "Come on, we'll play again." The warriors got up, groaning, wary of Matt, all bruised up, but they stood opposite me. We began playing. I was frustrated by the number of missed shots, but every time I took a shot, it went well. However, the ball hit my face again, and Matt, being Matt, he kicked the warriors again. "Careful with her," he growled. "If I see you hitting her again with that fucking ball, I will turn you both into a ball and send your sorry assess back to Shadowfang." Geez, I think it's time we head to college. The two warriors were helped by others to go back inside. The first class was that of art. I hated art. Okay, that's not true. I loved it, mostly because it gave me a chance to sketch something that spoke to me. When I reached the class 2 hours later with Matt on my side, Professor Rivers was in the middle of announcing today's exercise. "All right, class. Today we have a special treat." She clapped her hands excited, glancing at us. "We are going to work with a live model, and I'm pleased to say that one of our very own will be stepping up to the task." Her eyes flickered toward Matt, and a wicked smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Matt swallowed, looking puzzled. "Wait, what?" "You," she said, pointing directly at him. "Come on up, Matt. You're going to be our model today." I couldn't help but roll my eyes. Of course, he would be chosen. He had that perfect, chiseled body that everyone fawned over. The guys and girls in the class couldn't hide their excitement. "He's a piece of art," someone commented. Matt scratched the back of his head, looking smug. He glanced at me, smirked, and moved across the room to stand in front of us all. I walked to my place, anger bubbling inside me. Clenching my jaw, I took out my sketchbook and charcoal pencil. "Let's get started, shall we?" Professor Rivers said. "Matt, go ahead and take a seat on the platform, and we will begin." As Matt took the seat with a smirk on his lips and gaze fixed on me, I couldn't help listening to the girls and boys who whispered about how they could lick him if he took his clothes off. Though it was silly, a part of me hated how every girl's eyes followed him. "Take off your shirt," Professor Rivers said. When he took it off, my breath hitched and half the class gasped. "All right," Rivers said in a low, husky voice, taking a deep breath in. "Everyone, I want you to focus on the angles of Matt's body. Try to capture the movement, the strength." I furiously started sketching him in my book, but my gaze kept drifting to him. When our gazes met the shameless bear, he flexed his arms, his muscles rippling under the light as he shifted lightly. My throat went dry seeing his beautifully carved abs. Hair dusted in the middle of his chest, disappearing in a thin line under his slacks. The pull I felt toward him, I hated it. The girls in the class giggled and whispered as they stared at him like he was Adonis. They were all too busy fawning over him as they drew angles of his body. I clenched my jaw, sketching furiously, but I couldn't. I swallowed and stole a glance at him. He was only looking at me. The moment our gazes met, he smirked, and I swear the entire room disappeared. He didn't say anything, but there was this silent exchange between us. His eyes darkened in a way that made my heart skip. The bastard knew exactly what he was doing. making sure I was looking at him, making sure he had my rapt attention. Tamara POV. With my breath lodged in my throat, I dropped my gaze to my sketch pad. I remembered every angle of his body, having known him for so long. But over the last 10 years, Matt had grown into a beautiful, muscular beast with every muscle crafted perfectly. As I sketched, heat built in my chest. There was an electric tension between us whenever I looked at him. My traitorous body wanted to touch him so badly that I stifled a whimper, clenching my thighs. I think I wet my panties. His nostrils flared and his expressions darkened. My eyes dropped to his pants where I saw a bulge forming. My lips parted in a rough exhale as I found myself craving to touch him. And then, just as I thought I was about to break, I heard a voice I hadn't expected. Matt. I froze, snapping my head. Tulip stood at the doorway with her eyes zeroed in on Matt. Matt's reaction was immediate. He stood straighter, his smile gone, as he was taken aback by her presence. Tulip's presence shattered the moment between us. I took a deep breath in, wanting to remove the feeling of chest tightening. Professor Tulip, Matt said in a guarded voice. Tulip stared at his body for far too long, and I couldn't help but get burned in this uncalled-for jealousy. Her gaze flickered to me, and a faint smirk curled her lips. She walked past the students, walked past me like I wasn't even there, as she headed straight for Matt. She went to stand in front of him almost possessively. Matt clenched his jaw and wore his shirt. "How may I help you, Professor?" he asked, his voice barely restraining his anger. It hurt so much to see them together that I looked down at my sketch of Matt. It was a mess. I couldn't finish it. The energy was gone. The connection that had been there was now broken, replaced by something cold and bitter. Tulip had ruined it. But again, it wasn't like I wanted to be with Matt. I reminded myself of the whole plan of my life, to be normal and seek new love. Or maybe not. Professor Rivers' voice broke through the air. "How can I help you, Professor Tulip?" she asked with hesitation. With a knowing smile, Tulip looked at Matt and then turned to Rivers. "Matt is also my student, Professor Rivers, and I have to talk about something very important to him." Rivers looked flustered. She nodded reluctantly. "Matt, you can talk to her, but please take this conversation out." Then she turned her eyes to Tulip. "But I don't like this interruption, Professor Tulip. My class hours are limited." "I'm sorry, Professor Rivers," she replied. "I'll be careful next time." I watched them leave. Matt glanced at me, giving me a look that said that he would be back in a minute. Not that I cared. As soon as they walked out, I couldn't help but focus on their conversation with my hypersensitive ears, even as Professor Rivers talked about the theory. "Matt, there's something important I need to talk to you about," Tulip said. "It's something that can't be avoided, and you have to come to my office." Matt's irritation flared up. He lowered his voice and muttered, "I don't have time for your games." "So what is it, Professor Tulip?" He emphasized the word professor. Her voice hardened. "It's regarding your project for herbology. You missed your last assignment, and you know the dean's rule. 2 strikes and you are out. If you don't come to my office to discuss it, I'll have to report you." My stomach sank. Matt had missed his assignment. A failed report could cost him much more than just grades. He could lose his seat in the college. "Fine," he snapped, his voice low. "I'll come." Tulip giggled. "See you after this class, Matt. I have a lot to discuss with you. Make sure you are free for at least 2 hours. "But I have the history class next," he hissed. "I don't care," she replied. "Be there." With that, she turned and walked down the corridor, her heels clicking on the floor. Why did it feel like she was harassing him? Or was I overthinking? When Matt returned, he resumed his position as the model. However, I felt the weight of the tension in the air. Finally, the class was over after an unbearable 15 minutes in which I couldn't help thinking about Tulip and how she forced Matt to meet her in an hour. It felt like the world had paused. My hands shook out of anger as I packed my things, but I knew that the emotions storming inside me weren't real. They were there because of the bloody mate bond. I felt so suffocated that I needed to breathe. I grabbed my things and walked quickly toward the door, feeling Matt's burning gaze on me. "Tammy?" he shouted as he came after me. I picked up my pace, frustration boiling in my chest. "Tamara, wait!" His voice reached me, but I didn't slow down. I had to get away from him, from everything. He caught up with me. Tammy, what happened, baby? He asked, grabbing my upper arm. Nothing. I snapped and jerked away. You should go to Professor Tulip. Saying that, I just ran away from there, hating that those words harmed me more than him. I really had to reject him before my world turned upside down. I skipped the history class and went to the cafeteria instead, feeling the sharp sting of tears that I refused to let fall. I pulled out my phone, calling Bradley. Hey, he exclaimed. I'm at the cafeteria. Can you come? There was a small pause. I have a better idea. Come to the woods behind the economics building. That place is secluded. He understood me more than anyone else. I was sure he sensed my gloom. I was there in minutes, and when I saw him approaching, I felt better instantly. He saw my face and stopped dead in his tracks, his brow furrowing. What's wrong? He asked with concern. It's nothing, I muttered. I just wanted to see you. Come on, Tam, he said, sitting next to me on the fallen log. You look like you've lost everything. I clenched my jaw, wondering whether to tell him or not. I closed my eyes. It's Tulip, I whispered. She's our professor for herbology. Bradley's eyes widened in surprise. What the fuck? Tulip Montana? I nodded slowly. I further explained to him as to what happened, and he was stunned. She's a fucking manipulative bitch. I swallowed. What do I do? I wanted to help Matt, but not because he was my mate, because he was my friend. That's all. Nothing more than that. I was only trying to do my duty here. I have an idea, Brad said with a twinkle in his eyes. Tamara POV. Brad didn't say much, but from the look in his eyes, I knew that he had a plan. I hoped it wasn't mischievous. I dreaded his plans often. Since I was too exhausted mentally and emotionally, I followed him as he led me towards Tulip's office. Where the hell do you think you're going? I said, my mind swirling with frustration as I stopped in tracks. You know very well, he replied, grabbed my wrist and pulled me. And stop sulking. You look like a moron. You're a moron, I snapped. Oh, please, he waggled his eyebrows. Between the two of us, I'm the smarter one. Can I hit you? I hissed. He just dragged me all the way to the admin building. It will look so fucking crazy and desperate, I said, feeling this tight knot of anger and confusion building inside me. And what if, I swallowed, that they are doing something with consent? Goddess, the words I spat felt like they would burn my tongue. I so wanted to get over this nonsense. Yes, once this was over, I was going to reject Matt. I just couldn't handle this emotional turmoil anymore. Shut up, Brad snapped back at me. From all that you just narrated to me, it seems like Tulip is harassing him. So even if you're not with me, I'll fucking go and save Matt. I know he is your mate, and that is all the more of a reason for me to save him. I'm going to reject him soon, I muttered under my breath. The hell you will, Brad growled. We reached Tulip's office cubicle only to see that she wasn't there. My stomach twisted. Brad inquired about her, but he didn't have to. He sniffed her smell and followed it. In the next 10 minutes, we found ourselves standing in front of a room, which was at the end of the third floor's corridor. He leaned over to me and whispered. What? I whisper shouted. Just go, okay? He whisper growled. I clenched my fists. No violence! Don't do anything rash. There won't be. Saying that, he knocked on her door. I turned and quickly walked away, muttering, You've got to be kidding me. Tulip POV. It would have been stupid of me to take advantage of him in my cubicle, so I asked one of my colleagues to spare a room for me to talk to a student who was about to fail his assignment. He gave me the space easily. I missed you so badly, I said when Matt came over. Leaning back in the chair, I couldn't help remembering his beautiful body. Oh, how I missed him. When I was with him after engagement, I used to go to Harrison all the time. He hadn't rejected me and pined for me. Well, it was good for me because Matt refused to have sex with me, always saying that he would rather wait for it after our marriage. I satiated my needs with him, and Harrison, he gave me the best sex of my life. I suspected that he waited for Tamara to be his mate, and I did everything to seduce him, but the bastard was just too fucking adamant. Now I had the perfect opportunity for my revenge against that bitch. I would force him to fuck me, or else I'd fail him. I would make sure that Tamara suffered the most. It was so difficult to be a professor of herbology in this college, but I managed by sleeping my way here. But I also had a good academic record. That helped. What do you want, Tulip? Matt shouted the moment he entered the office. Close the door behind you, I said with a smirk. Lock it. I won't lock it, he growled. As for the assignment, I'll submit it by night. If there's nothing else, I'd like to leave. And don't you fucking come over to my class again and threaten me like that. I was expecting that outburst from him, so I leaned forward, hooked my finger, and gestured to him to come to me. Let's deal quietly with this, Matt, I said in a sweet voice. I know that you're angry, but anger won't lead you anywhere. If you dare to cross me, you will have to bear the repercussions. I'll make sure that you are expelled from the college. And then, I leaned back and grinned. No Tamara for you, so you either do what I ask you to or get out. What do you choose? I won't be intimidated by you, he growled again. I sighed and pulled out my phone. I'm filing a report against you, which I've already typed. It says that you have failed to submit the report, threatened me with dire consequences, and is least bothered about the classes. You are a danger to the students, and the main reason being, I lifted my eyes to him. Tamara, you. I chuckled, shaking my head. Now come here, like a cute little bear. I just want to teach you herbology, nothing else. I pointed at the chair opposite to me. Sit down and relax. It's not like I'm raping you. Velas. However, I'll allow you to do that to me if you behave like a good little fuckboy for me. His chest rose and fell as his bear tried to force out of him in defiance. I laughed. Would you risk Tam's future? Matt clenched his jaw. He narrowed his eyes and walked to the chair where he sat with vengeance. Good. I got up, circled the desk, and came to stand in front of him. Take off your shirt. Why? He asked, bewildered. Because I will teach you where various herbs act on each part of your body. You're insane. Take it off now, I insisted. For Tamara. Velas, how I wish that bitch to be here and see me with Matt like this. She was a little child in front of me, a fly I would throw out of my life soon enough. She was going to reject Matt, and I would ensure that. Matt swallowed and took off his shirt. I let out a deep sigh as I clenched my thighs, sure he had smelled my arousal. I brushed my fingers over his shoulder, his collarbone, and his neck. He flinched under my touch. Don't touch me, he slapped my hand away. I walked behind him. Let's talk about ashroot. If used in a compress, it can... I took my fingers to touch his columnar neck, 'cause temporary stiffness and extreme fatigue in humans, werewolves and bears. He leaned away from me, but I leaned with him. When my lips hovered over his ear, I said, Do you know what it looks like? His scent was doing crazy things to me. I parted my lips to lick his skin, when all of a sudden there was a knock on the door. My eyes widened in fear. Before I could step away from Matt, the door opened and Bradley walked in. Tamara POV. Dean Smith, I gasped as I tried to catch my breath. Professor Tulip. I had rushed past his secretary, who tried to stop me, to enter his room. Dean Smith was sitting behind a huge mahogany desk, reading a document. He jerked his head up, his brow furrowing. I licked my lips as every thought inside my mind vanished. What the hell was I doing? You're doing it for Matt, Angel growled inside me. He is our mate. Say it! No, I will be rejecting him. Don't say that, Angel whined. What is it? Dean Smith asked, clearly angry with the way I stormed in his office unannounced. His secretary opened the door behind me. I'm so sorry, Dean, she said. She just barged in. I tried to stop her. Dean Smith lowered the document. He stared at me with narrowed his eyes, his bald head shining in the light. What is it about? He asked, the crinkles around his eyes becoming prominent. I swallowed. Professor Tulip is in dire emergency. I think she is having a seizure. She was teaching herbology to Matt Erickson because he had missed an assignment. Dean paled, his weathered face looking older. He got up from his chair. Where is she? He asked as circled the desk and came to stand near me, on the third floor. With long strides, he covered the distance to the door, commanding, Come on, girl, show me where she is. Then he turned to his secretary. Call the medical team immediately. Internally, I flinched. This was the biggest lie I'd ever spoken, and I swear I was going to give Brad a boot on his head if things went down. The secretary nodded, looking like she had seen a ghost, and went on to inform the medical team of the campus. I rushed out of Dean's room toward the elevator. We reached the room where Tulip with my fingers crossed. If this went down, I was going to be suspended. I let out a silent prayer to the moon goddess. Goddess, save me this time. I will be very docile, sweet, and keep my head low. Not only that, I would offer you flowers every day. Dean Smith didn't bother knocking the door. He simply barged in and stopped dead in his tracks as he stared at what was happening. I collided with him and he stumbled a bit. "What the fuck are you doing?" he shouted. But at whom? I peeked from his side, my heart beating wildly. My eyes widened in shock when I saw what was happening. Bradley was sitting on the chair, shirtless, in his boxer's mouth, as Tulip hands were on his neck and back. He was blushing heavily. His clothes were lying in a heap near him. Matt was standing in front of them without his shirt, looking amused. Bradley whimpered, "Help me." I wanted to bleach my eyes, my mind, and everything in between. Tulip whipped her head to look at us. Blood drained from her face, and she practically jumped back from Brad, like she had touched burning rock. "Dean Smith!" she whimpered as she glanced at me. From the looks of it, it seemed like a professor was inappropriately touching Bradley, who was her student, and that too when he was bare. This was horrible. Like sexual harassment, horrible. I had to bite my lower lip to stop smiling or bursting into laughter. Dean Smith clenched his fists on his sides. "How dare you do that to a student?" he shouted, his spit flying everywhere. "I didn't do anything," Tulip cried as she darted her gaze between all of us. I was just teaching herbology to Matt. He has skipped his A assignment." "That's what I heard too," Smith barked. "And you had to teach him behind closed doors, and that too without his clothes on?" Tulip gulped, looking like she would faint now. This is not Matt," she stuttered. But Dean Smith was mad. His face turned red. "Come to my office immediately, Miss Montana," saying that he pivoted and strode toward the door. However, he turned to look at me and said in a low voice, "I'm sorry. Report to my office in an hour." He glared at Tulip, who was now fumbling with her books and purse, and walked out of the room. Just then the medical team arrived. Great. More witnesses. They blinked their eyes at the scene unfolding in front of them. "Sorry, false alarm," Dean grunted and walked past them. The medical team muttered something amongst them and hurried away. Tulip was so flustered that she dropped her books. None of us went to help her. She picked up her books, watching Brad picking up his clothes. As she ran after the dean, she threw a hateful gaze at me, which said, "This isn't over." I shrugged, and she huffed as she exited the room. The moment she was gone, Matt burst out laughing. Brad threw his shirt at him as he wore his clothes with a grin. "You're such a deadly fucker," Matt said, his shoulders rolling with laughter. "Oh, Velis, I've never seen something as hilarious as this." He wore his shirt and shook his head. "Ooh, Brad," I muttered. "How did you manage to pull that stint?" I walked to him to collect his bag as Matt also collected his bag and books. Brad grinned as he put his arm around my shoulder. "It was simple," he said. "When I came in, Tulip was on the back foot already. She asked what I was doing here, to which I replied that I wanted to speak with Matt urgently. She said that I had to wait outside, but I was adamant. And then I pulled Matt out of the chair, took my clothes off, much to her shock, and sat on the chair. I told her that she can use me as a model for explaining the effect of poisonous herbs as Matt watched. "But that was a gamble," I chided him. "What if the dean hadn't come?" "Well, we were prepared for that too," Brad said as he guided me out of the room with Matt following us. I glanced at Matt, and he looked relaxed. Like a weight had lifted from his shoulders, and somehow that made me happy. He watched the two of us with adoration in his eyes. "Tulip won't stop," I grumbled. "She will definitely retaliate." "We know," Brad said. "We are not stupid to think that she will stay quiet after today's incident. But how did you manage to get the dean here?" After Brad asked me to call Dean and somehow convince him to get here, I had thought of 1,000 excuses. I doled out the most convincing. I told him that Tulip was having a seizure, but now I was sure that I would be scolded for speaking lies. Would he expel me from the college? Just thinking that made me nervous. Matt came in front of me suddenly. He took both our bags and said, "Stop worrying. Nothing will happen." Dean saw what we wanted him to see. But his assurance didn't stop me from worrying. An hour later, the three of us stood in front of Dean Smith in his office. Tamara POV. Visuals. They played a great role in psychology. When Daddy trained us as a warrior, he taught us how important it is to deceive your opponent if necessary. Nothing is black in and white in this world. There are shades of gray where you would tread one day. The intelligence lied in your tact. It was impossible for me to eat food, even as Bradley had his chicken burger carelessly. You worry too much, he said, stuffing his mouth with another bite. Eat something, and if you won't, give your steak to me. He extended his hand toward my plate, but Matt squatted his hand away. Let her eat, he growled at Brad. She is hungry. I huffed. I'm not hungry, I said, passing the plate to Brad. My brother happily ate it all. However, Matt didn't touch his plate either. He was sitting beside me and his eyes were fixed on me. His hand was draped over the back of my chair. I turned to him, crossing my arms across his chest. It's all your fault that we are in so much trouble. I just couldn't help thinking if Tulip touched him or not. Anger simmered inside me all the more at the mere thought. My fault, he said, raising his eyebrow. Yes, you should have submitted your assignment in time. He lowered his head. I should have submitted my assignment in time, but you can't blame me. What do you mean? I hissed. I mean, he looked into my eyes in a way that made my knees wobbly. Goddess, this mate bond was creating havoc inside me. He took a deep breath and brushed his finger on my back. Jolts of lightning sparked across my spine. My attention was diverted by someone. Get a room! Bradley scowled, but I couldn't pay attention to him, captivated by the dark eyes of a certain bear. Matt continued, Why didn't you have dinner last night? If you had your dinner, I wouldn't have to feed you and would have completed my assignment. Oh, so this is also my fault. I never asked you to come and feed me. He smirked. You were sulking. That was my trigger. I clenched my jaw. You are only making excuses, Matt, he chuckled. I'm not, baby. I was so focused on you that I couldn't do anything else. Goddess above, Bradley hissed. I'll fucking puke if you continue with this convo. His phone buzzed. Oh, we are being summoned, he said, stuffing the remaining burger in his mouth. In less than 10 minutes, we were standing in front of the dean. Tulip wasn't there, but there was one more professor sitting with him. The dean looked at the three of us. Then he pinched the bridge of his nose and shook his head. Look, this is really bad. I fully understand the way Miss Tamara manipulated me into going to see what Professor Tulip was doing. I can expel you for lying to me, he warned. Ground shook beneath my feet and I felt dizzy. But, the dean continued, I won't be doing any such thing. The crux of the matter is that even though you lied to me, you wanted to expose Professor Tulip. What she did was unimaginable. He paused for a while as he glanced at the professor next to him, who nodded as if encouraging him to continue. I'm sorry, Dean Smith, I murmured. No, I understand you, Miss Tamara. You saved your brother, and you also saved Matt. This was necessary, and I don't hold you responsible for your behavior. You only protected your brother and your friend. However, make sure that doesn't repeat. I'll punish you for speaking lies next time. Sorry, I muttered. What about Professor Tulip? Matt asked, his jaw clenching. Well, we request you to stay quiet until we find another professor for herbology. Until then, she will continue to teach you. We've given her a strict warning about it. You should suspend her job, Matt said through gritted teeth. The dean raised his eyebrow. Don't teach me what to do, Mr. Matt Erickson. Now get out before I take back my decision. I touched Matt's hand as he opened his mouth to retaliate. But the moment I touched him, he snapped his mouth shut. The three of us came out. The moment we were out of the building, I breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, I rasped. He should have thrown her out, Matt responded. Then I would have taken a strict action against her. You can take action against her now as well, Brad suggested. Yeah, he growled. I've asked Seth to release an official statement that Tulip Montana doesn't belong to my pack now. Not only that, I've asked my father not to take her in. That's harsh, Brad said, not meaning it. The weight of the incident was heavy on us. While Brad left for his math class, we both went to the psychology class. However, it was after the class when two girls approached us. Hey, are you on the beach ball team? We are practicing. Do you think you can join us? Said one of them. I was shifted to volleyball, I replied. How is that possible? Said the other one. I saw your name in the list this morning. My eyes widened in surprise. But the coach messaged me that I was shifted to the volleyball team. That's crazy, she said. As soon as they left, I said, I saw the schedule for my practice. It's in 15 minutes. Wait, so are you going there, like now? Matt asked. Of course. Saying that, I rushed to the volleyball court that was another 15-minute walk. What about me? Matt said. You can go back to your dorm and finish the assignment. I deadpanned. Matt scratched his head sheepishly. I made him turn and pushed him. Go! The volleyball court was buzzing with activity. The coach and students were talking excitedly about some upcoming match. I approached the coach. Hi, I'm Tamara Vaslov, I said excitedly as I glanced at the girls in the team. The coach furrowed his brow. So? He shrugged. Why are you here? Taken aback by his reaction, I said, I got a message from the coach of the beach ball team that I was supposed to join the volleyball team. He jerked his head back. What nonsense? How come I don't know what changes are happening in my team? He looked at the chart in his hand and read the names. There's no Tamara Vaslov here. My mouth dropped. How's that possible? I said, bewildered. I pulled out my phone and showed him the message from the coach. I received this 2 days ago. He frowned as he read the message. Are you sure this isn't a prank? Because if this is, I'll make sure you don't play any games on this campus. Dread washed over me. Why were so many things happening in one day? You may verify it from her, I said. All the other girls looked my way, like they were hoping for some kind of drama. Of course I will, he said and took his phone out. He walked away from me and talked to the beach ball coach. He muttered words into the phone, nodded, and then disconnected the call. You aren't in the volleyball team, Tamara Vaslov. In fact, your coach is angry with you for not showing up for practice for 2 days. And this message, she didn't send it. Is this a ploy to come to this team or to taint a good woman? My mouth dropped. And no, I muttered. Why would I do that? I acted upon this message. Stop wasting my time, he shouted. Go to your practice. What the hell just happened? Tamara POV. Confused, I hurried over to the beach ball practice area. The beach ball practice area was set in a spacious park, just a short walk from the main campus. It was an open, flat patch of grass near the edge of a sandy field. The ground was smooth enough to keep the ball bouncing steadily, but there were a few patches of uneven terrain. A large net stretched across the field, marking the boundaries of the practice area. Laughter of the team as they tossed the ball back and forth sounded as I neared them. On one side, a few benches lined up where some of the team members gathered. Some of them sprawled out on the grass, chatting idly, while others stayed focused on warming up or stretching. Coach Dana stood in the center, her arms crossed tightly across her chest. As soon as she saw me, her expression hardened. Tamara Vaslov? I nodded. Yes, good afternoon. You're late, she snapped, glaring at me. Do you have an explanation for that? I swallowed, pulling out my phone and showing her the message from the coach. I received this 2 days ago from you. I thought it was real, I stammered, my hands shaking as I handed her the phone. She read the message and her frown deepened. This isn't from me, she said flatly, throwing the phone back into my hands. Who did this? Why would you try to mess with the team like this? I froze, not knowing what to say. I didn't. She cut me off, her voice cold and sharp. I don't want to hear it. You think this is some sort of game? You think you can just waltz in here and make a joke out of the team? You're wasting my time, Tamara. Tears stung my eyes, but I fought them back. If you haven't sent me the message, then who sent it from your number, Coach Dana? How am I supposed to know? She said, getting impatient. Dread ran down my spine. The thing was turning mysterious by the minute. But one thing was there. Someone was messing with me big time, and I had to find out who that was. Get in line, and don't ever do something like this again, Coach Dana grunted. Do you know I can report you for accusing me wrongly? I walked over to the side of the court, joining the other girls. They looked at me with judgment in their eyes. A couple of them whispered to each other, and I could hear the snickers. She's such a mess. She is accusing the coach of such a huge issue, one of them muttered. I tried to ignore them, but it felt like the world was closing in on me. The practice dragged on, and every time I missed a pass or messed up, I could feel their eyes on me. They weren't kind eyes. They weren't the eyes of teammates. They were the eyes of people who thought I didn't belong. And maybe they were right. I so wanted to get out of this place. I fumbled with the ball again, my hands slick with sweat. I could feel my face turning red, and I tried to shake off the embarrassment, but it stuck to me like a second skin. "Come on, Tamara," one of the girls muttered. "Try to keep up." I wanted to scream on them, but instead I just focused on the ball, pretending I wasn't hearing them. My mind was spinning. Everything was going wrong today. First the situation with Tulip and Matt, then the message, then the way the coach had looked at me, like I was some kind of failure. After practice ended, I grabbed my things and rushed out of the park. I needed to talk to someone, figure out what was going on, but I wasn't sure who to turn to. The idea of facing the coach again made my stomach churn. I made my way to the admin block, hoping to get some answers. When I arrived, I was directed to the office for the athletic director. The office was clean, sterile, too cold, explaining a lot about the person who sat here. I knocked on the door and waited for permission to enter. "Come in," a shrill voice sounded. When I opened the door, the director, a woman with short gray hair, glanced up at me. "Can I help you?" I hesitated, unsure of how to even begin. However, mustering up the courage, I told her my issue. Then I requested her. I wanted to ask if I could switch from the beach ball team to the basketball team. I've had some trouble with practice lately, and I think basketball might be a better fit for me. She raised an eyebrow, her expression unreadable. "We don't usually allow mid-season switches. You've already committed to beach ball. You need to see this through, Tamara." I felt my heart sink, but I had applied for basketball in my college application form. The director frowned. She went to her computer, asked me for details, and checked my particulars. Taking a deep breath, she looked at me with a touch of sympathy. "I understand your frustration, but you signed up for beach ball. It's clearly written here. If you want to try basketball next season, we can discuss that. But for now, you need to stay with your commitments." I left the office in a daze, my frustration bubbling over. Nothing was going right. I was lost in a world of confusion, and it felt like no one could help me find my way. I needed to talk to Brad. Or Matt? No, not Matt. By the time I got back to my dorm, I was furious. Furious at the coach, at the other girls, at myself, and furious at Matt for God knew why. Why is this happening? I muttered to myself, slamming my door behind me. I walked to my desk and sat down, trying to focus on my assignments. But even as I did the work, my mind kept wandering back to Matt, to Tulip, to Coach Dana and the events of the day. It felt like I was chasing shadows, trying to hold on to the short end of the stick. And on top of that, I couldn't stop thinking about Matt. The way he looked at me, the way he seemed so distant. Why does he treat me like that? I asked aloud. My heart ached, but I didn't know why. Was it because of the bond we shared? Or because he'd been avoiding me for the past few years? Either way, I couldn't seem to shake the feeling that something was missing. "He is our mate," Angel sighed in my mind. "It's impossible to resist him." "No, I will reject him soon. In fact, I will reject him tonight." "No, Tam, no. Please," she whined. "Give him a chance. I am in this constant turmoil because of him." I finished my assignments as quickly as I could, but my mind still wasn't at ease. I glanced at the clock. It was almost time for dinner. Just as I was about to leave, a knock came at my door. "Tamara?" I froze. Matt. I wasn't expecting him. He was suddenly standing at my door. Well, good. The moment I see him, I would reject him. I strode to the door with a mission in my mind and opened it rather furiously. "Matt Erickson!" I growled, staring into his eyes, and then every word that was in my mind vanished. He lifted his hand, showing me that he was holding dinner. His usual easy smile was replaced by amusement. "I thought you might want some food." I stood there, staring at him. For a moment, it felt like time had stopped. I wanted to say something, but I didn't know what. Finally, I stepped aside, allowing him to enter. "Thanks," I muttered, still unsure of how to act. I wouldn't reject him today because I was really hungry. Maybe tomorrow. As he set the food down on my desk, I felt like going and hugging him, but that would be so stupid. Hugging him? Never. I think it was my mental state which was making me such a putty. He turned to look at me, and I realized that I was standing too close to him. I craned my neck up to look at him, and immediately I was swept in this crazy tsunami of attraction. My lips parted when my gaze landed on his lips. Goddess, hoot how to brew, could one have such full and firm lips? I was so captivated by him, by his scent, that I forgot how to breathe. He brushed my cheek with his fingers as we stood there in silence. His fingers came to my lower lip, which he touched softly. "You look tense," he said in a low voice. His fingers reached my neck to the point where my neck met my shoulder, where he would put his mark on me if I... What the hell was I thinking? I stepped away from him, and the moment shattered. I walked past him and walked to my desk to take the food out. "I'm back in the beach ball team, and I hate it." "How come?" he said as he sat on the bed. I handed him his container and a fork as I took mine and sat on the chair. He had brought Chinese noodles and dumplings. As I ate it, I told him everything. He listened to it with rapt attention. "That's strange," he commented. "I'll try to find out about it." I sighed. "Nah, leave it. I'll play beach ball." We sat in silence for a few minutes and I felt better, relaxed. It wasn't because he was here, but because I shared my anxiety with him. A smile tugged at my lips. "Any news about Tulip?" He tensed. She was given a warning by Dean Smith, but he didn't take any action on her, probably because of the institution's reputation. He rolled his eyes. "But," he said, leaning forward with a smile, "I've bought a house near campus. I hate seeing you staying in a dorm this small." Tamara POV. My mouth dropped for the second time. "Bought a house? Bought a house? What do you mean? Were you purchasing a house when you should be doing your assignment? And why did you buy a house? You are staying in a dorm." He laughed as he took the box out of my hand and placed it on the desk. After that, he held my wrist, pulled me to the bed, and made me sit down next to him. I scooted away, despite the bond working strongly. His lips tugged up into a beautiful smile. God, why was his smile so lovely? Like I could forget the world when I looked at his lips. "That dorm is too cramped for me, and this one is too cramped for you," he explained. "Whoa," I rasped. "Wait here, Mr. Erickson. I am not moving with you anywhere. I'll be staying right in this dorm. If I had to stay in a house, then I would have continued to be in the house my father bought for us. So better don't keep your hopes up." In a flash of a moment, Matt was in front of me. He grabbed the back of my neck and tilted his head in a way that his lips were only a breath away from mine. "My hopes will never die," he said against my lips. "One day you will move in with me, and that day will come soon." Saying that, he leaned over and kissed the side of my lips. My heart stammered in my ribs so hard that I felt like it would jump in my mouth. I had never let anyone kiss me in my life, and I have no idea why. It was like I was waiting for him. I stifled a moan. I wanted him to keep kissing me, hold me in his arms, and never leave me. But this was not what I had planned. I pushed him against his chest, but it felt like I was trying to push away a mountain. "You're dreaming." I managed to speak through the haze of my muddled-up mind. "I'll never come to you. The last thing that can happen to me is you." His lips hovered over mine as his eyes drank my face, like he was trying to remember each and every line, every contour. "No, baby, I'm the best thing that will happen to you. I'm never going to leave you." He leaned over my ear and kissed my earlobe. Jolts of lightning bolted across my body. "And you know that you're mine." Angel was practically prancing inside me. "Our mate is so handsome. He loves us so much," she purred. I clenched my teeth and inclined away from him. "High hopes, Bear." I moved away from him and got up. My body was covered in sweat. I just couldn't let this happen anymore. I jumped out of the bed and grabbed my meal box to finish my food. We sat in silence for a while. The night had turned colder, and I was still sitting there, eating my food furiously as Matt watched me. He'd made himself comfortable on my bed. The way he sat, casually propped up against my pillows, made me feel unsettled, even though I knew it was innocent. He took out his laptop, wore his glasses, and switched it on. My breath lodged in my throat, seeing him in glasses. How could one look so magnificent in his glasses? "So," I asked, breaking the silence, my voice filled with curiosity and something I couldn't figure, "how did you manage to buy a house so quickly? You've only been here for a couple of months." Matt shrugged, his eyes still on the screen. "I've had my eye on it for a while," he said casually. "Saw it when I first got here. Perfect place, close to campus, and I knew it was right for us. Just had to make sure everything was in order." He made it sound so simple, but I couldn't stop wondering, how had he gotten everything in place so fast? Buying a house was no small thing, especially without making a big deal out of it. But of course, it was Matt. When he set his mind to something, he always found a way. I leaned back against my desk, crossing my arms. Well, good for you. I'm not moving in with you, I muttered, more to myself than him. This dorm is my home. I like it here. I really needed him to understand this. I won't move with him. Matt paused, turning slightly to face me. There was a quiet intensity in his eyes that made my heart skip a beat. If you won't move into the house with me, he said, his voice low, then I'll just have to stay here with you. In the dorm. You know that I won't stay in my dorm. My eyes widened, and I could feel my face heat up at the thought. What? I asked, trying to sound more confident than I felt. You can't just stay here, Matt. This is not allowed. This is my dorm. He grinned, looking utterly pleased with himself. Why not? He said, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. I'll make do. It's no problem, but you'll have to get used to it. I'm not going anywhere, Tamara. Not until you say yes. And you know that most boys sneak in here to be with their girlfriends after dark. That was true. I had seen many boys sneaking in all the time. You're impossible, I muttered under my breath, trying to act unaffected. But inside, I could feel my resolve crumbling. Every word, every look, every smile from him was like a weight I couldn't escape. The pull between us was undeniable. I sighed, rubbing my temples. Fine, but you're staying only for tonight, I said reluctantly. We're finishing these assignments and then you're out of here. Matt chuckled, his voice soft but full of affection. Deal. He returned to his laptop, but not before giving me a wink that made my heart race again. I knew that there was no deal when it came to him. He did things his way. After all, he was the alpha of his pack. Very dominant, very possessive. As we worked through the assignments together, I found myself feeling strangely comfortable. I could feel the weight of the day lifting off my shoulders as the quiet of the room settled around us. I felt relaxed. All the anxiety in me vanished. Then, to my surprise, Matt stretched out on my bed, making himself comfortable again. He patted his lap as if offering it as a cushion. Come on, he said with a playful smile, looking at me through his glasses. You look exhausted. Why don't you rest your head for a bit? I looked at him, my heart skipping. I'm fine, I said, but my body was already moving toward him, too tired to argue. I settled down next to him, my head gently resting in his lap. The softness of the fabric under my cheek made me close my eyes for a moment, letting his scent and warmth surround me. His fingers gently ran through my hair, and I couldn't help the soft sigh that escaped my lips. It was nice, this quiet moment, too nice. His touch was soothing, his presence felt comforting, like I was finally home. You know, he said softly, breaking the silence. You're such a baby. Keep resisting me. It won't work. I blinked, staring up at him. The connection between us, the bond I kept trying to deny, seemed to be growing stronger, undeniable with every passing minute. It will, I whispered, the words slipping from my lips before I could stop them. His eyes softened, and he leaned down, pressing a gentle kiss to my forehead. I'm just here, Tamara. Nothing more, nothing less. But it wasn't nothing. It was everything. I closed my eyes again, trying to ignore the warmth spreading in my chest. I could feel his heartbeat, steady and reassuring through our bond. And that scared me more than I wanted to admit. I don't know when, but I drifted off into a deep sleep, the soft clicks of his laptop fading away slowly. The moment I drifted into a dream, everything became blurry, like being lost in a haze. I couldn't make sense of it. But there were flashes of moonlight, dark shadows moving swiftly in the distance. Then a voice, soft and clear, called my name. Tamara. I tried to focus, but the voice came again, louder this time. Tamara, child of the moon. I turned around, searching for the source of the voice. A woman stood before me, cloaked in moonlight, her silver eyes glowing in the dark. Her face was serene, filled with love. Who are you? I asked, my voice trembling. I am Cressida, your grandmother, she said. You carry my blood, child. Your destiny is intertwined with your mother's. Find your people. Tamara POV. My heart stuttered in my chest. My mother? I whispered, still unable to grasp it. The woman in my dreams smiled softly, leaving me mesmerized. Yes, and the Alpha Bear is part of your journey. You cannot fight this. Nothing but shock rocked me. I wanted to ask more questions, to ask her to explain, but the dream faded and I woke up with a start, with a heavy breath. My chest felt tight. The dream looked so real, like it had reached deep inside me. What was that? I looked around the room. The moonlight was streaming through the windows. The world was sleeping, but why did I feel like something was happening? Something I didn't understand, and I wasn't sure if I was ready for it. Matt was sleeping right behind me, his arm thrown on my waist, shirtless. When did he go shirtless? I tried to remove his arm away from me. The bear let out a growl even in his sleep and pulled me smug against his chest, murmuring mine. And then, as if to make sure that I wasn't going anywhere, he threw his heavy leg on top of mine, caging me completely. I didn't have the energy in me to move away because his arms, his proximity, his scent, everything worked as a balm to my frayed nerves. I felt safe, secure, like no one could harm me. As for the dream, I was going to talk to Mom about it. It was weird, but the last time when my abilities showed themselves, things were not the same. There was a reason why I didn't touch dying flowers or go near trees or bushes that were dried up. I closed my eyes and drifted off into deep slumber, but with a resolve. I wasn't allowing Matt to come to me tomorrow. I was 100% sure about it. When I woke up, the light of the morning poured in the room. Goddess, I had never slept like a log in my life, but with Matt, I always slept like that. Except the nightmare I had. It was bizarre. Matt was my destiny. I blew out, rubbishing the stupid dream. The room was quiet except for the soft rise and fall of Matt's breathing. I turned my head slowly, only to realize he was still sleeping right next to me, his arm thrown across my waist, his chest rising and falling with each deep breath. Great, I thought. Here he was, still next to me. I couldn't decide if I was angry or relieved. I decided to get up and go to the bathroom to freshen up, so I carefully slipped out from under the covers, trying not to wake him. As I moved quietly toward the door, I caught a glimpse of his body. Matt was shirtless, his muscles defined in the dim light of the room, and I felt a rush of warmth flood my cheeks. But then I noticed something else. There was a slight bulge in his pants, making me freeze in place. I quickly turned my gaze away, my heart suddenly racing. God, how come he was erect even when he was sleeping? I quickly walked into the bathroom, doing my best to ignore the wild thoughts racing through my mind. Get a grip, Tamara. He's just a guy who I would reject today, like for sure. I steeled myself, remembering how he rebuffed me all those years. And now that he knows I am his mate, he is coming after me? Well, you got news, Matt Erickson. I'm not going to marry you. Not today. Not tomorrow. Not ever. Gritting my teeth, I splashed some cold water on my face to clear my thoughts. I know it was his proximity or the bond we shared that was pulling me toward him. That's why I couldn't ignore it, but I would. Soon. After my bath, I was drying myself off when suddenly I heard a knock on my door. I wasn't expecting anyone, so I tensed up, half panicked. I didn't know who it could be. And what if they discovered Matt in my room? They would report me immediately to the warden. Damn it. I knew Matt was still in the bed, asleep. I would cover him with loads of sheets to hide him. Coming, I called out as I hurried to grab my clothes and wrap the towel securely around me. But the moment I stepped out, I froze. Matt was standing there, shirtless, with his hand casually resting on the doorframe, facing whoever there was on the door. I gasped in surprise, eyes widening as I stared at him. He looked like he had walked straight out of my deepest, most secret dreams, his muscles, his confident stance, and the casualness in his posture. Matt! I almost shrieked, my heart pounding in my chest. He whipped his head to look at me and I flushed deep. His gaze darkened. He didn't even seem to care that he was standing there, completely exposed and making my heart race. I spun around, rushing back into the bathroom. Matt chuckled, crossed his arms across his bare chest and turned to my gusts. I peeped out only to see 3 girls from the beach ball team had shown up. They were giggling and fawning over Matt, clearly enjoying the view of him. Hi, one of them said, her eyes widening as she looked at him with lust. The girls looked from him to me and back to him. They all looked curiously at us. Hi, Matt replied casually. Matt, I hissed, come back. But the bear wouldn't budge from there. His tall and muscular body filled in the entire frame of the door. We came here for Tamara, said the captain of the team, Lexi, fluttering her eyelashes at him. She is called by the coach for urgent practice. I clutched my towel tighter, trying to steady my breathing. This was not how I imagined the morning going. Matt, being Matt, smiled charmingly at them, clearly not understanding the tension in the room. He seemed completely unaffected, while I was losing my mind just trying to keep my composure. "What time?" he asked, stretching his arm behind and resting them both on top of the door frame. I think the girls half fainted. As for me, ugly jealousy rose in my chest. I wanted to smack him hard and gouge the eyes of the girls who were eye-fucking him. But I composed myself. If I was going to reject him, I had to allow other girls to come near him. "You are the most handsome guy I've met," a girl blurted. "I mean," all others giggled. Then she corrected herself. "I mean, why don't you come with Tamara to watch us? You can." "What the fuck?" Anger slammed in my chest. Angel growled. Clutching my towel tightly, I walked out of the bathroom and stormed to Matt. I stood in front of him as if my tiny body would hide him. Stifling my emotions as best as I could, I almost snarled, "I will be there soon. You may leave now." Lexi's eyes widened at my rudeness, but the moment they were having with Matt broke. "You better be there on time." She spat, spun, and went away. I slammed the door shut, and when I spun, I slammed in Matt. He steadied me with a heartbreaking smile. "Were you jealous of them?" "What?" "Hell, no," I scoffed. I poked his chest. "But why did you open the door? Now they will report me to the warden." "They won't," he replied casually, studying me. Suddenly, I became aware of me standing naked, wrapped in a towel, and my cheeks heated. I stepped away from him and stuttered, "I have to go for practice. Please leave." Matt stepped back immediately, and I felt empty. He turned to collect his things and without a word left. My throat dried as I watched him leave. Was he mad at me? The moment the door closed behind him, dejection set in. Like my life was going to be so dull now. "Control yourself, Tammy," I chided myself. "This is just the mate bond." I changed into my skirt and tank top, wore my shoes, but everything felt like I was on an auto. Why didn't he say a word? He argued with me, he wooed me, and then some more. But the thought that there were other girls clearing fawning over him made me mad. Was he thinking of going to them? Like, why not? I didn't give him any reason to stay with me. Why would he go and talk to them? Good, I assured myself as I got out of my room and locked it. That's what I wanted. I was also going to look for new friends, new boyfriends. But why did it feel like I was convincing myself more than being resolute? I tried to shake off those thoughts. They were plaguing me like hell. When I reached the practice area, Lexi looked at me with a smirk. She came to me. "Tamara, come on, tell us more about him," she cooed. "He's so handsome. Is he your boyfriend?" I wanted to shout, "He's not. He's just my friend." But the words caught in my throat. I wasn't sure if I was lying to them or to myself. "Oh, wonderful," Lexi exclaimed, her eyes gleaming. "I knew you guys had a one-night stand. Please tell me more about him. Can you introduce him to me?" "I'm not your personal tour guide," I snapped, anger bubbling inside. I grabbed my gym bag, my heart thudding against my chest, and rushed to the court when suddenly from the periphery of my vision I saw Matt walking toward us. Tamara POV. As soon as other girls saw him, I could hear the girls whispering behind me, clearly gossiping about Matt. I was so frustrated I could barely focus on anything else. My mind kept replaying the image of Matt standing there, his bare chest glistening with his hand on the doorframe like he was some kind of god, like he owned the place, commanded the air and demanded the attention of one and all. And now he was here? He came to sit on the benches nearby, kept his bag on the side, and sat back to watch us. I mouthed him, "What are you doing here?" He raised an eyebrow and shrugged. He mouthed back, "Watching you." I pursed my lips as I turned away, feeling heat rising to my cheeks. He was watching me so possessively that my heart hammered in my chest. "Come on," Coach Dana hollered us, clapping her hands. "We don't have all day with us. The match with the Dolphins is tomorrow." Dolphins. Blood drained from my face. The Dolphins were the best team, not just in the county, but in our state. Why would we have a match with them? And why wasn't I told before? Like, was it a joke? Seeing me, Coach Dana grunted. Other girls chuckled. "She'll be on the benches soon," one of them snickered. At the beach ball practice, I was immediately bombarded by the team again. The same girls who had been all over Matt were now pushing their way around me. They swarmed around me, their eyes glinting with disdain. They made no effort to hide how much they were enjoying seeing me struggle. One of them, Sarah, tossed the ball straight at me with a little too much force. "Tamara," she said with a challenge in her voice. The ball came hurtling towards me, too fast, too hard. I barely managed to get a hand up, but it bounced off, landing out of bounds. Laughter rang out from a few of the other girls, and Sarah smirked. "Nice try," she mocked. "Maybe you should stick to running away from your problems, huh?" The others giggled as the sting of her words rattled me. Before I could gather myself, another ball was passed my way. Only this time, it was a deliberate shot aimed straight at me, coming at me like a speeding bullet. I tried to dodge, but my foot caught on the sand and I tripped, landing hard on the ground. "What a mess," one of them muttered, just loud enough for me to hear. "Guess she's just clumsy, huh?" I pushed myself up, my palms stinging from the sand. My face burned with embarrassment as my eyes went to Matt, who had narrowed his eyes on us. Coach Dana's voice cut through the noise. "Tamara, focus," she snapped in a harsh voice. "Stop making excuses. This is a game, not a place for you to sulk. If you can't handle it, maybe you shouldn't be on this team." I flinched at her words. The next play came, and I was ready for it, or so I thought. Lexi passed the ball directly to me again. I went to catch it, but it was too high, and the ball slammed into my face. "Oops, sorry," Lexi said sarcastically, giggling quietly with others. Coach Dana's eyes narrowed as she walked toward me. "Are you even trying, Tamara? This is embarrassing. You're making us all look bad. We are going to lose because of you." I felt a rush of anger and humiliation. "Focus, Tamara," Coach Dana shouted again. "You're wasting time. If you can't get it together, you'll be benched for the competition." I swallowed the lump in my throat, trying to control tears inside me. I tried to push forward, but the snide remarks from the team kept coming. "She's such a joke. What is Matt seeing her? She can't even catch a ball. Are you sure she has his balls in her hands? If we lose, it will be because of her." The laughter from the other girls was like a slap. I wanted to scream at them. I looked at Matt and his face had a hard expression. Was he also hating the way I was playing? "Tamara," Coach Dana's voice snapped me back into reality. "I don't know what's going on with you today, but get it together. This is supposed to be a team sport, not a circus act. Focus." I nodded, biting the inside of my cheek to keep from breaking down right there on the court. Once the practice was over, Coach Dana announced that we would be going for the match to another college at 7 a.m. tomorrow. As I picked up my bag, I noticed how Sarah and Lexi rushed to Matt and surrounded him. "Matt, how come you're here?" Lexi asked, practically batting her eyelashes. She leaned toward him, showing her cleavage, swaying suggestively. I clenched my jaw, trying not to roll my eyes. "I'm here for Tamara," he said in a clipped voice as he stood up. Lexi's face scrunched up. "Oh," she groused. "Really?" I couldn't help myself and walked to where they were. Lexi didn't know that I had heard her. I was a werewolf and had a sharp sense of hearing. She immediately changed her stance. "Oh, Tamara, you're so lucky to have a guy like him around," Lexi teased, glancing at Matt, who came to stand with me, completely oblivious to the tension he was causing. I was jealous, and I hated that I was jealous. Matt wasn't mine. He never had been. And yet, here I was trying to stake my claim on him. "I mean," Lexi scorned, "with that faulty game of yours, you need to pump up your game. I'm sure Matt could teach you a few tricks." I watched in silence as Matt clenched his teeth. But just as he was about to answer, I felt my heart twist, the jealousy bubbling up inside me. Matt smiled and shook his head. "I'm not interested, sorry," he said before turning back to me. And I knew what he meant. He rejected Lexi and Sarah even before they began. My spirits immediately lifted and I felt confident. Sarah and Lexi walked away. Lexi shouted at others, "We've got a competition coming up in 2 days. I expect everyone to focus on the game and stop worrying about your love lives." She shot me a look as if saying that she was going to make my life hell. Matt caught my wrist and said, "Let's get out of here. I know you're hungry." I sighed because I was so hungry that I could eat a boar like Obelix. All of it, and then maybe carve some menhirs just to relax my raging emotions. As he tugged me to the hostile mess, I allowed to just drift with it. The feeling that settled over me was like a calm after a storm. His touch was calming, and I felt like purring. When we reached there, we sat in a quiet corner. He went to grab breakfast trays for both of us. "You did good, Tamara," he said as he sat beside me. "Really?" My chest tightened. I didn't want him to see me like this, but there was no avoiding him now. "You okay?" he asked, his voice soft, but with an edge of concern. I forced a smile, trying to mask how badly I was feeling. "Yeah, just some bad practice." "That didn't look like bad practice," he said, his jaw tightening slightly as he tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. "You did great." I picked up a steak and sandwich and gobbled it. Why the hell was I so hungry these days? He just watched me eating with satisfaction on his face. "You should also eat," I said through my stuffed face. He chuckled and wiped the grease from my chin. Then he picked up his burger and ate it. "Stop worrying about the match. Coach Dana knows that our team doesn't have a chance against the Dolphins. Even Sarah and Lexi know about it. But it seems like they will lose because of me," I said, feeling sad. Matt kept his burger back. He wiped his hands, turned to me, and cupped my cheeks. "No, they won't lose because of you. They will lose because they are no match against the Dolphins." He leaned over and kissed the corner of my lips, licking me as he backed. The moment his lips brushed against mine, my entire body froze. A jolt of heat ran through me, as if a switch had been flipped. The kiss was quick, but it lingered on my lips, reverberating in my chest. When he pulled away, he was still cupping my cheeks. Lightly, he brushed my cheeks and winked. My throat turned dry, and I swallowed. I didn't have the strength in me to stop him. "So stop blaming yourself," he added, backing away. I somehow reined my wild heart, and together we walked to the herbology class. Our fingers brushed each other's as we walked, and I didn't realize when Matt held my hand in his large ones. It felt so natural. I couldn't help smiling despite all my resolution to reject him. Well, I won't reject him today at least. I deserved this happiness for the day. When we arrived in the herbology class, we entered hand in hand. Tulip was there, staring at our joined hands. If glares could kill, I would have been dead 1,000 times by the time I reached my seat. Just to show her more that I wasn't affected by her, I pulled Matt to a seat in the end, and when we settled, I moved closer to him. Then I looked at her smugly. Tulip's face crumpled. Did she cry all night? She shouted across the class at Matt, "Where's your assignment, Matt Erickson?" Matt replied softly, "I emailed it to you yesterday night, Professor Tulip. Haven't you seen it?" Matt POV. Tulip looked like she could murder me, or Tamara. I was waiting for her to take action, any action, and I would go full-on feral on her. My objective was to annihilate her after what she did to me, after how she tried to force me into submitting to her. I had to, for Tamara. But the way Brad and Tamara saved me, now I had to leash on my anger toward her. So yeah, I was waiting for one fucking mistake from her, and I would find the perfect excuse to snuff her life. According to my instructions, Seth had already passed an order to expel her from my pack. I knew that she would go back to her pack to her parents, but I had taken care of that too. I had talked to my father and told him about her misdemeanors. Father was more than furious. He wanted to send his warriors to kill her for threatening me. But it was my mother, Shayla, whose kind heart overruled my father's decision. In anger, Daddy expelled Tulip from the pack. She was practically a rogue in our packs, and no one would dare to take her in. So I knew that she had no home to go to except this college. If she fucked up again, she was going to be in so much trouble. Basically, Tulip was cornered, and I liked my prey cornered. I'd fucking wrench her neck and rip her apart limb by limb if she attempted to harm Tamara. She thought that had the upper hand. She didn't know that soon I would bury her 6 feet under. The class went well, not because of the way Tulip glared at me, but because Tamara was sitting close to me. Too close. I knew that she was doing it more to show to Tulip rather than because she wanted to be, but it was a wonderful feeling. And me? I shamelessly put my hand over her thigh, or brushed her cheek, or whispered nonsense in her ear, making her giggle. It was different that my heart was hammering in my chest like it had gone wild. All blood rushed to my cock. The fucker wasn't going down. Torben wanted to break free. Claim her. Rut her. He pushed me incessantly. I had to push him down using all my strength because I wanted Tamara to come to me. If I jumped on her, I knew I would lose her. In the evening, Tamara went to meet Bradley. The Omegas had made so many dishes for all of us, and I was delighted to see how Tammy was gobbling it all up. Maybe her wolf needed that much food. I told them about my new house, which was just a block down. Bradley was surprised and asked me to show it to him. I took him there and Tamara tagged along. The way she looked around with wide eyes full of curiosity made me proud. Through the bond, I could sense that she liked it. Her gaze lingered on the main bedroom for far too long. A gush of warmth surged through me. As I chatted with both of them, trying to sound casual, Tammy told me about the colors she loved. I memorized every word coming out of her mouth. Villas, I was going to worship her if she gave me a chance. I would worship her if she didn't give me a chance. After we returned, Tamara had to go for practice alone. I didn't like how Lexi, Sarah, and Coach Dana talked to her. They were all trying to eye-fuck me. If it had been my pack, I would have already killed them for even talking to Tammy like that. But this was a different place. I needed to be very careful around humans. They didn't know about mates and college students. They fucking around like rabbits in heats with an extra dose of steroids. While Brad returned to his house, I had to go to my dorm because Father wanted to talk to me about something urgent. "The elders want to talk to you, Matt," Father said as soon as I put on the video call. I frowned. "Why? Is everything okay?" He took a deep breath in. "Everything's fine, but they are restless. I haven't seen them like this ever in my life." Mother was sitting right beside him. Even she looked worried. I just couldn't help admiring her with each passing day. Despite the fact that Uncle Magnus was killed and I always blamed Tammy for it, she took Tammy in and was always so nice to her. Did she sense that Tam was my mate? I didn't know. She never told, and sometimes there were no answers to the questions you had. It was destiny. "The elders are here," Father said. "They have gathered around us to talk to you especially." As much as it sounded bizarre, I nodded. Tension bunched in my shoulders. Father turned the camera toward the two elders, Harper and Cale. I bowed to them. They nodded, their faces showing years of wisdom. "I hope all is well, Elder Harper," I said. Elder Harper's voice broke the silence. In a deep, urgent voice, he said, "Alpha Matt, we've felt a disturbance, a stirring of ancient energies in the old temple of Villas." I met his gaze, confusion furrowing my brow. "What are you talking about?" The old temple of Velas was located about 10 miles away from our packs. It was near the Eldermere Temple, which was just outside the Shadowfang pack. No one was allowed to enter the ruins of the Eldermere. As for the Velas Temple, it was in a very dilapidated state. New ones were constructed where the bears went to pray. However, the ancient one remained in its place. No one knew the reason why the two temples of the moon goddess, Cressida, and that of Velas were constructed together. They were both over 1,000 years old. Elder Harper sighed. In a gruff voice, he said, "Both of us had visited the ancient Veles temple along with the shaman. He cited something odd over there. There were shadows which circled the temple." "What?" I exclaimed. "Shadows? There must be someone there." Elder Keel shook his head. "No, there wasn't. But these shadows emerged at night, and as soon as the shaman saw them, they disintegrated into smoke. It was a strange sighting, but we believe that these shadows emerged from the Eldermere ruins." "But that's history," I pointed out. "We all know about the curse that was associated with the ruins of Eldermere. Luna Auren broke that curse. Those shadows have retreated, so why would they emerge now? And why will they come to the Velas temple? It's not like the two temples are situated side by side. They are at least 500 meters apart. Are you sure that the shaman saw what he saw? It could be an illusion." Elder Kale exchanged looks with Elder Harper before speaking again. "We can't say much about it, Alpha Matt, but there's one thing that I wanted to point out." He lowered his head and paused for longer than I liked. When he looked up, his eyes had mystery to them. The main reason why the two temples were built near each other was because the Bear clan's lineage is intertwined with the moon goddess. My mouth dropped as my eyes widened. This was something that was never mentioned. Heck, no bear knew about it. "I'm sorry, what?" I raped. Cale continued. "Our ancestors were her guardians. They were tasked with protecting the bloodline of the moon goddess." A shiver ran down my body as goosebumps lined my skin. Our bloodline was tasked with protecting Cressida's bloodline? However, over time, that purpose faded into myth, but the bond remains like a faint reminder in our blood. Disbelief blasted through me like a thunderstorm, tearing through my thoughts and leaving nothing but chaos in its wake. A faint reminder? A roaring tide of confusion crashed against the walls of my mind. Was I with Tammy only to protect her? Was I not her mate? What kind of a joke was this? No, this couldn't be. I was Tammy mate. Even the thought that I wasn't her mate made me so mad that Torben wanted to come out and kill someone. What are you even saying, Elder Kale? I roared, trying to stifle my emotions, but couldn't. This is all bullshit. Matt, Mom snapped, chiding me for not speaking nicely to the elder. But Mom, enough. Listen to them. I became quiet and narrowed my eyes. I know it is too much to take in, but I believe there's a reason why Shayla and Teddy protected Tamara, and even you protected her with your life when you were just 10 years old, Kale added. You see, long ago, when there was magic in the air, when the bloodlines were pure, when shifters emerged, the Bear Clan guarded the moon goddess bloodline, sworn to protect her descendants from an ancient evil that once threatened her power. But as centuries passed, the threats faded, and the guardianship became mere whispers, stories passed down through generations. The bond weakened, forgotten by most, until it became legend. He paused, his eyes distant, as if recalling a time long past. But the bloodline of the moon goddess is never truly lost. It waits, dormant, until the time is right, when the chosen guardian awakens to restore it. That's why the bond faded. The enemies may have been defeated, but the danger still looms. And now, the shaman thinks the time has come for it to be remembered. Matt POV. It was as if the ground beneath me had cracked open, and the truth, this unbelievable truth, had poured in like a flood, drowning all sense of reason. The bear shifters were guardians of the moon goddess bloodline? How was this possible? A memory flickered across my mind where during our history classes in the pack, elders had mentioned once that in ancient times the bears also worshipped the moon goddess. And hence, to make things easier for them, the two temples were built nearby. The bears could go to the moon goddess temple if they wished, after praying to Velas. But the knowledge seemed insignificant that time. It was like, what did the Bear Clan have in common with the Wolf Clan? A chill ran down my spine. You're saying we, the bears, are connected to the moon goddess? Not just connected, Elder Keel continued. One of us is the key to unlocking her legacy. His strength, his lineage, it's all tied to her power. I sat back, absorbing his words. The weight of the revelation pressed down on me. But how? What does this mean for me? I mean, how did this even happen? Are we in some kind of ancient ritual or bond that would annihilate our species? Has the shaman sensed something like that? Elder Kale nodded solemnly. There's a story to this, one that is not available in the archives, but has come down from one generation to the next. There is no authenticity, but I've always felt that it can be found in the archives of Alpha Lucien's extensive library. A story? Every word coming from Kale was deepening the mystery. Honestly, I was getting agitated by the minute. He nodded. The bears vowed to protect the moon goddess bloodline after a great war between the ancient packs and a dark force that sought to destroy her power. What evil force? I asked impatiently. These are modern times, Elder Kale, I snapped. No one believes in ancient myths. He shook his head. No, Alpha Matt, there are things happening, things that are beyond us. We have to look out for them. But what is the story about? Mom asked, getting curious. The goddess, a symbol of life and light, was targeted by those who feared her strength. They threatened to destroy her, make sure that if she ever had descendants, they would all die. No one came to her rescue except the first alpha bear. He was bound by ancient honor and strength, and he stepped forward to guard her descendants, swearing an oath of eternal loyalty. The moon goddess's bloodline was the key to peace and balance in the realm, and only the bears, with their fierce loyalty and power, could keep it safe from those who wished to see it erased. But there are no direct descendants of Cressida, I said with irritation, and that's why this is nothing but a myth and mirage. Such things are not cited unless there's a greater power at work, Alpha Matt, Harper intervened. The ancient blood has reawakened, powers sealed away to protect him or her from ancient enemies. And we believe that Tamara is the direct descendant of the goddess. Your bond with her is the catalyst needed to awaken those abilities. Tamara? Ground shifted beneath my feet. You are speculating. It is only after you smelled Tamara as your mate that the shaman saw those shadows around Velas' temple, Elder Kale pointed out. This is an assumption, Elder Kale, I rasped. Do you even know what you are saying? Tammy is the daughter of Alpha Lucien and Luna Auren. It is a well-known fact that Luna Auren belonged to the Crimson Howl Pack and was an Omega. Yes, she got her wolf, but that's it. How can Tammy be different from her parents? Couldn't they see how ridiculous this was sounding? But what could I expect from elders who loved to believe in myths? Alpha Matt, it's not just about unlocking abilities. It's about restoring balance, reconnecting the bear and goddess bloodlines. Together, you and Tamara can fulfill the ancient pact, and if the shaman's words are true, then you are Tamara's guardian. Have you ever heard of a bear shifter being a werewolf's mate? There are none. Can't you see what is in front of you? His words left me bereft. Breath lodged in my throat as realization dawned upon me. I was the first bear shifter whose mate was a werewolf. As my parents sat in silence, completely stunned, the weight of Elder Kale's words hung heavy in the air, pressing down on my chest. A guardian? Me? The disbelief churned inside me like a storm, each gust of doubt stronger than the last. How could I possibly be the one to unlock a legacy so old, so powerful? I began, but my voice faltered, my mind struggling to catch up with what I was hearing. The words felt too impossible to believe. I sat there, rooted to the spot, my mind racing with 1,000 questions I couldn't seem to put into words. What was I supposed to do with this knowledge? What was my next step? Elder Kale seemed to sense my confusion, and his voice softened slightly. This is not something to be taken lightly, Alpha Matt, but it's not yet time to act. Your role in this is important, but we must tread carefully. I blinked, my gaze fixed on him as the enormity of the situation began to sink in. What do you mean by that? I asked, trying to ground myself. Elder Kale paused, his face grave. The bond between you and Tamara, as well as your connection to the goddess's power, must remain a secret, for now, until we find out more about it. The time is not yet right. I felt a knot tighten in my stomach. But what does that mean? Are you saying I can't even talk to Tamara about this? Elder Kale's eyes softened, but he said firmly, for now, yes. Until we understand more, until we are sure the time has come, this knowledge must stay between us. The responsibility of it all felt overwhelming. So what now? What am I supposed to do? Just wait. We will continue our research. The Velas Temple holds knowledge of our ancestors, and we need to visit again. There may be more clues there, something we missed before. We can't act without knowing everything we can. Ancient Velas Temple. I never imagined I would be tied to it in this way. You must stay close to Tamara, Elder Kale said, his eyes narrowing slightly. Support her. Protect her. Since there's much we don't know, and Tamara's powers are still latent, hidden, if she is to awaken, it must happen in its own time. A rush of emotions surged within me, protectiveness, fear, confusion. How could I possibly keep this secret from her? She was my mate. I needed to guide her, to help her understand what was happening to both of us. How could I stay silent? I understand, I finally said. When the right time comes, you will guide her, help her understand what she is and what she must do. Elder Kale stood, indicating that the meeting was over. Father disconnected the call, and my thoughts were a tangled mess. I had a duty now, a responsibility far beyond what I'd ever imagined. I couldn't believe the blood of the Guardians ran through my veins, and Tamara's fate was tied to mine in more than one way. Until now, all I knew was that the bond between us was undeniable, and I would do whatever it took to keep her safe. But whatever this ancient legacy was, whatever forces were pulling us together, I was ready to face it head on. Why did I feel that whatever happened was written somewhere in the heavens, like ancient gods were directing us? Even though this was all myth, the shaman had to uncover it deeply. I felt my responsibilities had increased manifold. I had to be with Tammy like her shadow. I picked up my bag, and before I stepped out of my dorm, I speed dialed her. She didn't pick it up, which meant she was still practicing. I practically ran to her, wondering which evil force was after my Tam. I was going to tear them apart, even if it meant dying for her. The practice was in full force. Coach Dana was shouting at everyone. Tam was trying her best to prove herself, covered in bruises. Lexi and Sarah were also shouting at her, telling her that they would lose because of her. A feral growl left my throat, and some of the team members froze. The moment they saw me, they all stopped passing snide remarks. I sat down on the bench and watched them all with feral intensity, spilling my alpha aura. After that, no one dared to say a word to her. By the time the practice was over, Tam was sweating. She sat on the ground, panting. I walked to her and just picked her up in my arms. "Matt," she protested weakly. "Shut up," I growled. She snuggled into my chest, too tired to protest. I hugged her closer and walked out as Sarah and Lexi stole scornful glances at us. When I was out of their earshot, I said, "Don't play tomorrow." I hated to see bruises on her body, but they started healing as I walked toward her dorm. "I have to," she said in a low, shaky voice. "Fine, then I'm coming with you." Tamara POV. My body weighed down with exhaustion. Hours of relentless practice had drained me. Coach Dana ensured that every practice was heavier than the last. At the end of the game, every time I attempted to jump or stretch, my muscles screamed in protest. Sweat clung to my skin, and my head throbbed with the fatigue of it all. I didn't have the strength to protest when Matt swept me off my feet, literally. His strong arms cradled me effortlessly, securely, and I couldn't fight the urge to sink into his chest. "Matt!" I protested weakly, but it didn't have the fire I usually intended. It felt almost impossible to form words. My body had given up before my mind could keep up. Instead, I just snuggled against him, letting his warmth and scent envelop me. The familiar, comforting smell of him wrapped around me like a protective shield. Angel also purred inside me as she felt the presence of Torben near her. She wagged her tail lazily. "Shut up," he said, and I became quiet. He kissed the crown of my head, and I think I moaned. Why was it that him holding me like this that made me feel so safe, so at home? Even in the chaos of the day, even when I was beyond exhausted, Matt felt like my anchor. His body was solid against mine, and his heartbeat was steady beneath my cheek, and I just let myself relax into it. I was too tired to care about the disapproving looks from Sarah and Lexi as they shot us scornful glances. Matt didn't care either. He didn't even look at them, his focus solely on me. And I'd be a fool to say that I didn't feel smug about it. They would never know why Matt loved me the way he wouldn't anyone else. We were mates. What did the humans know about mates? As he walked, I closed my eyes, and before I knew it, the world around me blurred. The rhythm of Matt's footsteps or my exhaustion lulled me to sleep. I curled myself into him, into his warm chest, which was layered with solid muscles. The jolt of waking up was sudden, and I blinked rapidly, trying to clear the fog in my mind. I realized he had carried me all the way to my dorm, and I must have dozed off. "Oh my God!" I said in a weak voice. "You carried me all the way?" I tried to get down, but he grabbed me tightly, not allowing me to get down until we reached my room. The way he held me, gently cradling me, felt like he was treating me like a baby, like a treasure. I was leaning against him, my head resting on his chest, his warmth comforting and real. As he lowered me carefully onto my bed, I blinked up at him, feeling disoriented. "I'm sorry," I mumbled, still half out of it. "Don't apologize," he said, his voice soothing. "You needed rest." His hand brushed over my hair, a gentle touch that made my heart flutter. "How about you take a bath, and I'll get you some food?" A faint smile tugged my lips. "Will you be staying in my room tonight as well?" "Do you want me to?" he teased me. A blush heated my cheeks. "No," I blurted. He chuckled. "Liar." "Go," I said weakly. Why was it that my resolve was crumbling so fast? Why was it that near him I felt better, but away from him, depression set in faster than a speeding bullet? He lowered his head and kissed my temple. "Take a bath, princess. I'll go to fetch food for us." He didn't wait for me to respond. As he turned to leave me in the room, emptiness returned with full force. Angel whined inside me. The door clicked shut, and I stretched, feeling the ache in my body, but also a lingering warmth from Matt. I groaned softly and decided to take a much-needed bath. As the warm water soothed my sore muscles, I couldn't help thinking how Coach Dana barked at me all the time. I didn't want to go for beach ball. I remembered that I had filled for basketball. Then I was tossed into volleyball team by the admin. However, I found myself back in the beach ball team. Everything was confusing. I had asked Brad to look into it. It's not that I was going to blame the college for it, but it did seem like someone was messing with my application. Nothing made sense. When I finally stepped out, wrapped in a towel, I was met with the smell of food. I raised my eyebrows, surprised. Matt was already here, standing by my desk with a tray in his hands. He'd brought dinner for me. Again. My stomach rumbled in response, and I couldn't help but smile at him. His eyes went down to my chest, and a flush crept up over there. I pulled the towel tighter around me, trying to maintain some semblance of modesty. My heart raced. His gaze lingered a moment too long, and I could feel a warmth spread through me that had nothing to do with the bath. The air between us seemed to thicken, the world narrowing down to just him and me. He took a slow step forward. His presence overwhelmed me. I moved a step back, my throat going dry. He stopped right in front of me. His lips parted slightly, and for a brief moment, I thought he might lean in again and kiss me, and the thought made my breath hitch. I stopped only because of the wall behind me. Matt leaned in, caging me with both his hands on both sides of my face. Then he leaned his face further. I closed my eyes, waiting for the kiss, but it never came. With my heart hammering inside my chest, I opened my eyes only to find that he rested his face against the wall, his eyes on me. I turned to look at him and saw him gazing at me intensely. "You'll be the death of me," he murmured. "How will I survive without having you by my side always, Tammy?" Goddess. His words affected me, like I was the guitar he was longing to strum. And me, I was dying to be strummed by him in any way he wanted it. "Give me a chance, Tammy," he muttered with pain in his eyes. "I'll make up for this life and the rest of them." His words brought back memories of how he snubbed me in the past. I lowered my head, closing my eyes. It was the mate bond speaking. When I opened them, I looked at the food on the table. "You're spoiling me," I teased. The moment shattered. He backed away immediately, and I felt cool air between us. I hated it so much that I wanted to pull him to me, but I clenched my hands into fists. Matt smiled back, his eyes sparkling with amusement. "I'm just making sure you don't starve." He walked to the table and started taking out the food. I grabbed my clothes and dashed into the bathroom to change. When I returned, I jumped on the bed. He set the tray on the bed beside me and sat down next to it, waiting for me to dig in. I couldn't help but laugh at the sweetness of his gesture, the care in his eyes. He wasn't just doing this because it was his duty or obligation. He genuinely wanted to take care of me, and it made my heart warm. "You really don't have to do all this," I said, but my voice softened as I took a bite. "But, thank you." "It's nothing," he replied. "You deserve it. You've worked hard." I glanced at him, the way his dark eyes studied me, the way he was always so intensely focused on everything I did. When I finished eating, I stretched, and like a spoiled baby, I plopped on the bed as he removed all the dishes and threw them in the trash. By the time he returned, I think I had dozed off again because he was only in his shorts and nothing else. A smile tugged my lips as I sprawled lazily on the bed, murmuring, "Matt." He leaned in, and before I could even think, his lips brushed mine in a soft, tentative kiss. The world around us seemed to fall away. It wasn't forceful or rushed. It was gentle, slow, like he was waiting for me to pull away, but I didn't. I gave in. I kissed him back. Was I dreaming? I surely was, because I was never this pliable in his presence. In my dream, I curled my arms around his neck and pulled him closer to me. "Kiss me," I murmured. In my dream. And I felt the intensity of his kiss. It wasn't just physical, it was emotional too. Even in my dreams, I couldn't believe how much I'd been holding back, how much I'd been fighting this bond. But at that moment, I didn't care anymore. I didn't want to fight it. Then everything progressed just like the dream it was. His lips brushed mine, soft at first, almost tentative, like he was waiting for me to pull back. But I didn't. Instead, I leaned in, my body moving instinctively toward him. The kiss deepened, urgent, raw, as if the world collapsed around us, and all that mattered was this moment, this connection. His hand cupped the back of my neck, pulling me closer, the warmth of his body pressing against mine. My heart hammered in my chest, and for the first time in years I let go, surrendering to the pull, to him. It felt like home. Tamara POV. I opened my mouth for him. The moment I did that, his tongue delved inside my mouth. A deep rumble emanated from his chest. His kiss turned deeper, more insistent. His hands gripped my waist, pulling me closer until I could feel the heat of his body through the fabric. He kissed me like he was starving, his lips pressing against mine with an almost desperate urgency. I responded instinctively, my fingers threading through his hair as I tilted my head, allowing him more access. His breath quickened, and I could feel the beat of his heart pounding against my chest as he deepened the kiss further, making everything else blur into the background. Oh goddess, I needed this so badly. My body was arching into his unconsciously. I didn't want the dream to end. Ever. Finally, I pulled away, my breath coming in short gasps. I won't reject you. This week, I whispered. I'm not going anywhere, Tamara, he said softly. Not now, not ever. His weight still pressed against me. And you won't reject me. I opened my eyes half-mast and looked dreamily at him, and for the first time, I allowed myself to feel the full extent of my emotions in my dreams. Was falling for him? Was I ready or not? Yeah, I was dreaming. My mind was so muddled up that Matt's proximity, which I dreamt, affected it. I chuckled and then fell off into deep sleep. The next day, I found myself nervously preparing for the match. The practice had left me drained, but it had also pushed me to my limits. The match was set on the beach, right by the sea. The sun was beginning its ascent, casting a golden glow across the water. The air was warm. The crowd around the courts buzzed with excitement, as the sound of waves crashing against the shore added a background to the noise of spectators cheering. It was a perfect setting for a beach ball game, but the nerves in my chest had nothing to do with the weather or the environment. I was dressed in my team's uniform, a tight-fitting half-tank top and bikini bottom, designed to help with movement and agility, but all it did was highlight the attention I was getting. The boys in the crowd couldn't seem to take their eyes off me. I could feel their stares, their gazes lingering a little too long, and I hated it. Why did they have to look at me like that? I wasn't their prize to ogle. I wanted to play, to focus, but the constant attention made it hard to concentrate. It was like every glance was a weight pressing down on me, like they were judging me or lusting after me. When I glanced at Matt, his expressions were dark, like he was cataloging every boy out there with his eyes to kill them in future. The Dolphins, the reigning champions, were already eyeing us like they were going to wipe us out. I could feel the tension in the air as the Dolphins lined up on the court. Their looks were intense, and they seemed ready to bring it all. The pressure was suffocating. "You've got this," Angel said, but the weight of their stares lingered in my mind. No assurances were going to prepare me for what was to come. I glanced at Matt as he stood by the sidelines, watching me. His presence was the only thing that kept me grounded. His eyes were locked on me, and I took a deep breath, ready to face the game. Lexi and Sarah's voices cut through the tension, sharp and cutting. "If we lose, it'll be because of Tamara," Lexi sneered. Sarah agreed. "We don't need someone like her dragging us down. I don't know why Coach Dana has agreed to let her in the team. She's such a fucking douche." I bit my lip, trying not to react. The sting of their words burned deep. Angel growled at them. "Should I kill them?" I sighed. "That's not a solution, Angel. Besides, we are in the human world. Our rules don't work here." Coach Dana gathered us in for one last pep talk. "Focus. No distractions. This is about the team. Let's win." She glared at me, as if I were the only one messing up. I could feel the weight of her disappointment. "And you, Tamara, make sure that you don't mess." The match began, and the first 2 points went to the Dolphins, just as I feared. Coach Dana shouted at me from the sidelines, "Tamara, you're making us lose. Focus. Damn it." I could feel the intensity in the air as the next few volleys went back and forth. The ball flew at me, and I didn't hesitate. I dove, feeling the sand beneath my hands, my heart racing as I sent the ball back over the net. But what surprised me was how Sarah didn't take the ball. Instead, she hit it in a way that the ball came back at me. Shocked, I hit the ball and it flew toward the opponents. They all froze for a moment, hoping the ball would fall outside the court, but it fell an inch inside. I stilled when the crowd erupted in cheers with my name. "Tamara!" Sarah's mouth dropped, but then she narrowed her eyes, glanced at Lexi, and then muttered something under her breath. "Got lucky, huh?" Lexi scoffed. We were on the board. But just as the match progressed, I felt a cold tension from Sarah. She kept moving into my way, trying to block my shots or deflect my passes. Whenever I tried to make a good play, she'd trip me up, using every opportunity to sabotage my moves. One time I couldn't resist and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" Once, when I went to dive for a pass, Sarah purposely stepped on my foot, causing me to stumble and miss the ball. I could feel her smirk at the corner of my vision, as though she was pleased with herself. "Watch where you're going," she muttered loud enough for only me to hear. A clear attempt to throw me off my game. She was such a fool. Why was she trying to make us lose the game? What was in it for her? Or was it that she wanted to make me look bad in front of Coach Dana? But I couldn't let her get to me. I couldn't let Sarah's petty moves distract me. I took a deep breath, steeling myself. This was bigger than her. This was my chance to prove myself. The ball came to me again, and this time I didn't hesitate. I dodged Sarah's interference, spinning around and sending the ball over the net. It landed perfectly, scoring another point for us. We were tied now. I could feel the momentum shifting. My teammates were getting excited, encouraged by the way I was playing. Sarah, however, wasn't happy. Her face twisted in frustration as she glared at me. I blew a strand of my hair from my face. I wasn't going to let her ruin this. I led my team to the next point, calling for a well-timed serve that left the Dolphins scrambling. The game was on, and we were winning. The final score came down to one last point. I could feel the tension building as I rushed toward the ball, knowing that this was the moment. I jumped and spiked it one last time, sending it over the net with everything I had. After a tense pause, a member of the opponent team tried to take it, but she landed on the ground, missing the ball. Oh, my goddess. We won. The crowd erupted in cheers. I stood there, frozen as I heard them. Several boys entered the court and lifted me, but the moment that happened, Matt made his way in, lifted me off them, and made me sit on his shoulders, growling at them. I laughed as I balanced myself on him. From the periphery of my vision, I saw Coach Dana blinking in disbelief. Lexi was jumping with our college people in excitement, while Sarah was standing on the sidelines looking like a ghost. My gaze went to the girl she was staring at, and that girl was from Dolphins' team. She looked like she could kill Sarah. Something was off. The referee announced our win, and our college people cheered harder. This was the first time they had won from Dolphins. Matt was so happy that he looked up at me. "Kiss me," he demanded. "Why?" I asked. "Just fucking kiss me," he snapped. I couldn't help it. I lowered myself and kissed on his forehead, but he captured the back on my neck and kissed my lips. "Matt," I rasped, "put me down." He left me with a dark chuckle, but he didn't put me down. Why did I feel like he was staking a claim on me? Lexi came rushing to us. She was genuinely happy with tears in her eyes. "Great game, Tammy," she said. "There's a party tonight at my place. I want you there, and your boyfriend too." Saying that, she spun and hurried to her friends. Whoa, I never expected this day would come. "He is not my boyfriend," I shouted. "Yes, I'm not her boyfriend," Matt added. "I'm her soulmate." Tamara POV. As the crowd was still cheering for us, I couldn't help but feel a rush of relief and pride. Despite how Sarah tried to sabotage it, we had won, and I had led us to victory. I was proud of myself, but Matt was prouder. He paraded with me on his shoulders throughout the court, beating his chest like Tarzan. I was laughing all the time. Gosh, he was such a baby, but I could sense his genuine pride through our bond. Ah well, I wouldn't reject him for now. Finally, when we approached Coach Dana, he lowered me to the ground. Coach was in tears. She just pulled me to her and hugged me hard. When she removed herself, she wiped her tears. In all my years, it's the first time we have won against the Dolphins. Sarah and Lexi were fantastic players, and I always used to think that how come they never won against the Dolphins. This also led me to believe that our team is perhaps nothing, and that we needed more practice. But she placed her hands on my shoulders. Our team is perfect. Today Sarah's game was odd. She wasn't helping Lexi at all. Instead, she was... Coach Dana shook her head. "But I'm proud of you, Tamara. I'll recommend your name for a scholarship if you need it. If not, then you know that you have a permanent position on our team." Her words overwhelmed me. It felt like closure. I always thought that she hated me. But in reality, she thought that I was useless for the team because if Sarah and Lexi couldn't stand a chance against the Dolphins, I would never. "Thank you, Coach Dana," I said with a smile. "But where's Sarah?" I asked, looking around. I was hoping to celebrate together. No, I wasn't. but I was suspecting some foul play on her part, and I wanted to expose it. Coach Dana shrugged. She gets upset after every match we lose, so she just leaves. I see, I said, forcing a smile. The moment Coach Dana left, I had this nagging feeling that lingered in the back of my mind. The victory felt sweet, but Sarah's action played in my mind. They weren't sitting right with me. Her lack of support for Lexi and me was too obvious, and I wasn't going to let it slide. I needed to know what she was up to. As we walked back to the locker rooms, Matt said, "Something's bothering you." He stopped right in front of me, and I halted. "Yeah," I replied, wondering if I should tell him or not. He narrowed his eyes. "I can sense and see confusion clouding your eyes. So you better tell me what is going on in that little brain of yours." I smacked his chest. "Little brain?" He chuckled as he took my hand and kissed my knuckles, sending another jolt of electricity through my body. "I'm right here, Tam," he said, his voice tight with concern. "Like your shadow. Just tell me everything." I sighed. I think it was better to involve him, because after all, he was the alpha of his pack. He must have come across such situations more than me. So as we walked to the locker room, I narrated everything to him. In the end, I said, "I highly suspect that Sarah was actually trying to sabotage the game. She couldn't do much with Lexi, so she thought she would disrupt my game, and if we lost, she would have blamed me." Matt clenched his jaw, thinking hard. There was a long pause, after which he said, "Go and change. Don't say a word about it to anyone, okay?" I nodded as unease knotted in my stomach. "Meet me in the next class," he added, and hurried away. I let out a rough exhale and stepped inside. But the moment I stepped inside, Sarah's cold, calculating expression was hard to ignore. She was cornered, chatting with a few of the other girls of the opposing team, but when she saw me, her posture stiffened. She clenched her jaw and glared at me with all the hatred in the world. That confirmed my doubts. Shouldn't she be happy with me that we won the game? I walked over to my locker, pretending to focus on changing, but my mind was working in overdrive. What was her endgame, and why was she speaking with the opponents so seriously? All the girls who were with her looked at me. There was an awkward pause. One of them gave me a tight smile and then walked away. I felt nervous, but I avoided them, took my clothes out of the locker, and went to take a bath. When I returned, I saw that Sarah and others weren't there. I picked up my bag and walked out of the locker room. As soon as I was out, someone pushed me from behind. A black bag was shoved over my head and my hands were tied behind me. "You need a lesson," someone hissed as they pushed me. "What is going on?" I rasped, confused as hell. "Who are you?" They grabbed my arms and continued to push me roughly. A few minutes later, when the bag from my face was lifted, I saw that I was in a lonely room, and there were 3 girls with baseball bats surrounding me. "What do you want?" I asked, my eyes widening in anger and shock. "You fucking bitch," one of them said. "You had the audacity to win against the Dolphins? This match was going to take them to the country team, but you fucking sabotaged it. We will teach you a lesson now." I raised my eyebrow. "You are mad. You all didn't play well and you are blaming me for your defeat?" "Shut up," the second one roared. "We are going to make a pulp out of your hands, whore. You will never be able to lift a ball, let alone lift your hand." With that, she swung the bat toward me. I shrieked and ducked, avoiding the bat. "Stop it," I shouted, "before it is too late." "It is too late to stop us," the third one shouted, and without warning swung her bat toward my legs. It hit me on my thigh, and I screamed in pain. This was it. They didn't know that I was a werewolf, and a trained one. Angel wanted to come out and show them who we were, but I knew that there was a treaty to be respected. But even in my human form, I was better than them. They were messing with the wrong girl. "I'm warning you," I said as I snapped the rope that had tied my hands. As it fell behind me, the girls' eyes widened. They stepped forward. I stepped back as the 3 girls swinging the baseball bats closed in, their eyes full of malice. Together, they swung their bats at me. With a quick motion, I ducked low and punched the first girl square in the stomach, knocking the wind out of her. She screamed as she went flying to the wall on the side. "What the fuck?" the second one said, and swung her bat, but I grabbed it midair, twisted, and sent her sprawling. Then I broke her bat, slamming it on my thighs. As she watched me with horror in her eyes, I slammed my fist on her shoulder. I heard a crack, followed by her scream filled with pain. The third one was now totally confused. She couldn't believe that I had put down her companion so fast. She came at me, but I landed a clean punch to her chest, sending her tumbling to the ground. The punch was packed with enough power to not crack her ribs. I stood over them, breathing hard. "Never mess with me again," I warned, leaving them shocked and motionless. When I reached my next class, I saw Matt over there. He pursed his lips. In a low voice, he said, "I have made an official complaint to the dean about Sarah." "What?" I was shocked. The history professor shot us a glare. I lowered my voice. "What?" He nodded with a tight expression. "He has called us to prove it in an hour." "But we don't have proof," I said. And I leaned closer to him. "The opposing team's college girls tried to beat me." His face darkened as his alpha aura slipped out. "Who?" he asked. "I've already taken care of them," I assured him. "You are identifying who they were as soon as we are out." He looked murderous. I shook my head. "They won't mess with me again, Matt, but you've put us in jeopardy with Dean." But Matt wasn't convinced. He didn't answer, and throughout the class I was nervous. What was the dean going to say? I might have become his favorite problem. After the class, we headed straight to the dean's office, where I was going to dismiss charges against Sarah until I had proof. However, when I reached there, what happened was beyond my imagination. Tamara POV. We walked into the dean's office, where the air thick with tension. Unease gnawed at me. I had no proof. I couldn't bring myself to expose Sarah like that without solid evidence, but here I was, in front of the dean, about to potentially ruin her future. "What are we going to say?" I asked Matt as we walked there. "Tell him what she did with you," he growled, clearly still unhappy about the attack on me. "Matt," I said, stopping him, "this is not going to work. Last time the dean gave me a warning that if I pulled another prank, he would expel me." But Matt wasn't only listening. As we approached the dean's office, I saw Sarah hovering around. As soon as she saw me, at first she was surprised, then she stormed toward me. "You fucking wench!" Matt let out a low growl as he shoved me behind his back. Sarah practically stopped in her tracks, feeling the aura of his alpha power. She flinched, her eyes wide. "If you touch her, I'll make sure that every bone in your body is broken. You won't get out of the hospital for the rest of the year." Sarah backed away. "She complained about me to the dean. And what evidence do you have?" she asked me. I stepped out from behind Matt. "You sent those girls to injure me, didn't you?" I asked, narrowing my eyes. "No, I didn't," she lied through her teeth. "What are you even talking about?" I knew that Sarah would never openly admit to her crime. "If it is proven that you sent those girls to hit me, you will be expelled from the college and go to prison." Sarah crossed her arms across her chest. "I don't know what you're talking about, but know this, bitch. I will ruin your beach ball carrier and every other carrier in your life. You are not just on my radar, but on many radars." Wow, Matt's anger was barely contained. "No, Sarah," he hissed. "You don't get it. The thing is that you don't mess with people like us. As for Tam, she doesn't fucking need a carrier. Her parents and her boyfriend are so fucking rich that you can't even fathom. Oh, don't even talk about our reach in the political system of this country." Then he stepped closer to her. Sarah trembled and stepped back, paling a little. "I'll fucking put you 6 feet under the ground, and no one will ever come to know about it." At this, Sarah's blood drained from her face. "So don't you fucking mess with my Tamara. Again." I should have stopped Matt from threatening her, but a gush of pride swelled in my chest. The way he protected me was overwhelming. I swallowed the lump of emotions and took a deep breath in to calm my racing heart, and I knew that whatever Dean had in mind, Matt was with me. "The dean is calling you all," his secretary announced, disrupting our conversation. Matt caught my wrist and we entered his office. Dean Smith looked up when we entered. He had an unreadable expression. "Tamara, Matt," he greeted us in a low, authoritative voice. "Come in. Sit down." Matt nodded and guided me to a seat beside him. I sat stiffly, my fingers curling into fists in my lap, trying to steady my racing heart. Sarah sat down 2 chairs away, leaning away from Matt, still recovering from the threat of his words. "So," the dean began, folding his hands on the desk, "Matt's complaint about Sarah is quite serious. You both need to explain yourselves. They are both lying. Dean Smith, Sarah snapped. How can I sabotage my own team? I've been a part of this team for past 2 years. I've never missed a practice match, been very diligent with my game. Coach Dana likes me. And yet these two had the audacity of accusing me of sabotaging the game. I didn't sabotage it. In fact, we won the game. Instead of being praised for winning a game, I am sitting in the office, facing wrong accusations. But your contribution was nothing more than hampering the game, Matt scoffed. Enough, Dean Smith gritted. Is there any evidence that Sarah was trying to ruin the game? Because in the end, it's the victory that matters. I took a deep breath, ready to speak up, when Matt cut in. We're not accusing her without reason, he said in a firm voice. We have evidence. I shot him a surprised glance. He was taking the lead in this, but I didn't want him to make things worse for us without the proof to back it up. But he had evidence? What evidence? The dean asked, leaning forward, intrigued. Because if this is a baseless accusation, there will be consequences for both of you. I knew what he meant. False accusations could lead to disciplinary action, and it wasn't something I wanted hanging over my head. I glanced at Sarah, who seemed like she had seen a ghost. She froze on her spot. You are lying, she said in a raspy voice. You are fabricating evidence. I started to speak, but Matt's grip tightened on my hand, a silent reassurance. His gaze was unwavering. He took out a slip of paper and said, When the game was over and these girls went to change in their locker rooms, I went to Sarah's dorm. My mouth dropped. What? Sarah shrieked. How dare you? That's invasion of privacy. Matt ignored her as he slid the paper to Dean. She had tucked under her bed. She had obviously forgotten it. When Dean read it, his face turned ashen white and then beetroot red. What is this? He shouted at Sarah as he showed it to her. The note was a payment receipt from a third-party business with $50,000 listed. There was also a handwritten note at the bottom, barely visible. This is for the last match. The Dolphins expect more next time. Don't let them lose, or you'll pay the price. My heart stopped as I stared at it in disbelief. Matt was so smart. This was proof. Sarah wasn't working for the team at all. She was being paid to throw games. The Dolphins were involved, and I had a sinking feeling this had been going on for a while. Sarah looked like she would get a heart attack. This isn't mine. Matt is trying to frame me, she stuttered. Sarah's been sabotaging us, Matt said, his voice firm. She's been getting paid to make sure we lose against the Dolphins. They promised her money if she made us lose, and it's been happening for a while now. Why would you do this? Why would you betray us? Dean Smith asked, feeling both confused and betrayed. I've never seen anything like this in all my life. A student going against their own college, their own team. I haven't done anything, Sarah cried. Matt's jaw tightened. Money, he said, voice hard. She's always been about the money, the luxuries. I went through her cupboard and ransacked her dorm. She has various designer watches, jewelry, and comes in a sports Porsche which costs way too much for a scholarship student to afford. She is living above her means. But why the Dolphins? I pressed. Why throw the games for them? The dean was utterly shocked. You have a sports Porsche. Who bought it for you? As far as I know, your father is a plumber. It is Lexi's, Sarah stuttered. It isn't mine. Don't speak lies and frame Lexi, I snapped. Lexi doesn't have a car. Sarah started trembling as we cornered her. Dean shouted on her. Speak the truth, Sarah, and I will consider if I shouldn't send you to prison. No, she shrieked. Please, no. Tears rolled out of her eyes. Matt shook his head, his voice low. She is part of something bigger. The Dolphins probably approached her when they saw how much potential this team had. They must have offered her money to make sure we never won against them. The Dolphins wanted to qualify for the country's championship, and Sarah helped them. For money. You sold out your own team? Dean Smith couldn't help but ask. You betrayed us for what? So you could have a few more luxury items? Her eyes met his. Dean Smith, you don't understand. He slammed his fist on the desk. I understand everything, he roared. Had Matt never given this evidence to me, I would have dismissed his accusations and you would have gone on to sabotage our games in future. You are nothing but a viper, and I don't want you in my college. No, Sarah breathed. Please, Dean Smith, there's some misunderstanding. Get out, he roared. I don't want to see your face. Dean Smith looked like he could explode. For a moment I felt pity for Sarah, but my feeling was replaced by anger. Not only she betrayed her team members, she sent her minions to attack me and injure me, to teach me a lesson. Sarah was so shaky that she got up and walked out, wiping her tears. She didn't have the audacity to meet my eyes. Dean Smith thanked us and dismissed us as he started making calls. When we came out, I felt this sense of resolution and felt like this was victory. Hungry? Matt asked, and my stomach growled. Yes! The party was wild. Lexi threw it to celebrate our win against the Dolphins. The entire campus seemed to have showed up, crowding into the Union House. Music blasted through the speakers and laughter spilled into the hall. The lights were dim, flashing in all sorts of neon colors. People were chatting and dancing, and the air was filled with excitement. There were solo cups littered across the whole place as we navigated our way through the crowd. "Where's Lexi?" I muttered under my breath. Even though the music was blaring, Matt listened to me. "She must be around," he said, glancing at the boys and girls clinging to each other while dancing. Some of them were so much into each other that I couldn't decide where one began and the other ended. Matt walked beside me, his broad shoulders and his persona making him look like a Hulk. When a boy deliberately touched my shoulder, he immediately cupped it, growling at him. The air crackled under his touch. My body hummed with awareness of him, and his constant attention to me wasn't helping. Despite all the fun around me, all I wanted was him. I couldn't believe we had won. After all the sabotage, the pressure, and the tension, we finally beat the Dolphins. I didn't know what it meant or who would be the next team member, but I pushed aside those thoughts for once. The party felt like a distraction. The loud music, the cheers, and Matt. His hand tightened around my shoulder, and I felt it like a spark traveling through my veins. We walked into the corner of the room, and Lexi immediately spotted us. She rushed over, her smile bright and jubilant. "Tam! Matt, you made it!" she squealed. She practically tackled me into a hug, her energy contagious. "We finally did it. We beat the Dolphins. I still can't believe it." Her excitement was contagious, and I found myself smiling. At first, her action was suspicious, but when Angel noticed that she was genuine, I melted. This was the same Lexi who had made my life unbearable all the past days. Probably she was under Sarah's influence, so I laughed and hugged her back. I had to admit, it felt good to finally have the victory. We deserved this moment. "I still can't believe you two pulled it off," Lexi continued, pulling back from the hug. Her eyes glimmered as she scanned us both. "It feels like a dream, doesn't it?" It did. A surreal dream. Then Lexi caught my wrists and pulled me out of there. Of course, Matt followed. When we were alone on the porch, she made us sit on the swing as Matt leaned over the rail with his hips. "Tamara," Lexi started, "I'm so sorry for how I behaved with you the past days. But know this, it was Sarah who poisoned me against you. She said that you were supposed to go for the basketball team, but you pushed your way into the beach ball team." "So," she lowered her head. "I was furious. We asked Coach Dana to recheck whether you are in our team or not because you didn't have prior experience. She rechecked and she said that you were indeed in our team. It's really strange how you ended up on the beach ball team, but I'm so glad that you are with us." I chuckled. Even I don't know how I ended up here. I had filled out my college application saying I wanted to join the basketball team. Lexi pursed her lips. "If it helps you, then all I can say is that I saw Sarah talking to Professor Tulip a few days ago. I mean, I heard about yours and Matt's spat with her, but maybe I'm overthinking?" Matt frowned. "You just saw, or you even heard a conversation between them." She sighed. "I couldn't hear much, honestly. Something like, 'Is it done?' She shrugged, unsure about it. They stopped talking once they noticed me. At that time, I didn't give it any importance. But now that I think of it in retrospect, I feel like there could be a connection." An awkward silence descended upon us. Tulip was involved with Sarah, and was she behind the change in my application? But what was the purpose? It sounded so bizarre that I couldn't wrap my head around it. "But now that it is behind us," Lexi added, "I don't want to even think of that traitor." She laughed nervously. "So, what are you two drinking?" she asked, her eyes shifting between me and Matt as she tried to lift the mood. "I don't know," I muttered, glancing at Matt, who stood silently, his eyes looking in blank space. The tension was palpable. "Come on," Lexi insisted, grabbing a bottle of wine from the table. "I'm celebrating. You deserve a drink too, Tamara, after everything we've been through." Before I could protest, she dragged me inside. She took me to the kitchen and poured it into the red cup and handed it over. I hesitated for only a moment. It had been a long day, and I didn't want to be the buzzkill. So I took the glass, swirling the liquid inside as I gave a small, hesitant smile. Lexi handed the whole beer can to him. Matt didn't seem thrilled with the idea of me having it, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he gave me that ferocious, protective look, like he was constantly watching over me, even in a crowded room. I felt it, deep in my bones. We walked outside to where the party was. I took a sip, the wine smooth and sweet as it went down, warming my chest. It was nice. I took more sips, and in a few minutes, I felt like I could conquer the world. The alcohol made me feel a little more relaxed, and I couldn't help but smile as I started to feel the effects. I looked around, noticing the wild behavior of a few other girls and boys in the room. Suddenly, one of them was dancing provocatively near Matt. She was too close to him for my liking. Her eyes were locked on him, her moves slow and deliberate as she swayed her hips. She was trying to get his attention, and she wasn't subtle about it. She wanted him, that much was clear. A pang of jealousy shot through me. It wasn't even about the way she moved. It was the way she looked at him. I wanted to gouge her eyes. My hands fisted, and every logic, every restraint that I had built inside me felt like it was crumbling. I tried to focus on the conversation, but the energy in the room was changing. I could feel it. The wine was starting to hit me, but my nerves kept buzzing as I glanced back at Matt. Then, without warning, the girl turned toward me, her lips curling into a sly smile, like she was saying that by the end of the night, Matt would be in her bed. Something flared inside. Why was I feeling like murdering her? Matt was my boyfriend. How dare she seduce him? Before I knew it, I said through gritted teeth, "Back off. He's mine." Her eyes widened, her gaze flicking between us. Then, before I could understand my actions, I climbed onto a table in front of Matt. With my eyes locking on his, my body moved seductively. The room went quiet for a moment as everyone's attention turned toward me. Goddess, I didn't know what had overcome me. All I wanted was Matt's full attention on me. It was surely the alcohol inside me, definitely not the mate bond. "What's the matter, Matt?" I purred, swaying her hips slowly as she danced. "You're too quiet. You should come join me, don't you think?" I stared at him, my movements so overtly sexual. Someone stopped me. I wanted him. I could feel his eyes on me, the intensity of his gaze burning into me. I leaned over to him. "Matt," I whispered, more to myself than to anyone. But I couldn't ignore the sudden rush of emotions. The music got louder, and so did the swaying of my hips. The crowd started cheering madly. Matt bit his bottom lip as he watched me with intensity that made me want to clench my thighs. There was no mistaking the feral look in his eyes. I continued, not oblivious to the storm building in Matt's gaze. "Come on, Matt, don't be shy." I turned in a way that my butt was right into his face, and what I did next was beyond me. I swayed them like a belly dancer. A boy tried to grab me. Then something happened. In one smooth motion, Matt stood up, his chair scraping against the floor. He pushed him aside. "No one touches what's mine," he growled under his breath, his voice low and dangerous. More such voices followed as Matt sat down again. The air thickened, a tension hanging between Matt and me. He grabbed my waist. "You are mine, Tamara," he said, his voice raw and deep just for me to hear. "And if you continue doing this, I will spank you so hard that your butt will turn red." His words were possessive, making my heart race. I swallowed hard, feeling sexy, like I wanted him to spank me. "Then spank me, Daddy," saying that I climbed onto his lap. Tamara POV. The moment I climbed onto his lap again, Matt gasped. I could feel his heart racing, but he didn't let me go. He held me firmly, possessively, his arms like iron bands around me. "Don't move, Tamara," he murmured, his lips brushing my ear, "because then I wouldn't be able to handle myself." But I was on a different path tonight. I twirled in his lap and swayed my hips side to side. I flipped my hair to the side. As the music turned louder, I bent down in his lap in a sexy position, swinging my ass. His hands lay on my waist and my skin began to tingle. He lowered his face into the crook of my neck, inhaling my scent, and I purred. "You're so fucking sexy, Tam," he deeply whispered in my ear, kissing my ear softly. I looked at him with a teasing smile, and then I looked down my body. Gods above. It felt like my expressions were reflecting my thoughts. I wanted him to touch me, salaciously. Yep, it was alcohol talking, not my brain. When he didn't, I licked my lips and went on to bite his chin. I got down, walked around the chair, working my hips up and down with the music. When I was in front of him, I ran my fingers down his chest. I stood in front of him with my chest leaning towards his face and my butt slightly out. Then I slowly lowered myself into his lap and straddled his legs. Before I could process what was happening, he grabbed the back of my neck, pulled me toward him and kissed me hard, a kiss full of heat and need, and for a moment I let myself feel everything. It was an all-consuming kiss that burned me, charred me, left me wanton. "Let's go," Matt muttered, suddenly standing up and hauling me over his shoulder. I squealed as my hair fell down. "Put me down," I exclaimed, kicking my legs. He spanked my butt hard. "If you don't stop this, I'll punish you." "Ooh, punish me," I chuckled. But would he? Damn it. My thoughts were all over the place. The warmth from his touch lingered, sending an electric jolt through me. I couldn't suppress the sudden desire that sparked deep in my belly. His scent enveloped me, and the rumble from his chest only made my heart race faster. His chest vibrated with a rumble. He marched out of the room, taking me upstairs, away from the party. "You invited this," he muttered. As he carried me upstairs, everyone shouted and squealed, but the voices faded in distance when he opened a room, walked in with me, and slammed it shut. There was no escaping him now. I was entirely at his mercy, caught between wanting to push him away and needing him to pull me closer. I didn't know whose room was this, but it was small and had a double bed. He held my waist tightly to steady me. Then he leaned in, his breath warm against my ear. "You invited this," he whispered. I squirmed in his lap, feeling the heat radiating from him. Goddess, it was such a sensuous moment that I found myself going back for him, Matt POV. Seeing Tamara sleeping was becoming my favorite sight these days. She was so beautiful. I think I fell in love with her the first day I saw her, the little bundle I wanted to take care all the time. Otherwise, why would a 10-year-old protect a 6-month-old pup in a forest filled with beasts and rogues? It was the most bizarre thing I ever did in my life, and would remain the most bizarre all my life. I didn't think it had an explanation. Honestly, I didn't want to think of an explanation. All I knew was that I treasured her back when we were pups. My little mate was so beautiful that it took my breath away seeing her. Velas had been extremely benevolent to me. In her sleep, her brows drew together. She tossed a little and started panting. My gaze went to the wilting flowers of a vase in the room, and suddenly it felt like they were perking up. I think it was a trick of my mind. I turned my gaze back to Tamara, thinking of what we shared. My heart raced when those thoughts flooded my mind. The unbelievable pleasure we had shared was only the beginning. I was going to seduce her more so that she surrendered completely. Tamara moaned in her sleep, and I became alert. Was she thinking the same thing that I was? I frowned when she moaned again, and this time it was louder. In order to see what was affecting her, I moved closer, crawled on the bed and hovered over her. It was a moan, but that out of fear, like she got a nightmare, and it was getting worse. I slid beside her and pulled her across my chest. Then I ran my fingers through her hair. She snuggled into me and calmed down, going back to sleep. However, moments later, I felt wetness on my arms. Horrified, I looked at her face and found her crying. "Tammy, what happened, baby?" I whispered, but she didn't wake up. Instead, she continued to sleep. My gaze went to the flowers in the vase, and I swear I saw them perking up again. I shook my head because I was probably getting affected by Tammy crying. But why was she crying in her nightmare? I needed to uncover what had happened to my little mate. I was going to peel every layer of her misery carefully, patiently. "You have to tell me what's wrong, love," I murmured and tucked her head beneath my chin before closing my eyes. But sleep never came. Tamara POV. I snuggled into his chest, loving the warmth and his smell. Ever since Matt had been sleeping in my bed, I slumbered deeply. The morning light was filtering through the curtains when I fluttered open my eyes. It was a beautiful world. But then I was only gazing at him. What transpired between us last night was surreal. I was under the influence of alcohol, but it wasn't like I didn't remember anything. It all felt very natural, but this was my first time doing anything so intimate with him. A blush crept on my cheeks. "I'm still as handsome," he rumpled, creaking open one eyes. "As you found me last night, baby." I jerked back, taking the sheet with me. Goddess, thankfully he didn't see that I had a hand poised right above his lips. She was just a breath away from feeling them, and I wanted to rub his stubble with my fingers. Why was he so handsome? Finally, he opened both his eyes and grinned. "But it seemed like you liked it. Happy to show you my package again." I gasped, my blush deepening. I bit my bottom lip and flopped on the pillow. He didn't push me into anything I didn't want, and that was a big relief. But I couldn't help sighing at the magnificent male I was with. Last night, he didn't allow any girl to touch him, and didn't allow any boy to do the same. He was so possessive and feral that my heart somersaulted. Angel only purred, reveling in this. "How did you sleep?" he asked, turning to me. I really wanted to know what he was thinking about me. "I slept well," I said. "Actually like a log." When I realized that he was staring at me intensely, I tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear. Was he recalling what we had done last night? I had never been this intimate with anyone in my life, so I didn't know how to behave. He was looking at me like I was a puzzle he wanted to fix. And suddenly, my stomach growled. His lids grew heavy. "You're hungry. I need to feed you." Saying that, he jumped out of the bed, wore his shirt. Goddess, I preferred him shirtless. Maybe that's how I would ask him to stay with me. Like what? Was I planning on marrying him? "Come on, baby," he said, buttoning his shirt. "I know you become moody when not fed." I stifled a chuckle, because I was getting very hungry these days. It was odd. Angel was demanding a lot of food, which was strange. I mean, she was a lovely, strong wolf. Then why was she demanding more than I had? We were on our way to the cafeteria in less than 15 minutes. The moment we came down in the Union House, I saw that the place was littered with solo cups and food. Bodies were lying here and there in odd positions, which meant that they were sleeping deep. Matt held my hand all the way to the cafeteria, and he had this silly grin on his face. Once there, he filled a plate for me with bacon and cheese, made me sit in a quiet corner, and then went to take his breakfast. I really needed a bath, so after breakfast, I went to my dorm. "I'll meet in a few," I said and hurried inside. I heard him sighing. Shower was what I needed badly, so I hurried inside the bathroom, intending a quick one. I took out all my clothes and stepped into the shower stall. The door opened. I froze, naked. His lips curled into that feral grin. "What are you doing here?" I managed to squeal. "Forget this," he said, ogling me from top to bottom. "Get out!" I shouted. He took a deep breath in, and once he closed the door behind him, I heard him mumbling, "This girl will be the death of me." I let out a sigh of relief. Last night, Matt had restrained himself while giving me all the pleasure. I think I was ruined by my mate for anyone else in this world. He knew me well, understood me better than everyone around us. I got out of the shower and got dressed in a panda shirt and white shorts. I didn't know why, but I felt like putting some makeup on. So I wore applied kohl on my eyes and some lip gloss. I was about to go out when my gaze landed on his bag. Curiosity got the better of me. I shouldn't, but I found myself opening the front zipper to see what all he had. And the first thing that came in hand was large condoms. My mouth dropped. Were these for other women? They must have been. Though I had no right to be jealous, I had sent his away repeatedly. The idea left me jealous as hell. Not just that, I felt fairly possessive about him. But was he? Images of him with other women was enough to raise a storm of fury inside me. All I wanted was to kill those women now. There was a scrap of noise on the other side of the door. He burst inside the room. "You've already showered," he deflated. It was then I noticed a pair of spare clothes in his hands. "Girl, I want you to utilize me. Like completely. I would have given you a nice bath." Third POV. Salothis sat alone in the dimly lit room surrounded by shadows. Shadows which comforted him and also brought him angst. They demanded revenge, had been demanding it from centuries. His dark, cold eyes stared out into the nothingness as he thought about the past, about the battle that had changed everything. The battle between him and the moon goddess. All he wanted was to take control of her empire, make her his mate, and then rule the world. But the goddess didn't succumb to his charms or his threats. Instead, she challenged him for a battle. He remembered the day he was cast out of the heavens like it was yesterday. The moon goddess, with her power and light and magic at her fingertips, defeated him, sending him to a dark, forgotten place. She had sealed him in a way that he could never return to his kingdom, where he once ruled. It was a battle that left him wounded. But wounds were never an issue with him, because the wound healed. It was the anger, the humiliation, and the fact that he was defeated by a woman that made him mad. She had sent him away to the deepest depths of earth, but he had finally emerged after battling with evil forces, and ever since then he had been waiting, plotting, but growing weaker in the shadows. His magic was dying. His only desire was revenge. He had waited for centuries for the time when he could finally rise again. The only way back to his world was blood of her direct descendants, ones she had carefully hidden in this realm. He knew that they were born from time to time. He had sent out his minions to search for them, but they returned empty-handed. Without their blood, he would remain in the dark, unable to reclaim the power and dominion he once enjoyed. He sat there, drinking whiskey, thinking of how many more years he had to stay. The cold room felt suffocating, and as the shadows danced around him, he found it oddly comforting. Somehow, the dark god knew that the time to sacrifice the bloodline was coming soon, and he was so prepared. He had already set Ho's plan into motion. Solothus had made a cult of his own, his loyal followers who served him without question. He had that power on him. He recruited them, using their weakness, and then turned them into fanatics, because they would be the ones who would help him achieve his goal. In this world, they were his eyes, his hands, and did everything he commanded. They feared him. After years of creating this cult, he was now revered as undisputable head. The only way they didn't know his true face was because it was mandatory for everyone to hide their faces behind masks. Only he knew the real faces of his cult members, and he revealed his face to them only once, during indoctrination. After that, no one saw it. Right now, though, there was a small task at hand, a very important one: the dissection of a werewolf. The girl had been brought over by his cult members. They believed her to be the direct descendant of Moon Goddess's bloodline. The only way to know that she was the direct descendant was to let her blood flow. He would smell it, taste it a little. If it gave him enough power, he would know that she was right. If not, then he would have to kill her and do away with her. As he got up from his chair, Solothus murmured, "Soon it will be over. I'll go back, and then I'll come for you, Cressida." As he walked out of his room, he commanded the shadows not to follow him and scare his cultists. He pulled down the mask over his face. The shadows whined, but they remained behind. Solothus entered the hall where 10 cultists surrounded the table on which a girl sprawled, was lying with her hands and feet tied. She looked at them all with wild eyes. Other members. "Leave me," she shouted. "Please leave me. This is a big mistake." Solothus sniffed the air. There was nothing ordinary about the smell of the girl, but it was possible that she hiding her smell. The girl whipped her head to him as he walked near her. As soon as he placed his hand over her heart, holding the dagger in the other, the girl screamed. They all screamed, and he hated their screams. He wanted to silence them. They were nothing but a means to an end. He had dissected thousands of werewolves in his centuries of lifetime. It was a small payback to the goddess. "No, please no," the girl shouted. "What are you doing? Who are you? Trust me, I'm only a commoner. I don't have any connections. I don't identify myself as a witch. You are." "Hush," he growled. He needed to kill her fast if she wasn't the one. Her heart was beating fast. He hated it. He wanted to stop it. He snapped his fingers to one of his cult members. That woman brought a spray and sprayed on the girl. The girl shouted, but soon she succumbed and lost consciousness. He lifted the dagger higher in the air. With great force he brought it down, but just before he could plunge it, the door of the main hall opened. Surprised, he whipped his head to look at who there was who had the audacity to barge in his secret place. No one had ever done that before. A young boy, along with a group of 12 werewolves and 12 humans, entered with baseball bats, chains, and whips. "Release her!" he shouted, his face contorted in fury. Shock rippled through the cultists. "Kill them!" Solothus shouted and lifted his dagger again. He couldn't leave this chance. He had to kill the girl and the werewolves as well. But it was too late. The boy was on him with his werewolves as other humans tackled his cultists. Mayhem ensued. Before he knew it, the boy had attacked him and clawed him in the side. Solothus hissed in pain. He wanted to kill the boy, but others attacked him and so he had to retreat. He ran in the direction of his room, but as he ran, he heard the boy. "Get up, Summer! Bradley here!" Solothus was going to find Bradley and kill him for what he did. Matt POV. I walked out of the Union House party holding Tam's hand. After last night, it was impossible for me not to touch her, feel her. It calmed me on so many levels that I stopped counting. Last night had been full of tension, mostly on my part, as I watched Tama interact with other people, especially that damn sexy lap dance she did on me. It was the only thing etched on my mind. My phone buzzed, snapping me out of my thoughts. It was Elder Harper. "Elder," I said with respect. "We need to talk urgently, Alpha Matt," he replied. "Alpha Lucien is also here with us." A sense of urgency washed over me. It was more of an instinct than Elder Harper's persistence. And why was it that I felt like my weight of responsibilities only increased? Like it extended to not just Tamara, but Alpha Lucien's entire bloodline. I shook the thought and said, "I'll be with you in 10 minutes. I disconnected the call and turned to Tammy. "Mom and Dad have called me," I said, kissing her temple. "I have to take this call with the elders." She blushed and nodded. "Do you want me to come with you?" she asked. "Yes, Velis, yes." Something between us had changed, and I knew it was for good. I swallowed. "No, go to the cafeteria and eat. Keep a place for me as well. I'll join you soon." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, looking deflated. I couldn't help but pick her in my arms. Wrapping both my arms around her waist, I lifted her off the ground, even though she squealed, and then kissed her senseless. It was so difficult to break the kiss, especially after she responded to it just as urgently as I did. "I'll die without you, Tammy," I sighed. She bit her bottom lip as she blushed more. "You have to go," she reminded me. I let out a rough breath and set her on her feet. I turned her around, slapped her butt, and said, "Go and don't look at other boys." She squealed as she laughed and then walked away. I watched her going for a few minutes until she disappeared round the corner and then headed to my dorm. As soon as I was on the video call with the elders, I saw my parents also seated at the oval table along with them. Alpha Lucien was sitting opposite to my parents on the left of the elders. From his tense posture, I could feel that Alpha Lucien was pretty worked up. There was unease across the room. The faces of the elders were grim and serious, as if something dangerous has happened again. I bowed to the elders and Alpha Lucien. "Is everything okay?" I asked. Harper started. "We contacted Alpha Lucien if we could use his library. He agreed, and then both myself and Elder Keel dug into the history of the werewolves and bears, their connection. We have already told you about the myth, but earlier we weren't so sure. What we found there was unsettling. We came across a myth about a dark god, a being known as Solothus. I raised an eyebrow as confusion clouded my thoughts. A dark god? What did that have to do with us? Solothus, Elder Keel said, is an ancient god who lost the battle with Cressida. She banished him to this world, and in order to return, he has become obsessed to find her bloodline, because only that will restore his power. The room fell silent. Mom's hand tightened around Dad, as a muscle feathered in Lucien's jaw. In the battle which he fought with Cressida, he lost miserably. But that is not all. The moon goddess got help from her loyalists, and it was the bears who helped her, Harper said. The mention of the moon goddess's bloodline stirred deep inside me, much more than what I had experienced. It was like I was created to protect them. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Somehow, I knew that this was far more serious than I realized. This time, Alpha Lucien spoke. "The last known killings were over a century ago," he said, his voice laced with worry. "But we have noticed an alarming uptick in the number of deaths of the werewolves in the last few months. It's like these deaths fit the pattern. My instinct says that we can't ignore the possibility that these myths are connected." I shifted uncomfortably in my seat, my eyes darting to my parents. I said what I think I shouldn't have. "Do you think that Solothus has returned?" The words from my lips felt horrible, like an ominous warning, even though return of a dark god sounded ridiculous. I don't want to jump to conclusion, Lucien said, leaning forward. But if this Alathus has returned, it could spell trouble for all of us. Matt, I am scared for Tamara. She should head back home. It's too dangerous for her to be out there. We don't know what we're dealing with. A cold rush of panic surged in my chest. Alpha Lucien, unless we have any confirmation about this god, we shouldn't rush ourselves. I mean, it could be a wrong decision. Are you sure then Tammy and Luna Auren? You don't understand, he said. If Solothus has arisen, and he learns that the moon goddess bloodline is... He gritted his teeth and lowered his head as if wondering what to do next. Have you seen the golden moon tattoo on Tammy's back? I nodded. I had seen it, and it was very prominent. Alpha Lucien, don't hold back, I said, feeling like there was something he wanted to say urgently. He took a deep breath. Whatever I say here has to remain between us. We all nodded, and he continued. Auren has the same one on her back. The curse there was on my bloodline was broken by Auren, and it all happened at the Eldermere ruins. According to the prophecy, only the pure bloodline of the goddess could break the curse. Oh, my God. Ground shifted beneath me as my mom gasped. Tammy is also. Words died on the tip of my tongue. Alpha Lucien nodded as he sighed. Yes, both Auren and Tamara. They have special abilities, which are awakening. I mean, Auren has them, but Tammy... My thoughts returned to how the flowers in the vase at the room where we were together started to bloom when Tam groaned in her sleep. After a stunned silence, he said, We have kept this as a secret because we were scared of the world. Tammy is too young, and if this Solothus has woken up from his slumber, then it is dangerous as hell. Not only that, your pack's shaman has noticed strange shadows in the Temple of Veles. There is an increase in the number of incidents. More and more bear shifters have noticed them, Father added. They've been telling it to me, but I thought it was the trick of their mind. However, now I think that it is all connected. Damn it! I cursed through my clenched teeth, and suddenly I wanted to go to Tammy, like now. I took a deep breath to control my rage as the gravity of the situation pounded on my chest, and I'll keep looking at strange sightings around this place. Great, Alpha Lucien said, but keep everything to yourself. I will, Alpha Lucien. Once the meeting was over, I called Seth and ordered him to send some warriors from my pack to protect Tamara at all times. As soon as I cut the call with Seth, Bradley called me. Where is Tammy? He asked, sounding urgent. She must be in the cafeteria. Why? What happened? I want her to meet me as soon as possible. In fact, strike that. I need her. Brad? Don't ask questions, Matt, he growled and then gave his location. That was new. Brad never ever growled at me. I'll be there with Tam in a few minutes. I found Tammy eating food in the cafeteria and waiting for me with another plate full of food. I conveyed Brad's message to her. We rushed to the location Bradley mentioned, an old warehouse on the edge of the town, the area of quiet with an eerie stillness in the air. I didn't like it as I got out of the car and grabbed Tam's hand instantly. I noticed some of the warriors over there along with his soccer team boys. What is going on? I asked, rushing to where Brad was. He was standing in front of a room inside. He looked anxious. Bardley, I called out, walking toward him with Tam beside me. Matt, he said. Then he looked at his sister. Tammy, I need you to come in. Sensing trouble, Tammy immediately walked inside with him, and what we saw there stunned us into silence. Brad rushed to a petite, fragile girl who was unconscious. He picked her in his arms, her head resting against his chest. Her face was pale, and she looked like she hadn't eaten for days. Who is she? Tamara asked. Tamara POV. I had never seen Brad to be so protective about anyone else except his own family. Surprise flickered through me. The way he held her, like she would break if he let her go, like she was a treasure, made me wonder if he was in love with her. But if that was the case, why didn't he ever mention about her? Who is she? I asked as I approached her. He took a deep breath in. This is Summer McKeever, he replied in a low, protective tone. I rescued her from some cultists. They were after her, and I barely got her out in time. I exchanged a look with Matt. Cultists? What was going on here? Bradley's voice softened as he looked down at Summer with concern. Can you help her? He asked me. She's too fragile, and I can't take her anywhere. I mean, I don't know where she lives. I stepped closer to see Summer. She was really pale. Confusion flooded me. I'm not understanding what you are saying, Brad, I said, frustration rising. If you don't know anything about her, then why did you save her? But more than that, how did you find her with the cultists? Then I lowered my voice. Why are you so protective of her, Bradley? Bradley didn't answer immediately. He simply stared at the fragile girl in his arms, a deep sadness overtaking him. I'll answer to later, but just help her. Can you take her to your dorm secretly? On an instinct, I touched the forehead of the girl and closed my eyes, wondering what was wrong with her. Why don't you take her to the house? I asked. I'll be able to look after her properly there. Moreover, I don't have an extra bed. I mean, if it's okay with you, she can share mine. He shook his head. Right now, I can't take her out anywhere, he snapped. Though my warriors are already scanning the area, I fear that there are cultists around here. Let us take her home soon, I suggested again, but as I touched her forehead, I closed my eyes and thought of happy memories, like the ones I made with Matt yesterday. A sigh left my lips, much to my embarrassment, and I hoped that Matt didn't notice it. However, I heard a gasp behind me, and I wondered if through our bond he sensed what I was thinking. I flushed hard and snapped open my eyes. But what I saw was strange. Summer had opened her eyes and was staring at me. As I stared back into her green eyes, I felt like all my energy was draining. Tamara, Matt shouted behind me, and before I knew it, he snapped my hand away from Summer. Immediately, I took a deep breath as he hugged me and enveloped me into his arms. I rested my head against his chest and noticed how it was thundering. What happened? I asked, but why was my voice so low? Like there was no energy. I turned my head to look Bradley, and he was gaping at me. Tammy, you passed out, Matt interrupted through his gritted teeth. He glanced at Bradley, as if asking him to be quiet. My gaze went back to Summer, and she had again fallen into unconsciousness. 15 minutes later, when the warriors had confirmed that the area was free of the cultists, we all drove back to my dorm. But Matt insisted that we all go to Brad's house, saying that we are going to stay with Summer until she recovers. He somehow didn't want Summer to stay with me alone. Was he being selfish because he was spending his nights in my room from past many nights? When we reached there, Brad quickly took Summer in his arms and hurried her to my previous room. Matt was watching me closely. He wasn't allowing me to go near her or touch her. Do we have gloves with us? He asked Brad. We can't touch Summer just like that with our hands, he added, which was a strange thing to add. Brad raised his eyebrow. She doesn't have diseases. Yes, Summer didn't have diseases. I couldn't smell any on her. Matt shrugged. Still, she is too fragile. Get gloves. Brad mumbled something under his breath and exited. Then Matt turned to me, took my hands in his, and very seriously said, You will not touch her, or for that matter, any wilting flowers or leaves or whatever you deem are weak or dying or fragile. My mouth dropped. Did he know about my abilities? Matt, I know, he said and pulled me in his arms. Then he lowered his mouth to my ear and whispered, You will keep this a secret. Don't let anyone else know about it. That's why I've asked Brad to bring gloves. He kissed my temple and hugged me tighter. I'm scared for you, Tammy. Please don't put yourself at risk for others. Goddess. How did you know? Why did it feel like he was not telling me everything? He took a deep breath in and glanced at Summer. I will tell you when the time comes. We saw Brad coming in. He gave me the gloves. I wore them and went to see Summer. The girl was really unwell. Brad, get a doctor for her, I said. And then I noticed a small red patch on bed. Summer was on her periods. Or did she miscarry? Shit! I rasped and turned to look at Brad to ask him to fetch a doctor. But his eyes had flickered golden and his fangs had slipped out. He let out a dangerous growl, one that shattered the windows of the house. Brad, I shouted, but his focus was only on Summer. Matt, I alarmed. Matt immediately turned to Brad. Brad, he shouted, come out. But Brad didn't budge from there. It was like his wolf wanted to come out. Matt went near him. He grabbed his upper arm. Brad, control yourself. Whatever it is, you can overcome. He pulled him toward the door, but Brad pushed him hard, making him stumble. Matt was shocked. He tackled him again, but Brad went feral. The two barreled into each other. I screamed, asking them to stop. They both crashed into the table, which smashed into splinters. "Stop!" I shouted. Matt was trying to keep Brad away from me and Summer. I just couldn't understand what had gone wrong with Brad. My eyes welled with tears. I whimpered, which agitated Matt. He punched Brad hard on his shoulders, but Brad punched him back. The warriors who were outside filled the room. They tried to intervene, but were sent to the ground because they couldn't handle two alphas fighting with each other. I just didn't know how to stop it, feeling helpless. I looked at Summer, thinking of ways to protect her from this madness. She stirred a little, and a soft moan escaped her lips. And Brad fell silent. He stilled, frozen into his place as his wolf withdrew. His eyes went to Summer, and did he just purr? Tamara POV. The air inside the house was thick with unease, even though a calm had settled after the chaos of the previous day. I couldn't help thinking how Matt had to stop Brad from pouncing on Summer. Why was he so feral about her? I was scared after I saw the red patch on the bedsheet, but Brad, he went wild. I sat on the couch, my eyes flicking to the door of the guest room where Summer was resting. I could see her lying inside, wrapped in sheets, still unconscious. The atmosphere of our house was oppressive, like it was holding its breath, waiting for something, waiting for her to wake up, or perhaps for something darker to happen. Matt had gone along with a few warriors to check upon the cultists and the building from where Brad rescued Summer. I had asked him not to go because that wasn't necessary, but he insisted. Though Brad did not want a doctor to come, I insisted that we needed one as soon as possible. So he arranged for the campus doctor. The doctor had arrived hours ago, examining Summer quietly, but his words haunted me. He took a deep breath as he stated, "She's underfed, abused, and is suffering from significant mental trauma." She brushed her forehead gently. "She will need time to recover, and it may take a while for her to fully heal." He noticed the red patch on the sheet and said that she was bleeding more than necessary during her periods because of mental trauma. Because of that, I had to make sure that Brad stayed away from her. It took a while to make him understand that he could be a threat to her if he pounced on her. His behavior toward Summer was bizarre. He had given us a prescription, saying that if she suffered from mental instability, then we should give her a drug to sedate her. His words pressed down on me. Summer was so young, around my age or slightly elder, yet she was so vulnerable. I couldn't help think that she had a traumatic childhood. I remembered how she was all night yesterday. I was sitting beside her on the chair, reading a book when her breath became shallow. Her body jerked under the sheets. Her whimpers filled the room as a soft cry escaped her lips, and she twisted restlessly. I quickly moved to her side. Placing a hand on her shoulder, I said in a soothing voice, "Summer, you're safe here. It's just a bad dream." She jerked awake, her eyes wide with panic, her hands trembling. "It's them," she whispered hoarsely as her eyes scanned the room as if expecting cultists around her. "They are coming for me." I squeezed her hand gently, trying to calm her. "They can't hurt you here," I reassured her, but my heart ached for the trauma she endured. As Summer nodded and went back to delirious sleep, I looked at Brad, who was sitting outside the room on the floor with his back leaned against the wall. His shoulders were bunched up in tension as he peeped at us with furrowed brows. Something about Summer seemed to pull at him. I could sense that he was struggling with emotions he couldn't name. When Summer settled, he got up, his fists clenching and unclenching at his sides, but he didn't step into the room. He left with a tortured expression on his face. After Summer went off to sleep, I thought I'd ask about Summer to Brad. Like all the details he had been hiding and why did he react the way he did, but I was tired and went back to my room after giving Summer her medicines. I had history assignment to finish, and once I started it, I didn't know how time flew. It was later in the night that Brad came to my room. He gave me coffee and sat on the bed. "Thanks," I murmured as I switched off my laptop. "Thanks to you, Tam," he replied, plopping on the pillows. "Gods, my brother was over 6 feet like my dad. He didn't fit in my bed. His feet were hanging out." After a few moments, I looked over my shoulder. "Brad, is there something you're not telling me about Summer?" He turned his eyes to me, and for the first time, I saw something raw and vulnerable in them. He shook his head and sighed. "Honestly, I don't know much about her. All I know is that her scent makes my wolf to come forth and take charge. She isn't a werewolf, but her scent, it makes me want to protect her with my life. A frown came to my lips. Yes, she is clearly a human. He shrugged. Why do I feel there is something more than that to her? You are imagining, I huffed. But tell me, how did you find her? Is she your girlfriend? Is she in the same college as ours? He shook his head again. When we were on a trek with my soccer team, I smelled something. I don't know why, but the scent tugged at me. It was like I couldn't fight it. It pulled me toward her. I looked at him, confused. What do you mean? Her scent? Is she your mate? There have never been human mates, okay? Well, have there been bear mates? He growled. Touch. His gaze went distant, as if remembering that exact moment. I followed the scent, abandoning my team, and it led me to a small cabin hidden in the woods. That's where I found her. She was being reprimanded by her father harshly. He was angry, shouting at her, slapping her, kicking her. I needed to stop myself, but couldn't. The next I knew was that I was inside the cabin. The two of them saw me with surprise as I broke open the door. Her father immediately grabbed a gun with silver bullets and pointed at me. What the hell? I gasped. Silver bullets? Did he know you are a werewolf? Is he a hunter? He clenched his fists again. I didn't know what to do, Tam. I looked at Summer and wanted to save her, but my friends came rushing after me, thinking that I was in trouble. They called me, and I had to leave, scared for their safety. But the moment I went back to the trek with them, I felt this nagging pull. I couldn't leave her alone. I had to go back. A flicker of understanding flashed through me. And when you went back, she was gone. Her father was gone too. The cabin was abandoned. Panic seized my heart. So I ran, following her scent deeper into the woods. I mind-linked my warriors to join me and asked my friends to help me find her. Our hunt led us to the cultists, Tam. They had her, tied across the table to dissect her. I had to rescue her. I let out a rough exhale. Goddess! Shaking my head, I added, Matt shouldn't have gone back there. What would he find? Brad and I went to her room. Summer was sleeping peacefully. I just couldn't help wondering what life she was leading earlier. If her father was a hunter, was it possible that he came to know about the existence of werewolves around him? And what if Summer led her father to us? It was all so confusing and frustrating that I suddenly wanted to go back to Mom and Dad. Do you want to talk to Mom and Dad? I asked him, sure that they knew answers. Brad raked his hair with his fingers. No, it's too late. We can talk tomorrow. Besides, I want to know more about Summer. After a few hours, when Summer had all her medicines the doctor prescribed, the restlessness in her body seemed to fade. I came back to my room feeling exhausted. If only Matt was here, I would have curled over him and went off to sleep. What? Was I getting used to his presence? I rubbed the back of my back and stepped out onto the balcony. The cool night air hit my skin. Suddenly, I felt like someone was watching me. A cold chill ran down my spine as I glanced around the empty courtyard below. It felt like a shadow moved. I stared at it with my enhanced vision, and it was more alive than I thought it would be. I stifled a gasp as I stepped back, my foot pressing onto a thorn. Hissing, I looked down and saw a wilted rose beneath my feet. I lifted my feet to remove the thorn, and the rose began to bloom, fast,